You gotta love Biscoff.
Remember your deal closing, air frying, racket smashing eras? Good, because selling your pre-loved items.
If you love America and believe in the values,
people are unable to pay taxes, unable to take care of themselves, and are a net drain to society.
That's not what he said. He said some autistic people, which of course is true.
He emphasized most of them.
Okay.
Yes, he did.
No, that's not even close. You know that's not true, man. Okay.
You know that he did. I saw the video. You did too. That's what he stated.
It's called the spectrum for a reason, right? There's people.
I would know that. I'm on the spectrum.
Okay. Great. Okay. So, fine. Congratulations. I mean, I don't know what to tell you.
Now,
it's a completely irrelevant information, but
it gives information because I should know more about this than the average person. That's my credentials compared to you. So I should know more about this than you.
Okay, but again, Bobby Kennedy, who spent his entire life trying to get to the root cause of autism, I think you should agree we should try to find that out, right?
We already know. It's a genetic issue. It just so happens to show up in people.
Hold on. But if that's the case, why is it that autism was 1 in 30,000 in the 1970s and now it's 1 in 27
That's
people?
simple. We had COVID, the lockdown, which affected people. Let me speak. Let me speak. During COVID, people isolated. They didn't socialize with other people. And they developed similar traits such as being unable to maintain eye contact and fidgeting, which are generally associated with autism.
Right.
Now, that is part of the reason why we have higher rates of high-functioning autistic people, and the rates of low-functioning autistic people have stayed relatively stagnant.
Respectfully, then, hold on, guys. Why did the rate go up so much from 1990 to 2020 then? No COVID.
It's because people were being diagnosed more. We had more exposure to it.
The test is exactly the same. The test does not change.
We're testing more people.
Okay, well,
if it's become normalized in society and more people are being tested for it, then more people are going to be diagnosed with it.
This has been widespread debunked in many ways.
No, it hasn't.
But testing better made sense for a while, but then if it keeps going up over a period of time when the test doesn't change, then there's probably an environmental factor.
And I gave you the environmental factor.
Right, so it's just genes.
Never said it was genes. The reason why we have had
it's just
of that with your wonderful Turning Point USA chapter. I was hoping you would do me the honor of reading it before I finalize it.
Thank you, I will, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And I'll just say one thing. The fact you were raised without a father, you now have unique opportunity to give the blessing that you never had, which I think will heal a lot of the regret or sorrow, frustration that you might have been raised with. And that's my advice to young men all the time that were raised without fathers, that don't walk around being bitter. Look and aim yourself to be the father that you wish you would have had. And that is the most beautiful way to kind of complete the circle and make the world a profoundly better place. So God bless you, man. Thank you so much.
God bless you.
Astra, show them what you got. Watch your eyes.
Move or get zapped.
You lose.
Hello, Mr. Kirk. I'm here to ask you about, I'm assuming you are a big fan of RFK Jr. And just a few days ago, he made a speech about autism. And in that, he made some very specific things, claiming that autism has increased, which is true. Rates of diagnosis have increased. But he has also stated that autistic people are unable to pay taxes, unable to take care of themselves, and are a net drain to society.
That's not what he said. He said some autistic people, which of course is true.
He emphasized most of them.
Okay.
Yes, he did.
No, that's not even close. You know that's not true, man. Okay.
You know that he did. I saw the video. You did too. That's what he stated.
It's called the spectrum for a reason, right? There's people.
I would know that. I'm on the spectrum.
Okay. Great. Okay. So, fine. Congratulations. I mean, I don't know what to tell you.
Now,
it's a completely irrelevant information, but
it gives information because I should know more about this than the average person. That's my credentials compared to you. So I should know more about this than you.
Okay, but again, Bobby Kennedy, who spent his entire life trying to get to the root cause of autism, I think you should agree we should try to find that out, right?
We already know. It's a genetic issue. It just so happens to show up in people.
Hold on. But if that's the case, why is it that autism was 1 in 30,000 in the 1970s and now it's 1 in 27
That's simple. We had COVID, the lockdown, which affected people. Let me speak. Let me speak. During COVID, people isolated. They didn't socialize with other people. And they developed similar traits such as being unable to maintain eye contact and fidgeting, which are generally associated with autism.
Right.
Now, that is part of the reason why we have higher rates of high-functioning autistic people, and the rates of low-functioning autistic people have stayed relatively stagnant.
Respectfully, then, hold on, guys. Why did the rate go up so much from 1990 to 2020 then? No COVID.
It's because people were being diagnosed more. We had more exposure to it.
The test is exactly the same. The test does not change.
We're testing more people.
Okay, well,
if it's become normalized in society and more people are being tested for it, then more people are going to be diagnosed with it.
This has been widespread debunked in many ways.
No, it hasn't.
But testing better made sense for a while, but then if it keeps going up over a period of time when the test doesn't change, then there's probably an environmental factor.
And I gave you the environmental factor.
Right, so it's just genes.
Never said it was genes. The reason why we have had higher rates of autism, specifically in the last few years, is because of lockdown and not socializing with others. If we had similar statistics from back when the lockdowns from Spanish flu, we would observe similar higher rates of autism.
Just so we're clear, it was 1 in 33 kids around 2019, and now it's 1 in 27. So it went from 1 in 27,000 to 1 in about 33, and now 1 in 27. So you go from 1 in 27,000 all the way down to almost 1,000 times increase. There's something probably causing it, and I'm not even saying it's vaccines. I don't know that. Some people believe it, some people don't believe
Well,
that.
we know it's not vaccines.
Okay,
the original study was redacted 20 years ago.
That you don't know.
Yes, we do.
Okay,
Dr. Andrew I'm sorry.
Hold on.
Disgraced ex-Dr. Andrew Wakefield.
Fine, but I will say that to have the hubris or the pride that you confidently know everything about the autism topic.
I know more about this than you, Charlie.
Okay, well, fine. Just allow me to finish talking, right? I think exactly why we have not been able to find a determinative reason why so many kids have, like, let's just say, neurodiverse disorders, right? And so, do you think there's anything about the plastics in our food, from the type of diet that we're feeding?
Microplastics could be a factor.
Okay, well now that's environmental. So hold on, are microplastics in vaccines? Yes, they are. So but I'm not saying that that's the only way microplastics come in.
So now you're playing ball for a debunked myth that
Well, actually,
isn't true.
I'm not.
Yes, you are. You just stated a tacit endorsement
I
of it.
am. No, I'm not. In fact,
you're not explicitly saying it, but you're giving enough for your audience to latch onto it.
I think you, as someone who cares about this topic, should be extremely open-minded to all the data and not ideological about this. Whatever the studies end up showing that should need to be controlled, that need to be double peer-reviewed and
we
blind
have
studies.
those studies, Charlie. We don't need more. We may find some that do change it, and then if that does happen, I'll change my mind. But as of now, almost every single study shows that vaccines do not cause autism.
I'm not even saying they do. What I do find a problem with is people that don't even want to continue to explore that topic or that question. And let me tell you why. The very same people that don't even want us to try to test that are the same people that told us the COVID vaccine was safe and effective and told us to lock down our kids during COVID. They, in my opinion...
Would you have rather had millions of people die from COVID, or would you have rather had people being locked down for
I don't
2
want to go
years?
down that rabbit hole. We should never have locked down anybody. The lockdowns did not save a single life.
Yes, it did.
The lockdowns ruined millions of lives via suicide, speech delays...
That's the problem. That is a negative effect of the lockdowns. But from the perspective of the government, they need a working people.
All lockdowns
they need
did.
The people.
All lockdowns
did. If everybody is dying in the hospital because there's not enough beds, then there's not going to be enough people to work the factories that you want to bring back.
Right. So again, all lockdowns did was delay the inevitable.
Yeah.
Everybody ended up
getting... That was the point. The point was to delay it so we have a longer spread of people getting it, so there were hospital beds.
Again, just so we are clear.
people live.
Again, I don't want to go down that rabbit hole, but the real reason why we locked down was because our public health authorities of Mr. Fauci and Ms. Birx and all of the gang over there, they refused to ever entertain early interventions that could have helped people fight COVID, like vitamin D supplementation, potentially ivermectin.
Those have all been debunked, Charlie.
Okay, so
we know
hold on.
this.
So you think that vitamin D has been debunked when it comes to fighting?
Vitamin D explicitly doesn't make COVID better because we are slobs and do not go out. We are unable to get vitamin D, and having a good vitamin supplement makes it so you're able to fight back
Okay.
all diseases.
Okay.
Things along other lines, such as ivermectin,
All right.
did
So,
not work.
Let's get to the next question. So here we have a difference.
I get
though.
it. You're scared.
No, we have clarity but not agreement. I am limitlessly open-minded to what is causing the nationwide crisis of autism in our kids. Do you think it's a crisis?
No. There's nothing inherently wrong with being autistic.
Well, so I don't know if it's wrong, but it can be very challenging for some people. For some people, it can be a superpower. But there are severely autistic kids as well that bang their heads up against the walls. Thousands and thousands of families, tens of thousands of families have to deal with that. And I think that if we start to see something that pops up so often, and I would ask the question, if there is nothing wrong with autistic kids, why do they need medication?
They don't need medication.
Well, many of them actually do.
That's because of other things. Autism isn't a medicated disease.
Well,
You do realize
it is
that
brain
talking
inflammation
about
at
wanting
its
to
core.
cure autism is eugenics, right? You do
Well,
realize that.
Hold on. So no one wants to kill anybody, but if you have brain inflammation to the extent
I never
where,
said killing.
Hold on.
Eugenics isn't just killing people.
Time out.
Wanting to remove a
it's an
specific
outrageous
part
statement.
of people is eugenics.
I don't want to remove them. I want a kid who's in 7th grade right now in Casper, Wyoming, who can't focus enough to take a math test or does not understand social cues from his classmates to be able to have his brain inflammation go down by maybe 20% so that he can have an elevated social life. I want that for the millions of kids that are diagnosed with autism in this country. So anyway, we don't have agreement. Thank you for your time.
How well do you know your roll-to-roll machine? You want to get your tension just right to avoid stretching or damaging the product, and you need precise control through converting and laminating processes. And you never seem to have enough sensors. This is where simulation can help. Creating a digital model of your system using MapleSim can give you new insights into your machine. It can show you a simulation of how web tension varies over time, or can help you to define tension set points and quickly try out.
Hey, do I just go?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So you've talked a little bit about American competitiveness tonight, and I'm getting a sense that you're also not a huge fan of college. Is that correct?
Somewhat, yeah.
Okay, somewhat. And you are also not a fan of immigration. So given those two stances, you are proposing cutting off a substantial part of America's labor supply, both in skilled and unskilled sectors. And you're not encouraging young people, or rather you are actively discouraging young people from gaining the necessary skills to replace the skilled immigrants that are coming in. So given that you hold these two stances, how is America going to become more competitive when you, especially in fields that require highly skilled labor, such as medical research and material science and engineering?
Well, of course I want people to get skills, so that's not a correct representation. Does college provide skills to the majority of people that go? Does a woman's study degree give you any skills that was going to help us fight China?
Well, you're taking, and I know why you're doing this.
That's a majority of degrees, and people that go to college are in the social sciences, are in communications, and they're in irrelevant degrees, a majority. So a majority of the 21 million people that are in college right now are there studying stuff that you and I would laugh at.
Oh, I wouldn't laugh at that at all. I think that people go to college for a variety of reasons.
No, I know that. But do you think that when we're looking at American competitiveness, studying North African lesbian poetry is going to make us more competitive?
Well, I don't think that a person's decision to pursue an education should be determined by what is necessarily for the greater good of the country.
That's a separate issue. I'm not even contending that. Everyone has a right to do that. You can make whatever path you want. I'm making a broader macro point of competitiveness, that when you have millions of your best people studying stuff that's complete trash and complete nonsense, to just go become mid-level manager, paper pusher bureaucrats, not good. So I do have to ask the question.
Well, you haven't answered my question yet, because you're going on and you're talking about, okay, some degrees are not going to make America...
No, a majority, not some.
Okay,
a majority.
I'll grant you that. So you're saying a majority of degrees that are granted in the United States are not going to make America competitive in STEM fields. Okay, fine. I asked, given that you are anti-immigration and that you are disparaging going to college
I'm
in general.
anti-illegal immigration, just to make sure. I'm anti-foreigners breaking into our country. So I have to clarify you on my position, but go ahead.
So the Trump administration's deportation of academics, that's bad, you would say?
Well, again, it depends on what they're being deported for and what they're teaching and the criteria around that.
So the cancer researcher at, what was it? Boston U, Harvard? Some Boston university that was deported for forgetting to declare frog embryos in her carry-on. That was a dangerous person that needed to be deported. Would you agree with that?
I don't know enough about the frog embryo thief.
Oh, okay. Thief? Oh, no. These were samples
smuggler.
Related to her research.
Frog embryo smuggler. Let's talk more broadly, though. If we are thinking about going up against China, do we want more universities that are of the liberal arts direction or more that are doing really like artificial intelligence preparedness, astrophysics, engineering, of which, of course, I totally support, but that's less than 12% of all students that go to college study those things.
Get help where you need it most. Microsoft 365 Copilot, your AI assistant at work, is now 15% off for eligible nonprofits. Get started by clicking the link or visiting us at Microsoft.com/nonprofits.
So you're asking, what's
going to make us more competitive? The current college model or one that is significantly changed and somewhat reconfigured?
Well, your premise is that we're competing against China, whereas I think that they're really a valuable trade partner.
I think we're back, yeah? Good, all right, we're back, everybody. Thank you to the tech guys, thank you.
Okay, with all that, I forgot what the question was.
I mean, but just so you know, China's premise is that we're competing with them. I would say we're an enemy with the Chinese Communist Party, not just a trading partner, that they're an enemy of the United States. But I don't want to go too far down that rabbit hole. Back to immigration. I'm against illegal immigration. I want the best one with the Chinese Communist Party, not just a tradition. I'm against a charity. You should not come here just because you want to, and we're not going to open our doors as just an act of benevolency. We want the best people that are going to assimilate and make our country more competitive.
So you don't think we should open our doors to anyone with, say, a PhD or a highly skilled?
No, it depends. Of course not.
So that is an arbitrary, trimming of the labor supply that we could use. How is that good for American competition? These are highly skilled, highly intelligent people.
If they have a PhD, if they have a PhD in Islamic studies, what are they going to bring to America that's good?
Okay. You don't think that humanities have any value at all. So history.
Well, I do actually. The way that it's taught and configured. So are you here at University of Wyoming?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Are you in the humanities or what are you?
Oh, it depends on who you ask. I'm studying to be a doctor of economics.
Oh, great. Good.
Yeah.
So you guys have spent a lot of time studying Thomas Sowell?
Yes.
And Milton Friedman?
Yes.
And F.A. Hayek and Ludwig von Mises?
Yes.
All of that?
My work is actually quite closely related to Friedrich Hayek.
Great. So do you think most college kids across the country are learning Hayek?
Actually, yes. I was introduced to Hayek and Bastiat.
That's a joke and you know it. Like,
oh, really?
You're the first economics student in the country I've ever known that even knows who Hayek is.
Well, I think that's because a lot of people enter economics thinking that it's just another business degree, that it's just about how to run a firm.
It's a rigorous study to obviously go after. The humanities, as they're configured, are wretched to the core with anti-Western teaching, anti-American literature.
What do you mean anti-Western teaching?
An emphasis on Herbert Marcuse and Angela Davis and Kimberly Crenshaw and Judith Butler and Derek Bell.
What's wrong with Angela Davis? She's a great woman.
What, Angela Davis, the outspoken vocal communist?
Yeah.
She's a great woman.
Yeah.
Okay. Wow. Yeah. That's why kids shouldn't go to college, to learn from communists. That proves my point. Angela Davis has nothing to offer to the academy. She is the disciple of Herbert Marcuse.
You don't think a diverse education in political theory is useful?
You can learn about those perspectives, but studying them as your primary perspective, do you think
Whoa. Who's studying Angela Davis as their primary perspective? That's a leap. That is a leap.
No, it's, hold on. Angela Davis's, or the postmodern school of thought, brought to you by Marcuse and the Frankfurt School and Jacques Derrida, is the predominant philosophical worldview that is put forward in the humanities across the country. That is a fact.
We've strayed pretty far from my original point. We've got people behind me.
I mean,
So, well, hold on. I'm just going to give you an opportunity to clearly answer the questions that I had, given that you are anti-immigration.
Anti-illegal immigration.
Okay, fine. Anti-illegal immigration.
Yes.
That's fine. I'll grant you that.
I want more Elon Musks and less Elon Omars. Does that make sense?
Well, that's bait, but okay.
So that's the type of legal immigration I want. More Elons, less Elons.
Okay. We're going to ignore that bait.
No, but that's my answer. I mean,
you have
merit over
earlier
totalitarianism.
You just said you are against some highly educated, highly skilled immigrants that come in based on your personal criteria, fine, and you are against training our young people to fill their shoes. How does this make America more competitive? Okay, and you've spent a lot of time talking about immigration and the fact that some college degrees are worthless, but you have not at all addressed how your viewpoints make America more competitive.
Apprenticeships, trade schools, community colleges. There's other options than four-year colleges to be able to get skills, of which I highly support. Did you know there are 11 million job openings in this country right now that do not require a college degree, that just require some form of technical training? So yes, we need less people going to college and more people that are going to enter the muscular class of this country.
Community college isn't going to teach you how to cure cancer, but that's my time, all right?
Okay, but a community college actually might teach you how to change a tire, which millions of Americans don't know how to do. Okay, thank you for your time. As if studying the humanities, you're learning how to cure cancer. It's really something, yeah.
Evening. I guess my biggest question is, I don't entirely understand what the point of this is. Not what you're doing right now, but kind of this movement as a whole. I genuinely don't know what the end goal is of any of this. It's literally called the American comeback, but you're talking about, you know, past American values, past this, or differences that existed before the 21st century. But automation, progression, things like that, those don't get a go back. Like you can't de-invent some of the things we've done. When it comes to rhetoric around like trans people, it's always now, but 25, 50, 100 years in the future, like I just don't know what the point of these arguments is. Like take genetic engineering for an example. It's changing a lot of things about humanity and pretty much everything else in the world. Do you really think that innovation is going to stop 25, 50, 100 years in the future? Like the ability to change something about a person pretty much arbitrarily if you felt like it, or bringing back American jobs, except a lot of jobs are being supplanted by automation, artificial intelligence. Like if we keep doing that, there might not even be a point of working in the future. So I guess my real question is what do you expect in 100 years from now out of humanity, or hell, even the US if it still exists? I don't know.
Okay, I mean, that's a good question. I mean, so what do we want? I mean, for example, we want to reverse the fertility crisis in the West. We are increasingly having less children, and we have a population collapse that is plaguing our entire society. People need to get married more and have children younger and have a lot more children in this country. And we want to see that reverse. And that actually plays into your question. With automation, AI, and the hyper-digitization of our country, we are becoming less human to one another. I want to see more people go back to church. I want to see church attendance go up.
With 19 hotel brands, at IHG Hotels and Resorts, you can guest how you guest. Unplug for the day, or plunge into a long weekend at a Holiday Inn. Have your big moment, or enjoy every little detail at a Crowne Plaza hotel. Stick to the agenda, or experience something unexpected at Kimpton Hotels. Choose from 19 IHG hotel brands and earn points for reward nights with IHG One Rewards.
This PC is powered by Snapdragon X Series platforms. That PC isn't. What's the difference? Here's a little intel on what's really inside. This PC runs at max performance when it's unplugged. That PC drops to as little as 55%. In fact, this PC is the fastest with multi-day battery life, while that PC is getting left behind. Snapdragon X Series, the max performance that you deserve.
I want us to become a less violent country and have violence go down. I want a country where you don't have to lock your doors at night because you know your neighbor by the name and you don't have to worry that someone's going to come in and steal your stuff. I think Wyoming's a great model for part of the America that we lost, where there is that kind of rugged independence, but there's also that neighborly dependence, where you're so far from the town center that if something happens to your kid, you drive to a neighbor first to see if they can help or they can pitch in. We've lost that. We're increasingly a nation of strangers. We're foreign to one another. And so those are just some things. I mean, as far as 100 years from now, I would love to see what the current trends that we are seeing. I'd love to see the suicide epidemic in this country reverse, the drug epidemic in this country reverse. I'd love to see us become less obese and improve our diets. And so it's just some of the things that we're aiming for, to come back to the country we used to have.
That's the thing I struggle with, though. You talk about a comeback, but the United States has its fair share of issues in the past. I mean, the whole point is that we try to move on from those. Like,
do we have anything great in the past?
We do. There's also plenty of bad things, but...
Okay, then we want to go back to the good things.
I guess I don't like this rhetoric of walking it back, especially in the future.
Why does that bother you? Why does it bother you to say, hey, we want to go back to how it was in the 1980s where divorce rates were lower and that kids weren't staring at screens all the time? Like, why is that bad?
1980s, there was a ton of drug abuse.
Of course, every era has a problem, but objectively, the 80s were a better country to be raised as a kid than today, objectively. The 90s, you could say the same. The number one killer of our nation's young people is self-inflicted suicide. When suicide is the leading cause of death of your nation's young people, there's something like so alarmingly wrong that we should press pause and ask the question, why?
I guess, like I said, though, we can't walk back a lot of what we've done. The internet isn't going away. Same thing for artificial intelligence.
I'm not even recommending that.
But like a lot of those points in time you reference to, it's always about like social media is causing, you know, the decay of the country or decay of humanity or just all of these things. But this stuff isn't going away and it's not likely to change. So again, it's just a really big
respectfully, I reject your whole attitude. We can change things. You don't have to be on your phone all the time. You don't have to have it as if it's like some augmentation of your being. We can turn off our phones and be human again. You don't have to all of a sudden bend a knee to the technological leviathan or the beast and act as if you're just a vassal of the major, social media companies. The technology might keep proceeding, but there are also going to be a remnant of those of us that want to remain human. So, thank you.
Hello, I'm mainly here because my dad said you could debate me better than he could. But I just wanted to ask, are you a dry beater or a lotion beater?
Thank you. You waited in line for that. It's really great. Thank you. In fact, I'm happily married with 2 kids. You look unmarried, my friend.
Oh, you have to hold it? Okay.
To the previous question, I want it that young men are not so confused and quite honestly demented that they have a woman in their life and that keeps them in check from acting so outrageously like that in public. Yes, next question.
Welcome to the University of Wyoming. So here's my question. I fundamentally disagree with you in regards to having a family and getting married in this day and age. And I'll tell you why. 70% of the divorce rates happen because of women. Okay, that's a fact. Before we get angry, let's talk about the facts. You can Google this too. And on top of that, 85% of the men, or I should say people in jail, grow up in fatherless homes. So there's a direct correlation between those two things. So my thinking is that we don't need to necessarily have more families unless we have a complete change to the system. Now, what do you think about that? We need to change the system in order for us to have a nice conversation about, having a family, because the state incentivizes single motherhood in this country. And you're looking at me with that face, but tell me why.
I'm trying to understand what you're saying. Like, what is your contention, that we shouldn't get married and have kids?
We shouldn't currently because of this particular issue right now.
The
issue is...
Build that out further for me. So
okay, let me explain.
Outside of the fact that, you know, the anti-woman thing that you said.
Well, it's not necessarily anti-woman, it's a fact. You can Google this too. And look at the divorce rates in this country. I'm just saying that if we're going to have more families, we need some protections in place for men. Because right now, the legal system actively destroys the man in court. All right, is that false or is that true?
I mean, yeah, of course it's true that the state encourages divorce, but
yeah.
How about you find a woman that you want to spend the rest of your life?
I was married for 10 years. I was married for 10 years.
And then you should take responsibility for your own actions. Like, why is that my problem?
No, the thing is that you're saying you're asking me if I should find a woman.
But hold on, you're going up in front of people, time out, to say marriage is bad because I had a bad experience.
No, but it's true statistically. We can look at the data. Is it wrong to say that, hey, 70% of divorces are initiated by women when the data says that?
Can I ask you a
Facts
provocative
don't care
question?
about your feelings, right?
Can I ask you a provocative question? Did you do anything that led to your divorce?
Absolutely.
Okay, so it wasn't all the woman's fault.
No, but I'm saying, but here's the thing. 70% of the divorces are initiated by them. And yes, this is an anecdotal situation. Like,
see, I reject the premise. I reject the premise. I think that we as men must lead. Women might initiate it, but we as men don't take the directive to have peace in the home. I reject the premise. Hold on, time out.
Okay, go on.
Let me finish. I reject the premise. Yes, women might initiate the divorce proceeding, but we are the one as men that ignore the subterranean threat and the brush fire that is growing. We're the ones that should take the family back to church, that go seek counseling if necessary.
And I don't disagree with it.
It's not good enough just to say, like, hey, it's women that initiate it. It's men who don't act, I think, confidently and strong enough in most cases to actually make sure that marriage is a safe haven to have children in a wholly protected place.
And I think that makes sense. And let me say this. Okay, let's find some common ground. So we know that the system is flawed, right? So here's the thing that's flawed about it. When the federal government incentivizes the state, at the state level, for child support enforcement programs, and we have a system where the state makes a bunch of money off of this, it's pretty parasitic because there's no such thing as a 50-50 custody in Wyoming, even if you get along with the parent. So when the state is actively involved with family matters and women are getting paid off from this, and this is not false, we have a toxic system that probably needs to be revised. Do you not disagree with that? Because
I think we should revise. I do believe in more men's rights in custody. I think that's fine. But let's take a step back though, and I think it's very important, is that men are objectively better when they are married and they don't stay as grown infant boys watching porn and playing video games all day long.
And I don't disagree with that.
Good, so we agree.
I agree.
Here's my argument. Despite the problems of the legal system, of which your argument has some merit, we still should get married because it is the right thing to do. Despite the technical problems, despite the difficulties. In fact, it's us men to find a woman that we love and to protect that marriage and hope that it never goes in the direction of divorce. And just
that's 30% though. That's 30% chance that it succeeds.
I don't. Again, no, about half marriages continue. It's not 30%.
No.
Let's keep watching this. Hi, Donnie. How's it going, pal? Yo, man, how's it going? Dragon Ball, how's it going? Kendrick, Rhetoric, how's it going? G-Boy, how's it going? Just seeing you guys. Enjoy the live stream, guys.
In jail come from fatherless homes. Maybe we should get rid of the state involved in personal family matters.
So you're conflating. You know why? The fatherless homes you're talking about are people that never got married in the first place most of the time. They're men
that's true.
They're men that impregnate women and flee the women that they were with. But understand this, that every generation has had troubles. Our duty as men is to overcome obstacles, not whine about them and not complain about them. So yes, there is a problem here, but I would reject the premise. Every man here every young man should say, I'm not gonna be a boy and I'm gonna go do the hard thing and get married and have children. And I would just push back against some of your narrative where you're telling like, well, men, it might not be good, it might not be this. Yes, life has lots of things that could throw at you, but marriage is a holy, holy institution that we should aim for. And the fact that marriage is slipping in the West is one of the great damaging indicators as to why our country is falling apart.
Should we revise it?
Yes, I think we should revise some of the laws. I agree. But the answer is not to not get married or run away from that institution. It's tough. Okay, still, go get married and have kids. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Bing bong, excuse me.
It is funny, yeah.
Get in on the jokes with comedy on Audible.
Hello, my name is Madison. I'm a student at the University of Wyoming currently. Next semester I'll be taking a step away from college specifically, and I'll be getting my license in vet technician work. But go UW. I do have a question for you. I grew up in a conservative household, thank God. I'm I'm very glad to be a conservative in this day. And I have recently kind of had some conflicting feelings, and I think that they kind of, in terms of like view, differ from what your view is. And I guess I'm really wanting to kind of get to a solid middle ground here and find some balance in my opinion. I am kind of rising to the mindset of being an advocate for Hispanics. Specifically, if I can give you an example, so recently, I think within the last year, she lives in a different state, but if I can share this in confidence, I guess, I mean, without great detail, she is an illegal alien, and this was kind of a shock to me being a conservative and her asking me what my viewpoints are and compared to hers, and she's become like one of my best friends, and I love her dearly, and I've seen her grow within the last year, working in this country, providing a lot to this country, and helping America become excellent. She's currently a student in a university, and a lot with the recent election, which I'm proud of who I voted for, but she's not necessarily the same viewpoint. And I guess like my biggest conflict here is, what would you like to see going forward for the Hispanic community, especially young women and men and who are in their 20s, who are illegal, being able to have the same equal opportunity in this country as I do? Because that's my conflict, you know?
Yeah, so thank you. Great question. I'm going to gently correct some stuff. Yeah, it's okay. Not all Hispanics are illegal. In fact, there's a lot of Hispanics that are here legally. So I know you said Hispanics twice. I don't want to loop the idea that every Hispanic is here that broke into the country illegally. Secondly, no, I know, and that not all illegals are Hispanic. There's a lot of other countries that people that break those laws. I don't know enough about the situation here, but here's just the general rule, that if you break our law, there must be a penalty, period. And so if you are here and you came into the country illegally, I don't know the circumstances. If they were carried as a kid, it's a little bit more complicated.
She was, when she was 2.
Yeah. Well, so then her parents are the ones that should go back to wherever she came from with her.
Okay.
Because her parents made that mistake with her. I'm an incredibly non-negotiating hawk when it comes to immigration. Because if you come here without permission, if you come here without warrant, then we don't have an immigration system. We basically just have a bum rush on the southern border. It could be very hard for you because you know this person and you like this person.
Right.
At the same time, we're the only country in the world that says, you know what, I understand that you're not supposed to be here and that you haven't been here for the right reason, and we're just going to allow you to stay here. That's how we've gotten to the place where we have 20 million people illegally in our country. And so, and I just, just to be clear, her parents are the ones that basically cut in line and then used her kind of as a way to get into the country. And I don't love the idea of emotional manipulation. I'm basically a blind justice guy. If you're not here legally, we will humanely return you to your country of origin. And so you might not agree or like that, but we have to be a nation of laws. We're not going to be just a nation of feelings.
Right.
How well do you know your roll-to-roll machine? You want to get your tension just right to avoid stretch.
No, yeah, and I really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your question. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kit. So I am a generally conservative libertarian. However, one thing I've noticed about the conservative movement over the past couple of years is almost an overfixation on the left's obsession with identity politics. And I think what it seems like it's turning into is that we're becoming so obsessed with getting rid of identity politics that it is effectively becoming our identity politics, where it seems like it can be a tool that's used to hide bad policy and ignore good policy that needs to be implemented. And I just wondered, like, do you think that this overfixation on getting rid of identity politics could eventually hurt the conservative movement?
Can I ask you to give an example? Is that okay?
Well, as an example, for your entire introduction here, the majority of it was talking about, you know, getting rid of DEI. And don't get me wrong, DEI isn't a good thing. I'm glad to have it gone.
Well, no, so identity politics, just so we're clear, is your political affiliation is your skin color. Getting rid of things that believe that your political affiliation is your skin color is not identity politics. And it's not our identity. We're simply just fixing an error. Does that make sense?
Yes, but the overfixation on those things, because we do definitely have genuine issues that I hear almost nothing about from either side, actually. Okay. Or there are things that I hear from the left, but they don't actually do anything about because the goal is to not actually
fair
fix
enough.
issues.
We would just say, though, that those 4 examples I gave, CRT, DEI, affirmative action, disparate impact, these are incredibly important. And what I'm doing is celebrating like a glorious achievement. And I only have so much time to talk here. And we should get rid of bad things, and we should celebrate it when we get rid of bad things.
Right, but the focus with getting rid of bad things, I mean, don't you think that the focus of getting rid of bad things is to then talk about what new things we can move on to?
Sure, yeah, I mean, I think President Trump is doing that as well. But, I mean, have you seen an emphasis on the disparate impact stuff? Probably not. I mean, this is a monumental step forward for the country because we're getting rid of this monstrosity. And getting rid of DEI means we're bringing back merit. That means more innovation. That means more entrepreneurs. That means more risk-taking, more invention. And so I think they actually play in together. Thank you. I got to get to the next question. Thank you very much.
Did you know Microsoft offers grants and discounts exclusively for eligible nonprofits? Whether you're looking to improve productivity, make better...
Hi, Charlie. I go to a decently sized trade school here in town called Wyoming.
Good for you. God bless you.
I know there's quite a few of us here, so I just had a quick question. What's your advice for the blue-collar community?
Man, first of all, God bless you. My message to those that work with your hands. Not only do you matter, but we would not have a country without those of you that work in the invisible jobs behind the scenes. 4 things. Build skills, build businesses, build wealth, build character, build a family. 5 things. Do those 5 things. And you in a blue-collar job, you have a very unique blessing. And I find this. You know what your blessing is? You can, what I call layer. Layering is where you do one thing and you can add another productive thing on top of it. So what can I ask you, what is your proficiency? What are you good at?
I'm in collision and refinishing.
Great. So I imagine, thank you by the way, collision and refinishing, you're going to have a job for a long time, just so we're clear. Especially with Wyoming winters, right? So while you're doing that work, I imagine you could listen to a podcast, right? So my advice to blue-collar America is you could become incredibly wise and deep and proficient while you're making an income. A lot of people that are sitting in meetings all day long that work in the laptop class, not the muscular class, they don't have the ability to do that. So what I'm getting at is in the time that you're working with your hands, you're able to also train and learn and dive deep into ideas. That's why I believe the average plumber in this country has more wisdom than the average college professor in this country, because they are consuming such necessary information. And then finally, never let anybody talk down to you or what you're doing just because you did not go to college. Prove them wrong, start a business, build a lot of wealth. Not only is it critically important, but we have a colossal shortage in this country of people that know how to do things, and when you can do things, you are valuable, and therefore you are powerful. So God bless you, man. Thank you so much.
Thank you for all you've done for this generation.
Just a reminder, disagreements, we'll work you through the line. Yeah.
Hi, Charlie. My name is Lenny, and it's very nice to meet you. I'm a conservative through and through, and something I struggle with a lot is some of my family members are Democrats, and I like to debate with them a lot, but they always get me with the tariff conversation. So I was wondering if you could kind of elaborate on the benefits of the tariffs.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's way too soon for anyone to win that debate. Let's just start with China. We do not make our own vitamin C in this country anymore. We don't make the ingredients to be able to make our own antibiotics or our own drones. What President Trump is doing is, number one, the people voted for tariffs to bring jobs back to this country. Number two, he's using this as a negotiating tactic to be able to bring countries to the table so that they will buy more of our goods and services. How does this impact Wyoming? You guys have a lot of LNG in this state, right? You've got a lot of liquefied natural gas. You should be able to sell Wyoming LNG to Japan and to Europe without any tariff, and they should buy Wyoming LNG, not Iranian oil or gas. That's what the tariffs are actually going to allow us to do. They're a negotiation tool to be able to bring people to the table. I think we're going to get phenomenal deals out of this. Look, America has 2 oceans to our sides and a continent of resources. Very, very rare. And we have 2 friendly neighbors. Well, yeah, we have 2 friendly neighbors. And we've allowed ourselves to become dependent on countries that aren't like us. The tariffs are a message and a signal that we want to be a self-sufficient country and that we will not be a vassal state to the Chinese Communist Party. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much. God bless.
Thank you.
Hi, Charlie. My name's Keith Stodovan, and I was wondering, what is a woman?
Well, an adult human female with XX chromosomes. That's what a woman is. Thank you.
Hi, Charlie. My name's Allie Edwards, and I'm a student here at the University of Wyoming, and I'm studying rangeland ecology and watershed management. I guess my question is, I'm concerned about the reduction of staff in public land agencies like BLM and Forest Service. Given how crucial public lands are to Wyoming's economy, why are these cuts happening, and how do you recommend that we manage these lands effectively with fewer resources? Given that in Wyoming especially, we are going to feel this on the fire lines this summer.
Yeah, again, I don't know enough about it. Do you think there's any waste in these departments? That'd be my first question.
Definitely. So I always like to joke, I had a boss who never showed up to work.
So maybe that's who Elon fired.
Yep, he didn't. He fired me.
Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah.
I'm sorry that you got fired.
Well,
but
no, I mean, I'm a seasonal employee, but you know, the hiring freeze, they could not hire interns this summer. But, you know, I had some friends that worked the Forest Service as well who lost their jobs, and they were participating in their jobs every day.
yeah, so again, you isolated one thing of waste. I wish they would have cut that, not you. You seem very sweet. I don't know nearly enough about that, but yeah, look, the intent. Let me go to the broad intent, and I think a lot of that will get worked through. Senator Barrasso and Senator Lemus, I'm sure, are working through all that. Is this: we are a nation careening towards bankruptcy. We are going to be borrowing trillions of dollars that we do not have. We're $35 trillion in debt. You have to make tough cuts when that happens. And I also think when you make a mistake and you cut things that you shouldn't, you should fix that mistake, of which I think is happening in certain areas. But I would prefer an administration that moves fast to cut spending than never moves at all to cut spending, because we have a massive problem with our debt and deficit in this country. So I hope you'll be back on the fire lines this summer.
Thank you.
God bless you. Thank you. Great question.
Hello, Charlie. My name is...
When PCs powered by Intel perform at 55% when unplugged, it's like your whole team does.
I got you. PCs powered by Snapdragon X series. Max performance when...
Also Charlie, so good name. I'm a member, I'm actually an editor at the student newspaper here, the Branding Iron. And I was just wondering, sort of a politically neutral question, I guess. Well, two-parter. First of all, I think I already know the answer to this, but do you think that there's a bias in American media today? And secondly, as a member...
Yes.
I kind of figured. But secondly, as a member of the press, you know, I want to be a journalist. What can I be doing to combat that in your view?
So the first part of bias is story selection bias, which is the stories they don't cover. So my first piece of advice is, it's not even the story composition itself, which is of course bad, but it's, are you covering the stories that might make one side look bad or actually might elevate another side? So story selection bias is big. Finally, It's also the facts that they emphasize or they will not emphasize. So my other piece of advice to you is that when you are writing the story, if you're describing, for example, Charlie Kirk, the liberal media would say, oh, white supremacist Charlie Kirk. That doesn't have journalist intent, right? That's just complete BS, garbage, rubbish. There's nothing behind it. So try to refrain from like very incendiary descriptions or adjectives, and try to and I'm sure they teach this as you're a journalist, right? Be incredibly factual in the way that you can write it. In fact, your job should be, this is your goal, the reader should never know your politics. If the reader does not know how you vote, you're an honest journalist. If the reader is left in mystery about your reporting, you're a good journalist.
Fair enough. That's always been my goal. Thank you.
God bless you, man. Thank you so much. We'll take a couple more. Yes.
My name is Sarah, and I'm an adjunct professor at this university. And one of the things that you say is that university is a waste, and I would like to know, what can professors do to make university not a waste?
Great question. What do you teach or help teach?
I teach agriculture law.
Great. The more applicability in the classroom, the better. So let me say this. In your particular domain, things that can be immediately useful and that can be applied to the domain of which they're in school for is incredibly important. Professors should also focus on building a network of employers that can come in and teach and meet the kids in class, because they actually want people to hire, and then the kids would be thrilled that they get to go meet people that could potentially hire them. And so as a professor, just a piece of advice, in agricultural law, I bet there's like 10 big ag law firms in Wyoming. I'm just guessing, right? That do I bet there's like a big 3, and there's probably 10 that you know of. They should come in and present, once a semester. I'm sure probably this already happens, but then the students are able to communicate with them. They get to know them, and develop relationships with them. So.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. God bless you. Thank you. Got one or two more.
Hello, my name is Dominic Reed. I'm a WyoTech student. I'm currently in the diesel program. I have a question.
Awesome.
I have a question about the mass diagnosis of ADHD, ADD, and them essentially just mass prescribing Ritalin and other amphetamines to children. I was prescribed I got a Ritalin prescription at like 3rd grade, and it turns out that all I needed to do was work with cars and with my hands, and that I actually focus. What is your opinion on
America, we take more medications than any other country on the planet. That's not a good thing. We think we need a pill for every ill. And what's happened with ADHD, and the New York Times did a massive story on this, is that it's actually for the parents' benefit, not for the kids' benefit. You want your thing that you cared about, that you were passionate about, you didn't need to have a bunch of pharmacological agents pumping through your body. It's a problem of values. People want a pill to solve their troubles, and we mass overprescribe ADHD. Imagine all the geniuses, all the brilliance that we are currently medicating in this country because they're too unruly. And you think about it, if you want to neuter the men of a country, you give them a bunch of drugs. Makes them more agreeable, makes them easier to control. So my final point on this is I'm glad you found something that you could pour yourself into. Mass medication and overprescription is a major structural problem in this country.
Another part, do you think that has an effect on the amount of drug addiction in this country, mass prescribing?
Potentially, yeah. I mean, I think that philosophy has led to the mass prescription of drugs in this country. There are 2 types of problems. There are acute problems and there are chronic problems. For acute problems, drugs are great. If you have, you've broke your leg or that you have a back problem, those are temporary. Chronic is a much different. That could be ADHD, it could be lupus, it could be all sorts of issues. When it comes down to those specific issues, I think we need to look at more natural solutions, becoming more in touch with our bodies, going on a walk, not being on the phone, getting in the sun, working with our hands, being around family, going to church, eating well, and not being catastrophically overweight, I think is a lot better than taking 6 pills every single day. God bless you, man. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, this will be the final question.
At AJ Bell, we're all about making investing easy. So easy, you can open an award-winning ISA in under 15 minutes. Even this chap can do it with his teeny tiny arms. AJ Bell, feel good investing.
With 19 hotel brands at IHG Hotels and Resorts, you could guess how you guessed.
Hey, Charlie. My name's Isaac. I'm 20 years old.
That means laughter.
It does, and I do like to laugh a lot.
Good.
So a couple years ago, on the way home from high school, when I was in high school, I was listening to your show, and I heard you advocate for the trades and not going to college. So I wanted to thank you for that input, because I gladly skipped college, and I've been an electrician for 2 years now. I love it. So thank you.
Great for you, man.
My question's a faith-related one, actually. So I'm sure you know that most tradesmen are either alcoholics or divorced or felons or sometimes all three, but it's okay, we love them. What would your advice be to young tradesmen who love Jesus more than anything and want to exemplify him in every word and action, but have a really hard time consistently operating that way in an environment where mentioning Jesus is like committing a war crime?
Man, first of all, God bless you and thank you for, I love the hardworking men of Wyoming. It gives me so much hope. It's just amazing. Number one, you have to make your faith center in everything that you do, in all that you do. In the same advice I gave previously, to the podcast you listen to, while you're doing your work, make it sermons, make it teachings, make it speeches that glorify God in all that you do. If you know that most tradesmen have problems drinking, maybe you're just gonna say, I'm gonna not drink in my life. I don't drink, and it's a great way to live, everybody. Tucker Carlson doesn't drink, Donald Trump doesn't drink. You got a lot of energy when you don't drink. And
I'm 7 months sober, by the way.
Praise God, man, that's amazing, good for you. And let me ask you, do you see a positive benefit from that?
In every aspect of every second of every day.
Praise the Lord. And my advice for people in this audience is that if you're struggling with alcohol, tomorrow can be a new day where it can be your day one. Jesus Christ is with you through every single one of those steps and those struggles. And even if you say, well, I don't have an alcohol problem, that's fine. That's not actually the contention. The contention is it good for you in what you want to do? So here's what I say to young men, and Jordan Peterson's been saying this for a while, which is, what are you aiming at? What is your goal? What is your destination? And so by not drinking, what you've done is you've just taken one of those variables completely off the table. And let me tell you, if you're an alcoholic, you're more likely to get divorced. So you now have decreased the likelihood of getting divorced. I don't know if you're married or if you're looking for...
My whole heart belongs to Jesus right now.
Amazing. So. There's a lot of women here that I think would love to meet you. So, and read the word every single day and come up with clear rules for your life of things that you will not do, things you will not watch, ways that you will not engage. And finally, never be satisfied with the skill set you have. Learn a different language. Learn more about a specific topic that you enjoy. Start another business. And finally, you're in a unique place because when people call an electrician, they're looking for help. You have a chance to minister. So when you walk in to be an electrician, you don't have to be like Billy Graham, and so proclaimeth. You don't have to be that. But you could say, hey, how are you doing? You having a good week? Right. People will talk to you. It's amazing how they'll talk to people they welcome into their home, especially if you have a good way about you and you're organized and you're put together and you don't have alcohol on your breath. They'll talk to you and they'll say, oh, it's just terrible. My kid is this and that. Be like, can I pray for you? And by the way, this is Wyoming, right? This is not San Francisco. So a lot of people will say yes.
Right.
And then you can all of a sudden use your electrician job as a way to witness to other people. And you would be shocked at how God is going to use you to be able to spread the gospel in places where people would never, ever come into gospel before. And it doesn't mean you have to all of a sudden rename your electrical company to, Jesus heals your electrical problems, right? At the same time, you need to be a witness in every way because you're going to find people that are suffering. You're going to see kind of, discord and, disillusionment. And you are now a missionary and you didn't even realize it. You get to go into more homes that I get to. I broadcast to a lot of homes, but you're going to be intimate. And even if you walk into a business, you get to meet in your career. How old are you?
20 years old.
You're 20 years old. So you're going to be an electrician probably for the next 40 years, 50 years. You're probably going to walk into 10,000 to 15,000 homes. Right. That is a mission field, the likes of which that now at 20, you can be like, you know what my aim is? my aim is to bring 250 people to Jesus over the next decade. Or my why is to do that. So now all of a sudden you're using a trade that can then feed your family eventually and make you money to go glorify God on an ultimate purpose. And that's my advice for all of us, is to infuse your daily work for God's glory and to do it in ways that we could never imagine. And so, man, God bless you. And I just want to say that, like, I love people that go in the contrarian way. I'm sure there was a lot of pressure to go to college, but you're going to earn a great living, be an electrician. There's a shortage of electricians in this country, as you well know, all across, because we look down upon these trades in this country and we said we should elevate them. So I'm counting on you to be the missionary electrician from Laramie, Wyoming. God bless you, man. Thank you so much. All right, everybody, final point. Wyoming, I didn't talk about Wyoming politics. You guys need to stay involved in local politics and your state politics. This state should be the most conservative state in the country politically. It is in presidential politics. It needs to start acting that way in who you elect and how you keep the pressure on. I'm thrilled that you guys retired Liz Cheney. Keep that up, everybody. We love that. God bless you, and God bless Wyoming. Thank you guys so much.
Ooh, look at this. Another top-rated product on Amazon. It's a pair of Bose.
You know, Patriot Mobile stands for faith, family, and freedom. But did you know they have cutting-edge tech? America's small businesses rely on TikTok.
If you and your wife have, I'm not sure if you're married, if you and your wife have a disagreement.
So when you say that we want to have a quota, that then you have to say we're not going to prioritize a certain group. Let me tell you what I believe, and maybe you might actually agree with it, because I think you do. What we believe as conservatives is that skin color really doesn't matter that much. We care about character and merit. We want a country built on what you bring to the table, not how you look.
Exactly. And America started out with that based on merit, and theoretically, it was supposed to work. In practice, it did not, which is why you have these different programs of affirmative action, DEI, and the Civil Rights Act, because they were not working. You cannot ignore that these policies were created to counteract racism. A counteract to racism is not racism in itself.
Well, I reject the premise, and I will say this. If you do something racist on top of something racist, that doesn't make the second racist action good. Because if you discriminate against white people to say that we're fighting racism, then that's not a good idea. But instead, I think you can agree that when we build a society like college admissions or job applications, we should say no quotas and just merit. You agree?
I agree.
Then you're against DEI, because DEI says quotas.
Yeah, let me finish. I agree to a certain extent. So when you mention about discriminating against whites, of course, I don't agree with that.
Well, that is DEI, just so we're clear.
Right, and I'm going to say it again.
Cool.
DEI was created to offset racism. We left it up to majority of white America to include people of color or qualifying credentials. They would not. So my argument is that you're saying it's reverse racism. My argument is that it needed to be there to counteract racism. Sounds like we need to find a different solution for both parties.
I have a great solution. Stop talking about race all the time. Yeah. Race doesn't mean anything. Because I look at you not as a black guy, but as a human being made in the image of God, and I want to know what you bring to the table. Are you good at the job? Are you better than your competitor? Because let me just pause for a second. I just want you to hear out what we believe. Is that when you talk about race all the time, you start to resegregate society based on tribes, and you lose this idea of e pluribus unum, all made in the image of God, out of many one. And yes, we have made many mistakes in our past, but we were getting closer as a country in my childhood as being not obsessed with race. We've become more race obsessed over the last 10 years, especially the last 5 years, which is why we're seeing the anti-DEI movement, which actually ends up hurting people of color more than previously. And I guess the biggest question, though, is that why should race matter at all? Shouldn't we just de-emphasize it?
What I wanted to first respond to is the notion of stop talking about race. I don't agree with that notion for the simple fact that talking about things bring awareness. Awareness leads to actions. Actions produce change results. I just want to use your logic and flip it on you. Imagine if you had cancer and your doctor was like, let's just stop talking about it. It wouldn't, in the same context that racism wouldn't go away.
Got it.
Cancer wouldn't go away.
Let's accept that premise.
Not.
Do you think racism is a top 100 problem in America?
I think it is. I haven't considered the other 99 to give a thorough.
Crime, fathers not being around, obesity, suicide, mental health issues,
For sure.
anxiety, cost of college, an open border, Russian-Ukrainian war, nuclear proliferation, artificial intelligence, the rise of China. Like, all that's probably more important than racism. So
I'm not saying it is or isn't.
But
It's
however,
you're kind of changing the subject.
no, I'm not. But I'm to say, use your premise. If I have cancer, that's the most important thing happening to me.
Correct.
Racism is not a cancer on America. Racism is sin, and we'll never get rid of sin because we are broken, fallen creatures from our Creator, and we rebelled.
Right,
So
but you do not solve issues by not discussing them. If you and your wife have, I'm not sure if you're married, if you and your wife have a disagreement with communication, and you tell her, like, hey, let's just stop talking about our problems. So problems do not disappear.
I actually don't think it's an issue nearly as much as you do. I think we've made it a bigger issue.
I'm not making it a bigger issue. I'm just discussing. This is just my talking
I'm
point.
saying generally, but like, let's just say, and then I do want to get your definition though. What is racism?
Racism is a form of feeling superiority. It is expressed through discrimination and through the legal system.
Oh, fair enough. So we agree that's wrong and it's terrible. So we should get rid of practices that actively discriminate against anybody based on race. Can you be racist against white people?
Can I? Or
Yes.
black people?
No, can a black person like yourself be racist against a white person?
Absolutely.
Okay, good. We agree, and you should be applauded for that because some people on the left think you can't be racist against white people.
So
Some,
just,
not all.
Just to speak for black people.
That's quite a statement, but sure.
Well, let me speak for the majority who are of my opinion. So when blacks who, let's say, have disdain for whites, it is not based on racism. It is based in cause and effect. It is normal for anybody to hate a suppressor. It is normal for anybody to hate their rapists. It is normal for anybody to hate their murderers. America went to war with the British Empire for being suppressed and oppressed. So my concluding point is that a lot of the hate that can be perceived from blacks as white is hating oppression, not white people. Because if you substitute our oppression for a Mexican, if a Mexican oppresses us, we therefore hate him as well. If a black man oppresses us, we therefore hate oppression.
I think that's a fair point. Let me ask one final question, if that's okay. If you had to decide which is a bigger problem facing black America, racism or a lack of fathers raising black kids, which is a bigger problem?
Rice Krispies and cornflake squares.
Are we supposed to be somewhere? Truffle?
Oh, nah.
Are you all right, dear?
Oh, so chewy. New Rice Krispies and cornflake squares. Get stuck in.
Give your nonprofit the productivity apps they know and love. Eligible nonprofits.
I would say, what impact? Repeat the question.
If you had to decide in a binary choice, which is a bigger problem facing black America, racism or a lack of fathers raising black youth?
I think it's a combination of both, but for sure we'll say black because blackness affects blacks more than you ever affect me in my life.
I'm sorry, so you said you would say racism or the black fathers?
Fathers.
I agree. So now we have agreement. Do you agree that the last 5 years we've talked more about racism and way less about dads staying around with the women they impregnate? Would you agree that's probably a problem?
I agree that's a problem amongst all races. When you say we, who is we?
Well, as a society, but it's especially a problem in black America. If you had to guess, I know this is like Trivial Pursuit, but approximate, what percentage of black youth have a stable father around?
I wouldn't know those numbers, sir.
It's about 30%. So that means that 2 out of 3 black kids do not have a dad around.
I would have to fact check that for myself.
That's fine. You can look it up. You guys can look it up on Grok or ChatGPT or Perplexity or the AI of your choice, right? And so here's our perspective as conservatives, because this is a colorblind truth. See, as conservatives, we apply things that are true to all human beings regardless of their skin color. That if you don't have a dad around, you're more likely to commit crimes, go to jail, more likely to basically be on the outer fringe of society. When 2 out of 3 black youth don't have dads around, that's a big, big problem. And it creates a cycle of violence and poverty. That's not racism, that's culture. And the cultural problems happening in black America, the white people are not doing that to black
Do we
America.
not look at the sources of poverty? When I spoke about redlining, that was literally whites forcing blacks into ghettos because they would not give us houses.
No one's going to defend that.
We cannot ignore that.
No one's going to defend that. But
we cannot ignore who created poverty, who created the ghettos.
Let me ask a simple
it's
question.
Disingenuous.
Well, hold on. Just because you're poor doesn't mean you have to leave the woman you impregnate.
Correct.
That does not transcend every racial group. I want an answer, though. because I'm curious, why is it that so many black men leave the women that they impregnate, more so than any other group? Why is that? Is that the white person's fault?
No.
So maybe the biggest problem facing black America is self-actualized,
Right. I'm not arguing,
external.
I'm not arguing what's the biggest and smallest problems. I was just asking you
No,
about
no, no, but
white privilege,
No,
because
but
it exists.
for sure. But what I'm arguing is that as a society, we had entire years of corporate apologizing, television advertisements talking about racism in America, and zero attention saying, hey, dudes of all colors, don't impregnate women and abandon them because you're cowards. Why hasn't anybody ever said that? Because that actually would fix the country.
What makes you think that hasn't been said amongst the black community?
Can you?
I'm a black father. It's been.
Well, thank you. Amazing. Can you point to a single black artist, rapper, or athlete that has said that in the last decade?
About specifically saying black fathers should be involved in their children's life?
No, saying don't abandon the women you impregnate.
Oh, they haven't said it in those words, but they do promote black family ties, which is essentially the same thing.
I'm not trying to nitpick, but do you think most rappers promote staying with their family or not staying with the women that they impregnate?
The rappers that I listen to, the J. Cole's, the Kendrick Lamars, they preach family values.
Okay, I'm not an expert in American rap, but if American rap is promoting family values, then I guess I'll stand.
Not in its full totality. You have different genres of rap. You know, you have gangster rap, conscious rap, hip hop, so forth and so on. But for the artists that I listen to, they absolutely promote those type of values that you promote.
I'm glad to hear that. I
actually agree with many of your conservative takes.
Thank you.
I disagree with some as well. That's just because I think for myself.
We agree on a lot. We disagree on some. I can say this, that we both want a country based on merit, and I think we should keep that as our ultimate goal and purpose. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah.
Oh, I forgot my phone.
Yes.
I need to get to that classy so I can jump in front of him. Yes. Hey, nice to meet you, Charlie. I'll tell you what, wearing a blazer was a wrong decision today. Man, I am hot.
We are in the swamp, right?
Yeah, right. I'm actually an instructor in history. I teach at the college level, and I have a lot of my coverage. My main area is World War I and World War II. And I really hate it when I'm teaching those classes and then we have a political discussion and students immediately go to the fascistic, kind of like Hitler comparison. But that's my question that I have for you. At what point do you see the development of what's happening currently right now to Trump's rise to power, his progression to getting his second term, compared to Weimar Germany during the in-war period? Because there's a lot of correlations there, and this isn't propaganda. I can give you list after list after list from an objective point of view, because I'm sure you consider yourself to be an historian. Like I've seen you in videos before doing very well interacting with the literature, and if that's the case in history, if you're asking a question, testing a theory, or filling in a gap.
Your ideas backed by AI-powered productivity. Introducing the Lenovo AI PC.
Asking that question shouldn't be as controversial as it should be, especially if you're looking from objective means.
Okay, fair question. Do you also, and I will answer the question, but do you also correlate President Trump's rise to second power to Winston Churchill's?
No, I wouldn't.
But they have way more in common than the Weimar Germany one. And you're a historian professor, you know that, right?
Oh.
Well, think about it. Donald Trump was put in exile, so was Churchill after the Darnells. You know about the Darnells because you're a professor, right?
Mm-hmm.
You do?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Can you tell me about the Darnells?
I would rather focus primarily on.
If you're a World War I professor and you don't know about the Darnells? Okay. Anyway, no, but this is important because everyone says, this is what you're paying for, everybody. Because it's interesting. They say, well, the similarities between Weimar Germany and Trump, okay, but Churchill and Trump had a lot of similarities in their rise to power. So did Thatcher and Trump. The point being is there's a lot of European examples you can point to. However, I will concretely answer the question. Okay. They have huge things that they disagree on and that there were big differences. Was Hitler pro-free speech or anti-free speech?
He wasn't necessarily pro-free speech, especially when he got towards the end of the Weimar Republic.
Yeah, I mean, he would imprison journalists and put his political opponents in jail. And so I guess the question is, has Donald Trump been pro-free speech or anti-free speech?
If I can give you some comparisons that I would necessarily see. I mean, if you look at, you have a populist movement, right? You have someone who is has a cult of personality, a very effective rhetoric. if you look at the assassination attempts that were on Hitler and on Trump, if you look at even the iconography that you have within the MAGA hats, you have a white lettering on a red background. If you even go even further.
Oh, I got another one you forgot. Did you know that Hitler had a dog?
Okay. No. So the very nature of history is seeing a level of comparison of analysis. Once again, I'm not.
Oh my goodness! Hitler was also a vegetarian, so vegetarians are also likely to kill their whole population.
If I could give you another example, and because after my question, I would like to ask
this is such a sloppy analysis, and you know it.
No, because I'm trying to step piece at a time to ask you, because the question isn't a definitive. You're trying to build an argument, which is the very nature of it. And to sit down and observe and ask these questions, because it tends to get to the right that there's this accusation that certain comparisons aren't allowed on the left. And so I'm asking you, like, in a high level of integrity, do you see these comparisons? Not to call Trump Hitler. That's not what I'm trying to do. What I'm trying to ask is, if you're sitting down paying attention, at what point would you say maybe you're starting to exceed the level of someone who's trying to act as a liberator to getting to the point of the despot?
Well, first of all, I think the entire premise is wrong. You cannot draw a linear connection with every figure of history to the moment of time. First of all, that's just an incredibly sloppy way of looking at things, because then everything becomes Nazi Germany and everything is Hitlerian. For example, people are like, oh, Joe Biden is acting like Hitler, which, by the way, he acted far more as an autocrat than Donald Trump ever would, locking his political opponents in jail. 1 second. Instead, you have to look at every moment in time, its own context, and its own perspective. And I would say, there's a lot more depth and richness of history than just what happened during the horrors of World War II. As I mentioned, Churchill's rise to power, Thatcher's rise to power, the Elizabethan period. I think that Donald Trump is much more like Justinian's reign or Marcus Aurelius than anything that you could connect to Donald Trump, connect to Adolf Hitler. But at what point, that's a hypothetical, and I refuse to answer hypotheticals, but I would have to throw it back at you.
It's not a hypothetical, it's a factual comparison.
No, you asked a hypothetical. You asked me, hypothetically, at what point would I draw a line? That is a hypothetical by definition, Professor.
Well, a progression towards a conclusion of the evidence that's presented.
But I reject answering hypotheticals.
I'm trying to bring up the factual information in order to get to a conclusion.
Instead, allow me to have you answer a very specific question.
Okay.
Would you agree that there are creeping similarities between the Democrat Party's seizure against free speech, their criminalization of political opponents, to communist totalitarian dictatorships of the 20th century? Two people can play this game.
I would make a comparison to the Biden's presidency as the old regime that fell apart before he had the rise of the populist figure that was there. I would shift this slightly to get away from the comparison to Hitler. Could you compare America currently right now to the interwar period Weimar Republic, where you had hyperinflation, devaluation of the fiat money, you had people who were suffering when it came to the purchasing power of their labor. It got to the point that even Germany, Berlin, was the center of decadence and degeneration. Those conversations are being had right now. So I would even make the argument, if you want to get away from the trigger word of Hitler, that the economic, social, and cultural environment the Weimar Republic had is very akin to what's happening right now.
I think it's more similar to 1980 America. We had a terrible, inept president by the name of Jimmy Carter or Joe Biden that sleptwalk America into weakness and wokeness, and a figure like Ronald Reagan or Donald Trump revitalized our country. I don't have to look to the Weimar Republic. We have 1980 to point to. That's a way better example than. And by the way, there's like 15 things wrong with your argument. Number one, Adolf Hitler.
It's not an argument; it's a question.
Change yourself for the better.
Come on, you're fleecing me here.
It's busy everywhere, mate.
I am going to walk.
No, Chip, not even tonight. It's Christmas Eve. What do they call you then? Screw.
It sounds like an argument, but fine.
You're constructing it.
The embedded argument within your question is what's wrong with your contention.
The question was: is there comparable nature to now in Weimar Germany? I'll make one more thing that would change.
Sparingly and
I would remove
from
the 1980s. If I could shift it from the 1980s, why it's not the same.
Can I
because
just
the similarities?
Can I answer the differences? Because the similarities are one thing.
I want to give you one more difference. One more similarity between interwar period and now. When it came to Hitler's rise in power, you had the first constitutional republic in Weimar Germany, in which he later superseded with certain racial laws, certain citizen laws. There was a creation of an identifiable other in order to consolidate and coagulate the populist movement. Okay? Is that not happening right now with the same narrative that's happening with illegal immigrants?
Well, no, because it's not based on any race. It's whether or not you came into the country correctly and legally.
No, there were
and
citizenship
ethically.
laws. There were the Reich citizenship laws in which they defined what a citizen was and what was not allowed to be part of the German population, which was constitutionally committed.
Got it. So just to be clear, when Bill Clinton deported a bunch of people, he was also kind of acting similar to the interwar period?
We're going towards the national narrative right now. Right now, there's no question that
let me go at length a little bit. This is such a sloppy argument for many reasons.
I'm not making an argument. I'm making a comparison.
It's such a sloppy comparison for many reasons.
How is it a sloppy comparison?
Because there's so many differences. Can I name some of the differences?
History doesn't repeat, it rhymes. There's going to be similarities to it, not the exact same.
Well,
my question to you was
differences
simply,
are
do you
distinct.
not recognize the similarities?
I reject so many of your core premises, largely because if you have any political leader in the West, you could start to try to connect dots of what happened in the 1930s and 40s and then say, well, this is very similar to the interwar period, and this guy's a
That's
populist.
history. That's the study of history. That's how you get a monograph published. Because what happens is I'm
hold
asking
on.
you for a comparison.
Allow me to. Can I
no,
keep on
because
going?
you're going on a divagation. I'm asking about currently, right now, America and compared to Weimar Republic, and then you bring in other decades that I haven't even asked about.
Because to answer your question, I think the similarities are so weak and pale, such as saying, well, Hitler was a
pale?
Yes, because saying like Hitler was a vegetarian, Hitler had a dog. But I would say the similarities between Trump's rise to power is much more like Churchill, Thatcher, and Reagan.
Is there a similar populist movement? Yes or no?
No different than William Jennings Bryan or Teddy Roosevelt. I say Trump is more like Teddy Roosevelt than anything that happened in the interwar period.
You can make
or Trump
those
was more like
arguments.
Alexander Hamilton. That is my argument, yes.
Is there an economic decline happening right now in America? Is there a promise for economic prosperity? Is there this promise that every despot makes that they need power in order to help humanity, but then they end up using it? I mean, there's been, who was it, Anthony Ogle, one of the congressmen that threw the idea of changing the Constitution to have a third term? Doesn't that concern you for a second?
Allow me to, but just, what kind of despot is Donald Trump?
Not yet.
Hold
the
on.
question is the reason why you observe
I got 5
point.
words in. You shouldn't do this to your kids in class, by the way. You should let them get their arguments out. No,
ask questions.
Interrupt them. Interrupt them if they're paying you to be here, okay? But allow me to finish my argument, if I can, which is, without interruption, which is this, which is that if President Trump was really a despot, you want to interrupt me so bad.
I'm holding back for you. I'm trying to be considerate.
Or was going to be a despot, what kind of a despot allows his opponents to criticize him, allows open and robust free speech, and allows the continuation of the true fulfillment of liberal democracy? What kind of a despot does that?
It gets to the core of my first question. At what point does it go from liberator to despotism? That's my question. And the whole point of making the comparison is to provide that critical lens of interpretation of at what point would you go from celebrating Trump to being concerned that it's going too far. Can I give you a scenario which kind of solidifies this for me? Let's say all of a sudden you have a knock on your door at 2 in the morning. There's a family there, a mother, father, and 2 kids. They're illegal immigrants, and they're asking you to hide them because ICE is coming to get them. What's your response to that?
I hand them over to ICE.
Okay, you would hand them over to ICE. Okay. Right. How is that not different than the exact same narrative that was constructed during Hitler's reign of removing Jews from Germany?
Shame on you for comparing deportation efforts to Auschwitz and the extermination efforts.
It started with deportation.
That is such a ridiculous... Not everything is the Holocaust. Not everything is Auschwitz. Let me tell you the core difference.
You're the one who brought in the Holocaust. I did not.
Number one?
I did not bring in that extreme. You're the one who's talking the extremes. I'm trying to...
You did bring up the extreme.
No.
You said, how is it different? Who brought it up, me or him?
No. I was mentioning deportations. The Jews were deported first.
Allow me to tell you how it is different.
Get stuck in.
Pocho,
¿qué hace acá?
¿Cómo anda?
¿Recibiste vos también el mensaje?
Sí, decía de Qatar a las 12.
Sí,
La verdad que no sé.
Acá tenemos un mensaje.
A ver.
Javier, Ezekiel, the city of dollar awaits your arrival. But this is no ordinary visit. You will compete in a series of challenges across the Qatari capital. The people are watching, and the stakes are high. Good luck.
Amigo, acá tenemos el próximo desafío. ¿El mejor de 3?
No. Uno. Ah, amiga.
¿Estamos listos?
They broke the law to come here, and we are enforcing the law.
The Jews broke the citizen laws before they were deported as well.
Hold on.
They were constitutionally committed there.
These laws have been on the books for well over 150 years, that you cannot illegally enter the United States.
The Constitution can be amended and shifted.
In Weimar Germany, they created new, ridiculous, arbitrary, evil laws to go after another.
They were still the laws of the time.
These are old laws that are reapplied to our times. I wanted to ask one final question, because I know you have to get to class.
Yeah, I do.
And you are a professor, right? What is a woman?
In all honesty and response, I mean, anyone who's biologically a woman that has the genitalia of a woman can be a mother, okay?
Good.
So,
I'm glad to hear that.
I enjoyed this conversation. I very much appreciate it. But it's a little bit of a disappointment, and I'll tell you why. Because I'm not an ideologue. I would really like to step back and observe what is happening now, to read the times. And as a historian, my training is to look back at some period. It may be tunnel vision because my areas of expertise happens to be the interwar period, but I can't help but find similarities. And when I come ask you, what do you think about the similarities? Immediately you push me to the extreme. You're wanting to promote dialogue here, but when it comes to like asking an honest question, asking to almost like provide a critical exposition of it, it's kind of like now it gets to the point that the conversation is
No, I mean, look, I'll be honest. Like, I asked you a very simple question about interwar period. You don't know what the Darnells is with Churchill, and so I don't take what you say that seriously.
My expertise has to do with the policy of appeasement.
Secondly, I reject the entire premise of just looking at everything through the interwar period, because what have they called Donald Trump since day one? They've called him Hitler, and they've called every one of us that wear these hats and these red hats Nazis. And it is so ridiculous, and it's so repulsive, and it's so insulting. Instead, as a historian, you should not just try to find similarities. You have an obligation to find differences. Say, how is Trump different than the interwar period? How is Trump different than Adolf Hitler? Can you tell me 3 ways he's different?
I can give you 100 ways in which he's different.
Okay, but then you came up here with just the similarities.
Would you like me to have come up here and talked about all the similarities? Or I mean, is this conversation supposed to be prove me wrong? And
again, yes, they were both men with XY chromosomes, and like I mean, you could go through all the different similarities.
Right, and that's making a trite argument.
This is really important. Is that our current we are prisoners of the talking points of that everything bad is Hitler and everything bad is Nazi Germany.
that way. I just despise.
But you're actively playing into it. Instead, as a historian, what you should be saying
you're not even allowing me to ask the
question. Allow me to finish. Instead, as a historian, what you should be saying is, I know this period than anybody else better, And I think it's ridiculous when people even get close to asking these questions.
Sure.
You are failing as a historian
Let me tell
not
you
to lead
there's
people
a big
towards
difference
that.
there. There's a big difference.
You are failing as a professor not to do that.
Because if a student
Because
walks into
let
my
me
class,
tell you why. I'm going to finish. Because all of a sudden it justifies violence and death threats against us because the left is propagandized by professors like you being told that we are Nazis all the time and they come after us.
I haven't called anyone here a Nazi whatsoever.
Everything you have said is the embedded through line.
If my student walks into my class and starts pointing everything at fascist, I provide that correction. You did point out this is my area of expertise, and you won't even allow me to ask the question and make the comparison.
No, we allowed you to do it, and then you said, here's all the similarities, and it's a great grave of concern.
I have not given one criticism to your character or to your intelligence. I've been up here and you've done it multiple times to me.
I'm not taking money from kids to go them study history at the University of Florida. I don't have a PhD, and you do. Okay? So the incumbent intellectual advantage is on you. You have a PhD. I do not. You have a moral obligation when kids go into debt into your class and when you have a public platform to lead them towards saying, actually,
we may be down, but we are not out. We trained all year for this. Now go out there and give me...
No, the people in media are misrepresenting this, and this isn't actually the rise of Nazi Germany. Instead, you're like, well, we should consider this, and the similarities are kind of eerily and chilling, which is complete nonsense.
This is my area of study. But I do have one thing, and I'll go ahead, and I do appreciate your time, I do. I remember during the election night in November, I sat back and I was going through YouTube channels who was doing the coverage, and I actually enjoyed your coverage. And there was a point in which Trump won Pennsylvania that you got emotional, and you actually shed a tear or two. I wonder at one point, and that emotional response goes from felicity and joy of shedding a tear of this liberator to actually sorrow of seeing that this is going to get to the point where it could lead to oppression. And that's where my question was.
Do you know why I cried on election night?
Because you thought it was a restoration of the Judeo-Christian values that are inherent to the country, the Constitution.
Let me tell you why, because I think you might appreciate this as a historian. Joe Biden sent the entire federal government after Turning Point USA and me personally. They wanted me in federal prison.
Right.
And by the way, that's what despots do, not Donald Trump. Let me finish. And so when Donald Trump won, it was a sigh of relief that maybe I won't have to go to federal prison.
Sure.
Maybe I can actually be around my kids. And maybe we can live in a free society.
Criticizing Trump does not mean I support Biden.
I never said you did. Right. But you also should, and I want you to do this, I want you in your next class also say, well, here's all the similarities between Joe Biden and Adolf Hitler. And there's a lot. But I don't do that because I think it's intellectually sloppy, historically very dangerous, because not everything can be compared to the most evil person ever to live. In fact, maybe we should, as a society, reserve that and say, we're only going to use the Hitler reference very rarely, very sparingly. Putin is Hitler. Trump is Hitler. MAGA is Hitler. Instead, let's take a step back and say, no, this was a unique evil, a horror. And comparing everything to that period, not what you're doing, but you're getting close to it, cheapens the evil of that period.
Or focus on the comparison, gets rid of the ideological rhetoric.
Or talk about the differences, not just the comparison, because the differences will de-radicalize the country.
If you and I were sitting down having a beer, we would have talked about the differences and the similarities.
I'd be having a club soda.
With this environment here, I focuses on the differences. So I appreciate
Thank you very much. Have a good class. Thank you. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Hello. Make sure you tilt the mic up.
Thank you. My name's Nathan, and I'm a journalism student here at the University of Florida. And I think you mentioned free speech in the last conversation about 6 or 7 times. What do you think is the precedent that it sets when a sitting president bans a news organization from the press pool because they won't use the government-approved terminology that's on your shirt?
It's perfectly acceptable. The same way that Joe Biden banned a lot of conservative media from the reporting room. I mean,
Joe Biden didn't ban any conservative
Breitbart, One America's News Network, Real America's Voice. There were a lot of press passes that were denied under the prior administration under Joe Biden.
Joe Biden did not have control over the White House press pool. That's an independent organization that has functioned for the last 50 years.
Well, if that's correct, why did the judge side with Trump?
Excuse me?
So AP sued Trump.
Yeah.
And lost because Trump actually does have jurisdiction over the White House press pool.
Trump does not have jurisdiction over the White House press pool. The judge ruled that it wasn't an immediate emergency.
Okay, but let me ask you, I think it's an interesting question.
I believe the judge did say that it was very concerning.
If Trump does not have power over who's allowed on White House grounds, who does?
Very concerning when the government gets to choose who covers them.
No, I think that's an interesting question. So, constitutionally, what you're saying is that an independent organization should be allowed to say who could set foot on government turf.
Yes.
How is that constitutional?
Well, I mean, it's not part of the press has never been part of the Constitution.
Well, no, it's actually in the First Amendment, but like
no, the First Amendment says that Congress shall pass no law abridging the freedom of the press.
No, I know, correct, but Article 2 of the Constitution, it says all power shall be vested in a president. So doesn't the president have the ability, the power, if he so chooses, of who comes on Article 2 ground and who does not?
So the president should not have control over who covers him. I mean, would you support...
Oh, they can still cover him outside of White House grounds.
Would you support Joe Biden banning Fox News from the White House press pool?
Would I support it? No, I'd be outraged about it, obviously.
So do you understand the outrage when the AP is banned?
But he has the power to do it. Outrage and power are two different things. So
Absolutely.
You're making a constitutional argument and then a moral argument. I can get to the moral one. Does Trump have the power to do it?
Yes.
Okay, we agree. So he's not doing anything illegal.
I would not say he's doing anything illegal.
Okay, we agree. Now, is he doing anything wrong? Well, the Associated Press is deciding not to call what was once called the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America. That is not living in factual or journalistic reality. That's them saying that we're going to name whatever we want to name whenever we want. Why should they continue to get a White House press pass when they do that?
So they're an international organization and they have international standards. The Associated Press doesn't just do news for the U.S. and nobody else calls the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America. And I think the more pressing issue is you have somebody choosing the terminology that a news organization can use.
Remember her princess era? Well, with Vinted's new categories, you can now sell all sorts of pre-loved items. From fashion to home, books and more. Sell with no fees and feel new again. Don't use it, sell it.
Well, okay, I can kind of see where you're coming at, but I would say more pressingly, though,
I think that's the most pressing.
The president does have the authority to rename gulfs, rivers, mountains legally.
Yeah, he could name Mount Rushmore Mount Trump.
Yeah, he could. Yeah. Well, just wait, it might happen. So, but I guess more concretely, how is it an attack on the press to say that you're not allowed on White House grounds if you don't comply with our standards? It's just a matter of standards.
Because it fosters a culture of retaliation if you don't use the government-approved terminology.
Okay, so?
So?
Yeah, like for example, if they call him President John, not President Trump, how should that be treated?
They should be allowed to call him whatever they want. That's the press.
Yes, and then the president should be able to act on whatever he wants in response to that.
The guard on the press is not the president. The guard on the press is the people.
Hold on a second.
We live in a free market, no?
The president, the same way Congress allows what press to come on Capitol Hill and whatever, the president can choose, I don't want you in the White House press pool anymore. They could still write blogs and articles that nobody reads down the street. But to invite them onto White House grounds is a privilege, not a right. To come onto White House grounds is something that can be taken away from you by bad behavior, reckless behavior, by doing things that are inaccurate or unfactual.
Specifically not using government-approved terminology.
I mean, but what terminology are they using? One that is not correct. I mean, we're talking past each other in some ways, but I am curious, though. How is it, would you say that we have a freer press under Trump or a freer press under Joe Biden?
I honestly couldn't answer that question.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
All right.
Thank you. Disagreements, welcome. We're only gotten the 3 questions so far. Yes, ma'am.
Hi. Around the U.S., currently, a lot of states have been raising bills to legalize recreational marijuana use for adults over the age of 21. So in Florida, we had Amendment 3, but it did not pass this election cycle. I was just wondering what your opinion would be on that.
I lose the audience every time on this, but I don't care. I'm very much against the use of marijuana, both personally and legally, and I'm happy to debate it if you guys want. So the best argument, and I'm booing and people are cooing, it's fine, I'll try to prove you wrong. The best argument is why should the government be involved in it? That's the best argument. However, if you for a second think that it is admirable and good to put a psychoactive chemical, marijuana, in your body and think that it's great for you, I think you got another thing coming. Whether it be psychosis, increase in hospitalization, increase in depression, increase in anxiety, and the stories after stories that show the impact of marijuana on people's own mental health is extraordinary. You might say, well, it's helped me and all that. Maybe. Well, I mean, that's to be debated. But let's Let's challenge the legalization advocates. Advocates for the legalization of marijuana have made promises throughout the years. Legalize weed and you'll get these things. They say less kids will use it because it will be legalized. They say the cartels will be weakened if it gets legalized. And number 3, that we will be able to go after harder drugs and that generally drug use will go down. And then finally, crime will go down. In every state where it's legalized, we have seen more kids use marijuana, not less kids use marijuana. The cartels are richer and stronger and more profitable than ever before. Drug use across the country has gone up, and it has not resulted in safer marijuana being consumed. The black market is actually stronger than ever. So almost every single lie, and crime is also going up. And by the way, I think I smell weed right now. It's disgusting. And almost every single lie they've told us has been proven incorrect. And I will ask a more broad question, which is, and people say, well, what about alcohol? Okay, well, first of all, I don't drink, so I'm not like the biggest defender of alcohol. And before you guys talk about how great alcohol is, how many of you have a father, an uncle that has done something violent or regrettable after they drank alcohol? It is the #1 driver of domestic abuse. It's the #1 killer of our kids with DUIs. Alcohol is, I'm not saying it should be illegal, but maybe we should stop glamorizing drinking all the time and talk about how bad it is for humanity and bad for our bodies. So here's my general position. We should be talking about less substances, not more substances. That if you think you need a substance to get through the day, I think you're incorrect. And we already have, and this is my final point, the most drug addicted, suicidal, alcohol addicted, anxious generation in the history of the country. And we're saying here, go take more substances to solve that. Maybe we should go back to a country where our kids were not necessarily inundated with drug paraphernalia all the time. And yes, of course, it was around the 60s, 70s, or 80s. It's much more potent, much stronger than it is today. I think it's made us a sicker, less happy, more depressed country.
So would you be for repealing the 21st Amendment?
Which is the alcohol?
Yes.
Not necessarily. No one would agree with me because I'm not a dictator. But I would say that there's a good argument that alcohol has done incredible damage to this country. Again, I'm a personal liberty guy generally. But before we say, oh, you're against prohibition, why did we pass prohibition in the first place? We passed prohibition in the first place because there were millions of praying wives that wanted to get their husbands off of the cycle of addiction. And everyone in this audience knows someone that alcohol has destroyed their life. Everyone. And we kind of don't talk about it and we don't look at it, but it's one of America's greatest problems right now is alcohol addiction. It makes us more violent. It makes us worse spouses. It makes us worse parents. It might make college more fun, but long term, it has incredible health outcomes. So no, I wouldn't repeal it. The people wouldn't want it. But it's also two different things. One is making something illegal that is currently legal, where marijuana is making something legal that is currently illegal. So they're two separate topics. And I, for one, do not want to see more kids get into a cycle of unnecessary substance addiction when we're already so addicted as a country.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Your ideas backed by AI-powered productivity. Introducing the Lenovo AI PC. That's AI-powered creativity in your hands. That's smarter AI for you.
Yeah. You want a hat? Oh, you got a hat. Thank you, ma'am.
Sorry, I'm a little short. All right. First of all, great to meet you. Thank you so much for being here, supporting us. So you're extremely outspoken about your belief that collegiate education is a scam. As a recent UF grad and current grad student at the College of Ed, I 100% agree with it in theory, but I find it's a difficult belief to stick to in practice. So many of the, quote, entry-level jobs that I've been looking to pursue require not only a bachelor's or master's degree, but also several years of experience just to get a foot in the door. So my question is, realistically, how long do you think it would take to actually shift this job market away from these degree requirements? And what would that transition realistically look like? How can we get involved?
Phenomenal question. What do you want to do with your life, and what are you studying?
Yeah, so I'm studying education sciences, currently going through a degree in curriculum and instruction master's program. I hope to be an instructional designer, so module-based learning, that kind of stuff.
So a couple things. Number one, which is that half of you in this audience that are going to college, if you get a job, will get a job that does not require a college degree.
Okay.
So just shows to show that half of you are kind of here just for, I don't know, an okay football team. Sorry, Anthony. And
Go Gators.
Hey, I've been cheering for you guys for years, but post Urban Meyer, you guys can't get out of your own way. So
we're a basketball school right now.
I will say, I always cheer University of Florida against Florida State. Always. So I always do. So I won the audience on that one. So there you go. Yeah, exactly.
Thank you.
But so there's so much changing in education right now. Here's where I think the reckoning is going to come.
Yeah.
With the proliferation of artificial intelligence, it's becoming far less necessary to just sit through college and get a diploma and get a degree. In practice, you're right, because they still need the certification. They still need the kind of stamp of approval.
Right.
But it's correct. A lot of kids are being scammed and unnecessarily told they have to go to college.
Yeah, that's what I'm running into right now, though. So as I go to pursue all these opportunities, not only the bachelor's, the master's degree, just 5 years of experience for an entry-level job, I was just wondering, like you were saying, how long do you think it would take? Like, would my kids be able to live in a world where...
I think so. I think that within 10 years, college rates are going to go down dramatically. I think a lot of these places are going to become museums of their former selves. Yeah. And I think that we're going to get to a place where it's highly specialized, highly compartmentalized, which will be great. Less debt, less time unnecessary. And here's the thing. I think that there's so much untapped entrepreneurial potential amongst all of you. I think all of you guys have the ability to start businesses and take risks, and going to college makes it a lot harder to do that.
Yeah, so if we all dropped out today, maybe there wouldn't be a change.
I'm not saying to do that, but
right.
I'm saying, though, that you're not getting the best value proposition for being in college.
All right, well, I appreciate it.
Thank you. You want a hat? Yeah. Thank you. Yes. And any disagreements, you guys can come up. Yeah.
Thanks. Hi, Charlie. My name is Joe. So there's been a lot of talk with the Doge funding situation with USAID. And almost all the discourse has been surrounding just sort of these like top line, very surface level line items, like, transgender music festivals in Guatemala, things like that, right? And I think that this discourse, while there's definitely some degree of waste, fraud, and abuse, misses the real purpose of USAID, which is to expand and exert U.S. soft power influence to secure American interests. And so when we focus on just the title, we're not really having any greater depth of understanding of the nature of this operation. And maybe it's deranged, but I worry we throw the baby out with the bathwater by shutting the whole thing down. And, there's definitely flaws, but it helped secure American interests. What do you think?
It's a smart question. I agree with a lot of it. I don't need to go through all the waste because you acknowledge it's silly stuff. I want to first say this, that USAID was started by an executive order by JFK. But what you're talking about, exerting soft power, will continue, just now under the State Department. So, of course, there are some... It makes sense, for example, if there is a country that we want to try and move closer towards American interests. Let's use a country like Vietnam. Vietnam is constantly under threat by the Chinese Communist Party. The CCP is doing everything they can. Instead of sending money to Vietnam, again, this one is for going to environmental and social justice in Africa, $520 million. I mean, it's insane. I printed these out for a reason. That we'll be able to use it with more precision and more fiduciary responsibility to taxpayers. No disagreement. I think it could be, and here's the actual argument. Can't that be much better done through the State Department than its own outside agency?
Rice Krispies and cornflake squares.
Are we supposed to be somewhere?
Because it really is a State Department task, which is diplomacy.
Well, I think that kind of neglects to consider how dirty a circumstance the sausage gets made. Like, Milton Friedman talks about, like, here's a pencil, right? You know what it took for it to get here, right? We're talking about, like, infiltration of labor movements, overthrowing governments, like, some of this stuff.
I don't support that.
Well, okay. But this is a big part, in large part, of what has secured material prosperity. So then that becomes a question of what principles should guide the practices we employ. Because State Department not directly overseeing it is what has allowed USAID to avoid executive approval and executive culpability in the really unsavory stuff that they do, which is purported to serve American interests.
That's why we want to roll it back in, because that dark stuff has actually done a lot of damage to our interests. For example, what we did in Libya, USAID was heavily involved. What we did in Syria, what was being done in Ukraine, heavily involved, and I'm very much against it. I think actually eliminating a black box budget for international neoconservative adventures is a good thing, but maybe you can tell me what regime change or infiltration of labor movements has helped American interests the last couple decades.
It's a good question, and it reminds me of this war game that they ran where the idea was to pause a Chinese port being built in a sub-Saharan African country. And part of that operation involved giving the workers who were on the construction site money for no-show jobs to stop working on the construction of the port to buy the diplomat time and leverage to prevent its construction for the CCP. So this is stuff that's like necessarily below the table because it's subversive, and there was also a racial animus element of dividing them from the Chinese businessmen. But
sure.
My point is this stuff is gross, but it also is a part of grand strategy that's existed for centuries.
It's a smart point. I don't want to take too much time on it. Number one, then why the heck does the CIA have a budget? Because they also have hundreds of billions of dollars that we don't track. So that's more of an intel agency thing. Number two, what you would say is the dark stuff, it operates much more like a racket. I mean, it doesn't necessarily advance American interests, and that's the whole point. Let's do a clearinghouse. Let's see if it's actually put the ball forward, and the State Department is the best place to actually double, triple, and check that. And when you go, I mean, I don't want to go through this, it's so insane, but I mean, $42 million for behavior change in Uganda. I mean, it's like, it's just for a John Hopkins to research social and behavior change in Uganda. I mean, no one should have to pay taxes towards stuff like that. So,
sure. Okay.
Last point.
So then what it really comes down to is what should the principles be which dictate U.S.
America
foreign policy?
first. What benefits the homeland? What benefits our people? Not just incursions abroad. That's the principle.
Which of us, though? Because a lot of this, it's tied up with the Chamber of Commerce, American business interests, and these are sort of transient, multinational,
I
not
agree.
really.
So the people, we the citizenry. So what benefits the everyday middle-class American?
Okay. All right.
Thank you. Smart question. I appreciate it. Thank you. Disagreements, welcome. Anybody can kind of come up. Yeah.
Yeah, this is a kind of continuation of what you said last week in USF, because my son was in your talk last week. Okay, the thing is, I mean, you mentioned Tiananmen Square in your last talk. I wasn't there. I want to know your perception on the Tiananmen Square, because I'm from China.
Okay, were you? I'm sorry. I want to make sure I understand. You said you were there, or you were not there.
I was there. It's really hard to find one who was actually there.
Oh, okay. What is my perception of what happened?
Yes.
Okay. What happened was there was widespread student protest happening throughout mainland China.
Okay.
The incumbent Chinese military, which I believe was run by Deng Xiaoping. I could be wrong. Was it Deng Xiaoping or somebody
Absolutely,
else?
yes.
It was Deng Xiaoping, right?
Yeah.
Deng Xiaoping was very worried that these student protests might overthrow the then incumbent Chinese Communist Party structure. The military was mobilized in response against it, and a lot of students were brutally assaulted. Some were murdered, and it ended up in a face-off between a singular student in Tiananmen Square in front of a tank, which is otherwise known as Tank Man, which then led to a de-escalation and the sunsetting of the terrible incidents at Tiananmen Square. Am I generally correct?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I cannot disagree with that. My second question is, what's your perception of the U.S.-China relationship in the future, in the near future, in the next 4 years, 5 years?
My perception is that we need to win, and we need to avoid a war against China militarily, because I think
it's not going to happen.
It's never going to happen.
I never believe it's going to happen. No, absolutely not.
Tell me why.
I don't think China really want to have a war with anybody.
When PCs powered by Intel perform at 55% when unplugged, it's like your whole team does.
I got you. PCs powered by Snapdragon X series, max performance.
That's my perception. I know a lot of Chinese don't agree with me, but my perception based on what happened in the last 35 years, I don't think they're going to start a war against Taiwan or even, any country.
You might be right. I don't know the answer, but I think we have to avoid that.
Absolutely.
But I think that the Chinese Communist Party has proven through their lying of COVID, their hacking of our cyber grid, through the hacking of our critical infrastructure, that they are not an ally of the United States, and that we need to win. We need to win economically. we need to win culturally, and that we need to say no more outsized Chinese Communist Party influence in America. But let me say one final thing, is that we as Americans need to stand on the side of Lao Beijing, which is the people of China. The people of China are phenomenal, not the gangsters running the Chinese Communist Party. Lao Beijing is the everyday Chinese people that are the workers and that are being abused by the CCP. I am pro-Chinese worker in person, but I'm against the CCP.
No, I definitely disagree with that. It used to be the case, like you said, but it's not the case anymore. Because a lot of people, most Chinese hate America.
Oh, you would say
that? That's the truth. Okay. Yes, absolutely. Because I've been on Chinese social media. There's so much hatred towards the U.S. in the last, I don't know, since the beginning of the COVID.
What percentage would you say?
At least 50%, minimum.
That's disturbing, because it used to be much different 20
Exactly, because in around Tiananmen Square, most people really like America, but not anymore. Literally, I'm not kidding. I'm not just like against the members of Chinese Communist Party, but I'm talking about the general public.
Thank you for your question. I appreciate it.
Can I have a hat?
Yes, of course. By the way, whoever's smoking weed is doing a great job proving why it shouldn't be legalized. That smells terrible. It's awful. Like, why should I have to now sit here and smell that garbage for 2 hours because somebody wants to be lazy today or something? It's stupid.
Hello, Charlie. I'm Jaden. Nice to meet you. My question regards Doge, and I know that you are a big Doge guy, correct? So basically my question is, should there be a systematic way to eliminate waste more than what it already is, and how should that be implemented? For example, I was applying to grad schools, and I am doing research in machine learning and computer architecture. The grad school could not afford to get me, so they admitted me into a master's program rather than a PhD because they do not have the funding and are scared of Doge. At what point is it wrong to cut funding for engineering students like myself rather than just random waste?
I think it's totally right to cut your funding. If you want to be an engineer, pay for it yourself. Like, why should taxpayers pay for your school?
Because in a completely capitalist society, right, if I'm doing cybersecurity research, how am I going to sell this on a nationwide scale? Yeah, Apple and Microsoft may buy it intrinsically, but however, if this research benefits the country as a whole, such as the defense sector from China, stuff like that, would it not be beneficial to keep this funding?
No. Pay for it yourself. Private sector. We fund so much stuff we shouldn't fund. We have to make tough decisions. We are borrowing $1 trillion a year. We are a nation on financial and fiscal abyss. We're going towards an apocalypse, and that requires tough decisions. And so if you want to go do that program, you might have to take out a loan and bet on yourself. And if you think it's going to work, great. This changes the incentive structure. The days of us subsidizing every good story, which I'm sure it's a good story, is over. We do not have enough money to sustain the current government that we have. And so we can either make tough decisions and cut things that might make some people upset, or we can keep on borrowing trillions of dollars that we do not have and become a forever debtor nation.
So I'm going to be honest, I did not expect this answer. I knew you were anti-DEI. I didn't think you were going to be for cutting like STEM programs.
No, but I'm pro-STEM. Just pay for it yourself. Have companies pay for it. Raise money. Go to donors. If it's a great idea, do like Turning Point USA receives $0 from the federal government. It's a great idea. It's inspire a lot of people. I go to donors and they give me money.
So
it's of great national importance, right? We have millions of members. We helped get a president elected. The point being is, if it's a great idea, go and convince people and persuade them. Don't just go to the taxpayer and say, give me money because it's a good idea. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. I guess one last thing is, like, I guess at what point does the government step in and pay for things then? Like, at what point do we draw the line of it's okay to fund
Well,
this?
once we have a balanced budget, we can start having discussions again, number one. Number two, is it constitutional? Is it necessary? And can the private sector do it better? I mean, I know this is not what you're arguing for, but what started this is like, we spent $10 million last year for voluntary medical male circumcision in Mozambique. $10 million.
Yeah, I would say that is probably waste.
Yeah, and I'm not saying you're defending it, but there is that kind of waste all throughout our government, right? And then once you get to the waste, you got to get through the stuff that, you could see it from both sides. We have a decision to make. We can either be $35 trillion in debt, and our dollar will be worth nothing, and our nation really won't exist as a prosperous nation, or we can make tough cuts in the short term to have prosperity in the long term. And that's a bet that will ensure national security. Because to your point, you're like, well, isn't this good for the national interest? My ultimate national interest is to make sure that we are a nation not in debt, that is indebted to China and foreign countries. The best thing we can do is to stop our current fiscal bleed.
Yeah, and yeah, that makes sense. That's a great answer. So
thank you. Appreciate it. Want me to sign a hat?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Yes, please.
Get help where you need it most. Microsoft 365 Copilot, your AI assistant at work, is now.
What's going on, Charlie? How you doing?
You got something going on there. Yeah, I'm looking at a lot here.
I'm just got out of the Army. I served 11 years.
Thank you for your service.
Great guy right there. Listen, I just came for a little motivation, all right, guys? You guys wake up every day with freedom, you know what I mean? You get to take a deep breath. You get to go get a coffee. You get to go eat breakfast, you know what I mean? You guys don't have to worry about anything. Let me tell you guys something. I wasn't afforded those luxuries. I was born into poverty. I was born into substance abuse. I don't know what it is to have parents. My only way out was to join the military at the age of 17 years old. I am now 30 years old. I just got out of the military January 30th this year, and I want to let you guys know freedom is not free, so enjoy what you're given, okay? Honestly. It's a privilege to be here. Enjoy it. Don't complain, guys. Don't complain, because I'm telling you right now, there's soldiers, there's Marines, there's Coast Guards, there's Guardians, Airmen. They're all waking up at the ass crack of dawn to provide for you guys. I'm telling you guys, and they're ready to go at a moment's notice. I lost a brother of mine in 2017, October 4th. Sergeant LeDavid T. Johnson, killed in Niger, Africa, with a Special Operations Battalion. You can look him up. But guys, honestly, people are giving their lives on the line for all of you, okay? Be appreciative, okay? That's all I gotta say.
God bless you, man. You want a hat? Thank you. Oh, you want me to keep this? Oh, wow. Thank you. It's very sweet. Thank you. Isn't that great? Give it up for him one more time. Thank you. That's great. I want to see him afterwards. Yeah, thank you.
Hi, Charlie. Great to meet you. Thank you for letting me speak in your platform. First of all, I really disagree with you in a lot of things.
Be respectful, guys. It's fine. Part of what makes America a great country.
It does. America's a great country, but I don't like your T-shirt. And I'm going to get started by saying I'm an immigrant. And, well, I don't understand why you would want to deport some of my friends and family who have been working hard in this country and that, they're being persecuted right now. So I don't get the whole process of it, and it feels like I'm being discriminated against even though I'm here through legal means. But just, can you please give me an answer for that? And before that, if, let's say if I would come up here and say, I'm an illegal immigrant and I'm here trying to debate you, would you call ICE?
I mean, Tom Homan would probably see the video and you'd probably go back to your true country.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, that's how it works, right? But let me just ask you a question. What is the fair way a country, in your ideal, you're king. What's your name? Sorry.
I'm Claudio, sir.
Yeah, Claudio. And this is just a thought exercise, but it's very revealing. You are king, and you find out that there are 30 million uninvited people in your country. What do you do with them?
Oh, in this case, I try to find the most humane way of sending them back to our country. But first of all, I want to say
that's what we're doing.
Wait, let me just say something.
That's what we're doing.
Let me just say
King
something.
Claudio. Yeah. Long live the king.
I'm not a dictator at all, but
of course I'm saying it's a helpful thought exercise.
I get it. And all I'm saying is you were talking about in the past couple people that came up here America first, trying to get the best for our country and increasing the productivity and getting us to be the best country possible, which I agree. I love this country, but a lot of this country is built on illegal immigrant labor, and it's definitely a bad means, but it's been a good result somehow. I'm sure you know people, you have friends from home that own businesses that employ these types of people that are very productive and very, very honest and just hardworking, trying to get a better life. And a lot of those people are very close to me, so it's just a very heartbreaking situation for me, but I understand.
Okay, yeah, but I mean, and you gave the answer if you were in charge. I guess this is another important question. What should the punishment be then if you break into somebody else's country uninvited and stay there without welcome?
Well, I don't know what the punishment should be. I'm not a lawyer.
No, that's okay. I'm just asking. It's totally.
Yeah.
Here's our position. Is that it is against federal law to come into America, right?
True.
It's USC code, I think, 1528, which is you're not allowed to come into the country without invite. So that's against the law. So if we can do one of two things, and there's very little in the middle. There's some nuance, but we can say we are not going to enforce the law because, we're just going to say that doesn't matter. Or we could say, look, the law is blind, and when you break the law, it must apply to all people. Now, I think you're a little different because I don't want you to loop in. So what country did you emigrate from?
Are you going to discriminate against me?
No, I'm actually not. I'm going to do the opposite, actually.
Yeah.
What I'm curious.
I'm Mexican.
Okay, fine. But you came here legally, correct?
I did, sir.
Okay, great.
Well, if I didn't, you'd be calling the police when you...
No, but it's not a racial thing. If you were Polish and you overstayed a visa, then you should be... But hold on. You followed the rules. So you're exempt.
Mm-hmm.
The people that you know didn't follow the rules.
True.
So I divide America not into Mexican and white and Hispanic and white, into... rule follower and rule breaker.
Yeah.
And so when someone breaks our rules, there must be justice done.
Yeah.
There must be a punishment. And the most humane way is you go back to your country of origin. We'll do it humanely, we'll do it correctly, but if you are not invited into a home, into a dorm room, into a living room, the standard applies to an entire country. Now, to your point, you might be right. There might be some economic disruption. However, you know what happens if you have economic disruption in the labor pool? Wages are going to go up. And you guys are going to see your wages go up.
Yeah, but who is going to occupy those jobs?
So this is a little bit insulting. I don't think you mean it this way. That illegal immigrants are nothing more than just kind of like
these are my people. So how could I be insulting them? Yeah.
I'm even defending. I don't think you mean it this way. Yeah. But broadly, when we talk about immigration, there's a talking about well, who's going to pick your grapefruits and who's going to serve you Chipotle? You've probably heard this before, right?
Yeah, I have. Yeah.
Yeah. Who's going to clean your hotel room?
It's us. Yeah.
But hold on. Embedded in that is kind of a really derogatory, that's they're kind of just like a permanent serf class here to serve us. I think that's really creepy and weird, actually. These are human beings. They're more than just kind of economic utility.
Yeah, no, but in the history of the U.S., we first had the Italian and Polish immigrants, and they first served those jobs, and then they became economically sufficient,
and they were welcomed.
True, but it was a different time in history,
of course, but I suppose the broader question is one of justice, which is that to what should a country do when your sovereignty has been so massively violated for a long period of time? And a country seeks to be a country, becomes something else. It becomes a colony, or it becomes just kind of a random area if a country does not have loyalty to its own people. And if it has loyalty to foreigners or to an oligarchy, it ceases to be a country. So it's not the most popular argument. Well, actually, the American people voted for it, and it sounds cruel, but it's very simple. It's look, this is not against any of you personally, but you have to have the law be the first and last ushering of what a government does in this situation. And by the way, what I was saying about you, I'm getting back to you. You deserve to be applauded because you guys followed the rules. And it's not fair to people like you who followed the rules to all of a sudden have line cutters. Here's the equivalent. You guys waited in line two and a half hours to go get a meal at a restaurant, and someone shows up and just cuts in line. What was the first thing you would say? That's not fair. And you would be right. And the same with immigration, please.
Yeah, wait, let me just add a layer to this, and then I'm probably done. But let's say that the people that's cutting in front of line, that's some of my boys that I know that they're being persecuted back home, them and their families, they're in drug related wars and violence, and the only way out, the only way they're not gonna die or suffer a very bad fate is if they escape and they break the American law. But that's the only way they're gonna survive. So
hold on. Two thoughts on this. Number one, if that is correct, we have a special asylum status that they could seek legally at a port of entry, that they could go through a whole process.
Yeah, but if they're being persecuted, don't they not deserve? But it wouldn't be justified to cut the line?
No. Okay. Secondly, well, it might be justified in their mind, but it's not justified in the rule administrator's mind to make exception for it. But let me make a more important point, though. If we all of a sudden say that if you have a lot of gang violence and issues, I mean, we have a lot of gang violence and issues. What are we talking about here?
True.
We're a more dangerous country than half of the Central American countries. We're far more dangerous than El Salvador. And we could make an example. If that is the criteria, all of South America should be allowed into America. Basically, I mean, the idea is that at some point you have almost no standard whatsoever, and instead, here's my perspective. We should empower those people to go fix their own country. We should empower them to go make El Salvador great again, which is a great country now.
Okay.
Nicaragua, Honduras. Yes, please, final thought.
wouldn't like a good way to start is like trying to lower the demand for drugs in America, because a lot of the drugs that are like being produced and being fought over in South America are going to be supplied to the U.S. for American consumers.
Yeah, so how would you recommend lowering demand?
I have no idea. Like, what would you do? Or like,
I don't know. I mean, demand and supply are two different issues, right?
True.
I mean, the first part of demand is that way too many people get into, and I talked to my earlier point, they get into a thought pattern that substances are going to bring me flourishing, which I think is wrong. But yes, I think, the drug cartels are richer than ever before, and we have more drugs legalized than any time in the last 40 years. So something doesn't fit. So obviously drug legalization is not impoverishing them. The biggest way, though, that we stop these third world countries from being, tin pot despotic dictatorships is we have to stop subsidizing their oligarchy through foreign aid. And then, yes, you're right, the Chinese Communist Party is pumping tons of money into these countries. But finally, and I know this sounds a little bit cruel, is that I care far more about the suffering of Americans than the suffering of other people's countries first.
I would too, yeah.
And you have to.
Yeah.
You have to look after your own people. You have to draw the line. And it's the old adage, right, guys? If your plane is going down, what do they tell you to do first? You put your mask on first, and then the mask on the person that might not be able to put a mask on, an infant or someone that might be infirmed. It's the same way as a country. We need to put our own oxygen mask on first, and then we can worry about helping other people. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Can I get a hat?
Activia presents If Your Gut Feels Good, You Feel Good. So give it some love and start your day with Activia Kefir, the most diverse Activia mix made with 16 strains of live cultures, including probiotics, along with authentic kefir grains, plus calcium to support your gut for the day ahead. Try Activia Kefir. Your gut is where it all begins.
Activia from Danone. Ooh, look at this. Another top-rated product on Amazon. It's an Oral-B IO5 for up to 100% cleaner teeth. And there you go, straight in her basket. Soon she'll be smiling uncontrollably at everyone for no reason whatsoever. Amazon, great brands, prices you'll love.
Thank you. King Claudio, everybody.
Okay, so hi, big fan of yours. So, if I may, I just want to confirm something real quick. So I have this text. It says Charlie will be there at 12 p.m. to take any and all questions, right? So no matter how much we disagree, you'll take my question, correct?
To an extent, I mean, yes, I have the right to cut you off and go to the next question.
That is true, correct.
But I mean, you're here now, so
I'm here now.
Let's see what you got.
Okay, so this is a bit of an unusual question. I'm like 70% sure you haven't been asked this. It's like a hypothetical like thought experiment. Okay. So there's these two girls, right? One of them...
He's heading towards a big troll, so go ahead.
One of them has 12 tits, right? Just like a rat.
Got it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. Thank you.
That wasn't even well delivered, man. Thank you. I could see it from a mile away.
Am I allowed to film this?
Yeah, of course.
Can you film it for me?
What's your name? Nice to meet you.
Hello, my name's Nduka Baduga. I know that's a mouthful, right?
I love that.
I'm Nigerian. I'm Igbo. My dad came here. My dad came here in the 1980s. He was a survivor of the Nigerian Civil War, and there was a massive genocide against my tribe or ethnicity in Nigeria.
Are you in the Muslim or the Christian?
I'm the Christian.
Yeah, which was totally persecuted by radical Islam. So God bless you. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah. So I have one question. So I do agree with you because I was here originally to ask you about your opinion about aid to foreign countries and stuff like that in Africa, et cetera, because my argument originally was that yes, the United States gives aid to Africa, but that doesn't help. But now I have a follow-up question for that. So essentially, I wonder, since America and Western countries own a significant amount of the oil in third world countries, et cetera, how do you guys, if you guys don't give aid to these countries, because the aid doesn't help them, it destabilizes them. So the aid destabilizes these countries, and it's where you guys get your cheap labor and oil from. So how do you guys intend to replace those profits while losing the source of profit?
Great question. Let me. I think what you mean by you guys, you mean like conservatives or people.
No, not conservatives. I mean this is Democrat, Republican.
Okay.
This is like a Western.
No, I know, but you're an American, right?
Yeah.
So it's us. I just want to make sure you're an American. I'm an American. So I don't want to do the guys thing. Is that cool?
Yes.
Okay. First of all, Nigeria. We can talk about Nigeria in particular. It's the most populated African country. It's the wealthiest African country. Lots of oil, but unfortunately, as you know, a permanent oligarchy that is immovable. The answer to the question is, how do we help African countries other than...
No, I'm asking the question of, like, you guys, essentially what you guys want to do is you guys want each country to use their own resources and
Correct,
stuff like
yes.
that to make themselves great.
Well, but
So-
yeah, I suppose in Nigeria, I don't think American interests own a lot of the oil in Nigeria. I could be incorrect. I think it's
Shell
but that's Dutch.
But Shell is like a British, Anglo-British.
It's a Dutch company. Yeah.
And then there are other Western oil companies like Exxon.
Exxon's American, yeah.
stuff like
Okay,
that.
this is an important point. Way deeper conversation, not a debate, which is that a lot of these countries should entertain trying to own their own mineral deposits and their own oil.
I agree.
There's an example of this which is against the CIA. In the 1960s, Iran discovered they had all this oil. The Brits and the Americans, the whole story of the Shah and Mossadegh, right? So you had Mossadegh that rose to power saying, we're going to nationalize the oil, we're going to really be rich. We got mad about that, we displaced him, we put in the Shah, he was sick, and then of course you get the Ayatollah after that. I don't think we disagree at all. I think that, yes, I mean, that I'm inherently against imperialism, so.
Okay, so my biggest question with that is that if America is getting cheap labor and cheap oil from Nigeria and other countries, how are they going to replace that cheap oil and cheap labor that they're getting if they leave those countries?
We have a lot of oil here. I mean, we don't need
But labor
Nigeria.
would not be cheap.
Yeah, so what you mean is like immigration labor or...
Yeah, so like how do we replace the cheap labor because...
Well, so yeah, as far as labor, that window is closing. I mean, mass robotics and AI are going to close the labor gap in the next 10 years. The idea of needing... the idea of needing cheap labor, that's going to be over in about 10 years. There's about a 10-year window on that. So,
Okay.
And also, final point, is I think the mass adoption of AI can make African countries very, very wealthy. Because
Okay.
if every single African youth has a smartphone with AI, they basically can have the same learning capacity of somebody in the Western world. It could theoretically, not that it will, close the learning gap between the third world and the first world. So thank you. God bless
Wait,
you.
Can I ask one more
yes,
question?
I liked your
Sorry.
name, by the way. Yeah.
Thank you. So like the last question to that is that according to the British article, a British article written by The Guardian, about 70% of oil companies' money is made out of artificial scarcity just by the monopoly they have of the market. So how would oil companies in America be affected by Nigerian companies, Iranian companies entering the market? And would that create a condition for war? So is your plan impossible?
I don't even know what's a plan. I'm just thinking about this out loud. It would probably actually, it would probably spike oil prices in the short term. I mean, and then it would probably, we don't know. It depends how much, it's supply and demand. So OPEC intentionally will monitor and manage the supply of how many barrels, which is largely driven by Saudi Arabia and Russia.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Have a good day.
You too, sir.
Thank you. Next question. Yeah.
Again? Really? New squares on set, please.
How's it going? Huge fan. Name's Eduardo. Really like what you're doing. So I'm going to ask you to do the hardest thing that you've probably ever had to do. Turn your brain off for a moment. Think like a Democrat, right? And just, why do Democrats believe that no matter how much money is saved through the audits and cost-cutting, DOGE, why do they believe that the public won't benefit from it if the government is raising the deficit by $4 trillion to fund tax cuts for the wealthy? So why, like, you know, when I watch the news, right, you know, I really like to do the split screen of CNN on one side and Fox on the other, just to really see both sides. And I really don't understand how the left side of the screen can really come up with that narrative. So I'm wondering if you can help me out with that.
It's because they believe in a big government worldview where that the bigger the government, the better. And we believe the bigger the government, the smaller the citizen. Mm-hmm. We need to shrink the size of government. This cutting spree that we're on
I agree with that 100%.
Is phenomenal to restore liberty and freedom back to the people, not just in government bureaucrats.
Yeah, for me personally, I'm from Puerto Rico, and I would love for DOGE to do more work in Puerto Rico because I believe that the government there is very corrupt. The energy grid over there is absolutely horrible, so there's a lot of work that can be done in Puerto Rico. So I like what DOGE is doing, and I think it should continue to do what they're doing. And even if there's tax cuts for the rich, like, you know, there's a lot of savings right there in itself.
Thank you, man. You want a hat?
Yes, and if you could make me the best boyfriend in the world, could I get one for my girlfriend?
All right, fine. Yeah, all right, great. Thank you. Is someone smoking weed like right on top of us? It's terrible.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, disagreements, guys. We'll go for a little bit longer. Yeah.
How's it going, Mr. Kirk?
You guys want some hats?
Free hats! Mr. Kirk! Daddy Kirk!
Yes, sir.
How's it going, Mr. Kirk?
It's quite the shirt.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Actually, I had a discussion about your shirt. The Gulf of America. What exactly is your stance on that?
I'm supportive, yeah.
Supportive? Okay. So that's essentially like changing the name of a specific place, right?
Correct, yeah.
Is that globally recognized? Globally?
Well, it depends what you mean by global. You mean by like the UN, or I mean,
I suppose the world. Does the world see it as Gulf of America now?
What do you mean by the world?
Just like the world as a whole.
Again, what do you mean by the world? I don't know what you mean by. And it doesn't matter. We can call what our turf whatever we want.
Okay, fair enough. Okay. So it's kind of like saying like we can decide what we call different things, essentially.
The government can, of course, yeah.
The government? Okay. Would it be appropriate if I called you Daddy Kirk? Is that?
Next question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
He waited all day for that. It's really. Yes, sir.
Okay. Wait. How many people?
Yes. Next question.
You're the next one here.
Yes.
Here.
Oh, sorry, Austin.
Charlie.
Usually I'm much better than that. Yes. Second one was better. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Well, first and foremost, yes, I disagree with you on a lot of stuff, but it is an honor to meet you. So, Charlie, should I just call you Charlie? Hi, nice to meet you. My name is Aaron, and usually I'm terrified of public speaking, but I decided to get out there and hop into it anyways. Gee, I heard a lot, and you're great at arguing. I'm not going to deny that at all. But one thing that I wanted to ask about, I haven't heard anyone mention that yet, is for example, like the idea of like universal healthcare. Because I've heard a lot of talk about the economy, but then we talk about healthcare, and you said yourself that we as college students, what are we doing? We're going into debt to take a bunch of classes, right? So, I feel like another real pain point for a lot of us, especially those of us who don't have private insurance or aren't qualified for Medicaid, is like healthcare coverage. I've seen a lot of countries around the world, our allies in the EU, for example, most of them practice some form of universal healthcare where our taxes go towards healthcare. That would effectively benefit all of the people who are paying into the tax system. So, I guess sort of what do you think on that? For or against it, why?
We have some examples of it. We have Medicaid, which is health insurance for the poor. We have Medicaid, which is health insurance for the elderly. But universal health, there's two things. The single payer is one option, and we also have universal, where the government runs all the hospitals, where we have the VA. And that's a complete disaster in this country. The VA.
Oh, yeah.
VA. You agree. So that is universal health care. The VA is.
Yeah. And I have several family members who are veterans, and the VA does not do them right.
So we agree on that. So I don't know how deep you want to get into this. We don't have a ton of time. Okay. But look, our healthcare system is incredibly broken. We have this immovable hospital lobby. One thing we can all agree on is price transparency, that you should go into a hospital and no different than going into a Home Depot or going into a McDonald's. There should be a list of prices of what everything actually costs so that you don't go to the local ER and all of a sudden you get a bill for $9,000, because they had to go bandage a sprained ankle or something ridiculous or insane. But the only part of healthcare that I really am interested in talking about is root causes. We are a very sick country, largely because of the food that we are eating, the lack of movement, and how we are actively poisoning ourselves through environmental toxins, and that creates multiple decades of points of failure. And that's what the MAHA movement was really designed to really configured to go up against. And so. I can go as deep as you want. The biggest health problem in America is one you'll never hear on TV. It's called insulin resistance.
Okay.
Said differently, we eat way too many carbohydrates in our country.
And tons of sugar, yes.
And carbohydrates are sugar, right? So there's only three types of food: carbohydrates, proteins, or fats. Everything else will fall into those three types. And so immediately when you eat sugar or carbohydrates, it means it turns immediately into insulin. into glucose. So your body has a heightened glucose level. So over time, you get a insulin resistance, type 2 diabetes, obesity, heart issues. We actually do not have enough healthy fats in our diet, and we do not have enough lean proteins, and we have become so addicted and dependent on cheap, easily accessible carbohydrates. So I know that doesn't directly answer your question, but I think all of those are second and third tier effects.
Yes.
Because if we do not make America healthy again and healthier, we're going to have major issues.
Okay, so then on that same token, I know, I mean, and again, I mean, if you can prove it wrong or say, hey, these facts say otherwise, sure. But for example, like you said, make America healthy again. It sounds great in ideal in practice, but Robert F. Kennedy has a history of being anti-vax, which is fundamentally dangerous to a lot of people around us. Most of us, we got our elementary school shots. That's why measles was eradicated for decades. That's why smallpox wasn't a thing for a long time. But now, at least in my opinion, Robert has empowered a lot of anti-vax rhetoric, which posed a lot of public health dangers to the country.
Okay, first on the measles thing. But every couple of years there's a measles outbreak, so it's nothing new. Secondly, I'm not advocating not getting your MMR shot, but even at the height of measles outbreaks, about 400 to 500 people would die a year. So we just want to make sure we keep it in perspective.
Okay.
That's a lot, but the flu will kill anywhere between 75 to 100,000 people a year, right?
Mm-hmm.
Babies die of the flu every single year, and it gets almost no press coverage.
I can't whisper anymore, especially in places meant to soundproof me. Stretch your wings as wide as the wind allows. What you call limitations are opportunities to excavate your greatness.
Bobby has said he's pro-vaccine, but I think you and I can both agree on one thing when it comes to vaccines, that there's something disturbing if a company cannot be sued if they do something wrong.
Yes.
So, for example, if you guys walk into a local Five Guys restaurant and you eat a burger and it has salmonella in it, and you get hospitalized and you guys almost die, God forbid, you could sue Five Guys and you could probably win a lot of money. You guys might remember the Jack in the Box lawsuit like 20 years ago, where there was a salmonella outbreak and, millions of dollars paid. If you take a vaccine by force, whether it be measles, mumps, rubella, or the Tdap vaccine, or the pneumococcal pneumonia vaccine, any one of these vaccines, and it happens, rarely, but it happens, and you guys might get paralyzed or get a seizure, you cannot sue the vaccine company. They're indemnified by the federal government, and the federal government will pay out all the suits something called the Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System, paid for by vaccine companies. Our biggest perspective when it comes to vaccines is we believe it's amazing technology that we want to work if it can hold up in court.
Okay.
So it has helped make cars safer. It's helped make products safer. We can't sue the efficacy or the health of vaccines. And for years, they've been able to basically say, take these, doesn't matter the side effects, and there's no way to actually seek injunctive relief. Does that make sense?
Okay. And then one more thing. Someone mentioned Doge earlier, and that was the other thing I wanted to, yeah. Somebody else mentioned Doge earlier, and for example, there were massive amounts of, or as far as I was concerned, they all got fired and all that as related to, for example, the FAA, the National Park System, the FDA. There were a lot of useful departments that ended up getting cuts or just flat out shut down. And wouldn't that also be potentially dangerous to the public health?
We'll see. I mean, FAA has been overblown, but the National Park Service, I love the National Park Service. It's way overstaffed. I said this earlier. I don't want to repeat it too much. We have to make a choice. We can keep business as usual and keep on borrowing $1 trillion to $2 trillion a year, or we can make hard and necessary cuts to balance the budget and actually have a prosperous country. I'm not saying that all the cuts are going to be popular. It's not going to be the greatest thing. I would much rather have a balanced budget and have to go through some tough cuts than say we don't have a problem and then we end up not having the dollar in 10 years. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Thanks, man. You want a hat? Yeah, thanks.
Charlie, can I get a hat?
In a second. Yes.
Hi, Charlie.
How are you?
Good, and you? I completely agree with you on everything. I just wanted to say, most things, I guess. But I just wanted to say, as a child of legal immigrants from Cuba, I appreciate the Republicans Party. I appreciate the Republicans Party their push against illegal immigration. And my parents came here with nothing, with 3 items of clothing, and they became fully financially independent after working hard, because that's what the American dream is. So I just really appreciate the party's push for that. That's it.
Would you like a hat? God bless you. I love the Cubans. They're great people. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. You want me to sign your flag?
Yes, please.
All
I
right.
just wanted to
Is that
say
your
thank
question?
you so much. I'm from Mexico. I came here.
Talk in the mic.
Oh, thank you so much. I just want to say thank you. My parents came from Mexico, and they fought. And all these people that are cutting in lines want to cry. But there's these people that have been waiting in line for years. I mean, years. And I did not cut in line. But I just want to say thank you so much.
God bless you, and I'll sign your hat. Thank you. Your flag.
Good afternoon. I like your shirt, and I don't disagree with most of the stuff you say, but one thing I do want to touch upon is doctors and their salaries, and like kind of how that plays in with insurance companies. Because like one argument that I've been witness to is doctors, first of all, they have a lot of debt when they go through school. They have like undergrad, medical school, residency. If they don't have a lot of support, that's a lot of incurred debt. And the only way to really pay that off is to have a high enough salary in which they can live like a normal life. Plus, they help the health. You know, like I've heard your thing about health. It's like, which I agree with, is a lot of it starts naturally with exercise, food, what you put in your body. But when you get to a point where you like injure your leg or something and you need a surgery, it's expensive, and it's kind of a game they play with insurance companies. I was wondering just kind of your take on that. Like, doctor salaries, should they be lowered or higher?
Two things. Well, the answer is depends. But so let me be more specific. American healthcare is broken, but not for acute issues. So there's two types of healthcare. There's chronic and there's acute healthcare. We have the best acute healthcare on the planet.
I agree.
If you need a shoulder replacement, a knee replacement, if you have a tumor, if there's something where there's an immediate end point, we have the best acute. If, God forbid, somebody has a heart attack or there's something that requires intervention within a short period of time, we are the gold standard of the planet, right? Like the old joke is like, America's the country you want to have a heart attack in, right? Every hospital's equipped. We know what we're doing. We have the best trauma-based care for gunshot wounds. You get run over by a car, all that stuff. We have some of the worst chronic care. So chronic care is where doctors are not clinically trained to treat because we are so acute focused.
When PCs powered by Intel perform at 55% when unplugged, it's like your whole team does.
I got you. PCs powered by Snapdragon X series. Max performance when unplugged.
Cool. The max performance that you deserve.
Change yourself for the better.
Come on, you're fleecing me here.
It's busy everywhere, mate.
I am going to walk.
No tip, not even tonight. It's Christmas Eve. What do they call you then? Scrooge.
These kids should be arrested for making such a terrible noise.
Looks like somebody's on the naughty list.
Open your heart and listen. 3 spirits will come to you tonight.
I don't believe in ghosts or spirits. This is ridiculous. You're not even dressed like a ghost.
I'm your ghost of Christmas past.
I remember.
Uganda has declared all Asians must leave immediately.
I was frightened. It was my home. I didn't want to leave. You think these memories will change me?
Yes.
Find forgiveness. Why should I do the forgiving?
You must have heard of karma.
I was taught it as a child. I have money, status. Nothing can hurt me now.
So then why are you so unhappy?
Change yourself for the better. I want to live.
It's not right you being all alone at Christmas.
Party pooper?
Work hard, be someone, and today I intend on being that someone.
On the 3rd day of Christmas, my wife, she made for me 3 burnt sausage rolls.
Excuse me, I am a vegetarian. This is offensive.
No, but the 5th day of Christmas is a cracker.
I don't want to
No,
know.
you'll love it. It's vegetarian.
I do not want...
5 onion rings.
So acute focus training is important, but it always is like diagnose, treat, give them drugs, move on, right? And that's it. Chronic diseases don't work that way.
Right.
So chronic diseases like rheumatoid arthritis or lupus or any one of these things, it's not enough just to take a drug. It's a recurring issue that involves 1,000 different factors. And doctors, to their credit, they're just going after their training. And a lot of these doctors are like, hey, if there's not a tumor to remove, right, or a surgery to be had, I don't have time for you, basically. Go take this drug. And that's actually not the best way to go up against most chronic issues. Most chronic issues are a byproduct of lifestyle choices. Some are genetic, some are things you can't control. But let's be honest, the rise in type 2 diabetes is not type 1. Type 1 is genetic. Type 2 diabetes is almost completely because people have eaten poorly their whole life, right?
Right.
So doctors, in my opinion, we need to have better doctors that understand chronic care with more patients, more naturopathic solutions, more understanding of people's complex issues. But on the acute side, we need more competition and more price transparency. I'll give you one example, then we'll move on because I know that the audience might not be that interested in this. But are you starting to become a doctor or maybe not?
I'm pre-med, yeah.
Yeah. So the insurance companies screw this all up. And we have a great example what happens when insurance companies are not involved, and that is LASIK eye surgery. LASIK eye surgery used to be like $25,000 an eye. It was a very, very, hard thing to do, but insurance therefore would not touch it. They said it was just a cosmetic fix. It's completely cash. You guys can get LASIK eye surgery now for like $2,000 an eye. It's incredibly safe, and it's all just like, hey, you pay for it, that's it, we're done. You have to imagine how many other medical interventions could be done on that same sort of basis looking at LASIK eye surgery, right? Now, the problem is insurance will cover what is complete. Is LASIK, is it necessary or not? Another example is plastic surgery. Easy to make fun of plastic surgery, but it's incredibly efficient, and you can get a really good product, if you get in a car accident, God forbid, reconfigure your face with plastic surgery. However, though, let's say that you need something like a hip replaced or a knee replaced. Now you deal in the world of insurance. It's more bureaucratic, it's more expensive. And so I think more market principles at times of things that can be handled would be a great development. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I respect that.
It's the reimbursement problem of medicine that's an issue. So thank you very much.
Thank you too.
We'll do a couple more disagreements. Welcome. Then I got to run. Yeah.
Can I get a hat? May I get a hat?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name's Jordan, and I'm from Highland Park, Illinois, which, as I'm sure you know,
Did you go to Highland Park High School or
I did.
North Country Day? Okay, got it. Yeah.
Which-
North Shore Country Day, yeah.
I'm sure you know is a very liberal
Very
area.
liberal, yes.
And I just wanted to say you've been a great inspiration to me. And my dad started a company. I just wanted to give you this. I promised
thank
him
you.
I would because
Yes.
he saw that you were coming, and he loves you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. That's so sweet. Thank you. Oh, it's for those suffering from Trump derangement syndrome. It's a drug for that.
Yeah, and it
Thank
has
you.
ashwagandha, so it actually does help
It does
calm
work.
people down.
I love that. That previous guy needs some of that.
But yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
But yeah, thank you.
God bless you. Thank you. All right, any disagreements, guys? We'll do one or two more. Yeah, come on. You like fossil fuels. I like you then.
Yeah, fossil fuels make our life great. But Charlie, I would like to ask you about tariffs because your organization supposedly is limited government and for free markets, but economists overwhelmingly agree that tariffs cause economic destruction, and they're just good. All else held constant, you put tariffs on, they make output fall, or less than it otherwise would be. So I would like for you to have a more principled position on tariffs and criticize Donald Trump for his tariffs.
Well, I'm super pro-tariff, so why would I criticize it?
Because they make us poor.
Okay, so let's play that out. If that is correct, how did China get so rich?
Well, China has they liberalized their economy. They got a stock market.
You are not allowed to import American goods in China. How are they so rich?
Because they have developed capital. They're
not liberalized. So how'd they get so rich?
They've become more economically free. So over the last 30 years, they made an incredible transformation.
So why can't we do the same? We're economically free with tariffs. So
okay,
so China became a world superpower. They went from $1 trillion GDP to $35 trillion with tariffs.
They're a little less than 35 trillion.
30-ish,
but they're less than the United States right now. But adjusted for purchasing power, it's about 36 trillion. But no, I mean, just because China is making a mistake doesn't mean we should make the same mistake. But China would be richer if they didn't have tariffs.
But let's first of all, number one, the optimal goal is not just to improve GDP or be rich.
Of course.
Number 2, it's about worker well-being, middle class flourishing.
Yes.
Number 3, can you point to times in American history where the middle class did great? Almost every time we had tariffs.
Build a website you love with Wix. For your words, create your brand, your opportunity, your breakthrough. Feeling a vibe? Run with it. From can't look away to gotta have it. Make every detail yours. Bring out what's hot. Remove what's not. Crystallize it. Instantly set a tone that speaks in your voice to your audience. Keep moving. Your site grows with you. Add solutions that meet you where you are and take you where you want to go. Smooth to make, easy to love.
I've had 5 years of Microsoft experience, one of the world's largest companies, and I've also completed 2 apprenticeships in that same time. So I'm 5 years ahead of my peers already.
Okay, but that's correlation, not causation.
No, it is.
That's,
Well,
no,
hold on, but think
no
about it.
economist agrees with you. You're wrong
Hold
about
on,
this.
But I'm sorry. First of all, that's not true. Some agree. Most do not agree.
Yeah,
But a lot
exactly.
of these economists are bought and paid for by the corporate class, and they've been wrong about almost everything the last couple of years. They're the ones that said Trump was going to wreck the economy, that Biden was the best president ever to come to the economy. So I reject a lot of the experts when it comes to this. But let's play this out.
Okay.
So we have had tariffs on the books, over 150 of them in the last 40 years. Can you name one of them?
I don't know the tariff name.
No, that's okay. So no, like what we tariffed. So for example, we tariffed pickup trucks. Did you know that? We tariff at 25% since the 1970s. Because
I
of
know
that, foreign makers of pickup trucks like Toyota or Honda, they make their pickup trucks here. What makes it different about America is we are the incumbent global superpower. Everyone wants to do business here. Everyone wants to come here. Everyone wants to invest here. Therefore, you say we're going to incentivize you to build factories here. A tariff is an incentive. And the number one rule of economics, and I would debate any economics professor on this, is that you use incentives to get what you want. And tariffs have been proven to raise wages and to encourage foreign investment. The highest per capita wages of America were in the 1950s and early 60s when we had the most tariffs and the most protectionism of our economy.
No, our wages are higher than they ever have been. This is just false. We're richer than we ever have been. Industrial output
not
is
relative to purchasing power. That is not correct.
Yes, it is. Yes, we're richer than we ever have been.
Well,
This is totally true.
I'll prove it to you. So in 1985, it took 36 weeks of work to provide for a family of 4. It now takes 60 weeks of work. More women go in the workforce out of mandatory entrance in the workforce, not voluntary. But everyone in the audience knows this. How many of you guys have parents that have gone in the workforce because they have to, not because they want to? Everybody.
I never said they didn't go in because they want to.
But
they have to because they have to produce to survive.
Hold on, the 1950s you didn't because wages were high and the dollar went further. That's the point. Is that going back in the 1950s, 60s, and 70s, our grandparents, the wife could go in the workforce if she wanted to, but you didn't have to because we had a flourishing industrial manufacturing base and we actually made stuff here and we had wages high.
Our industrial output was double what it was in 1975. Our industrial output is higher than it ever has been. This is an empirical fact. You're denying.
Not per capita. It's not.
Look, it's higher than it ever has been. This is just a lie. It's not true. I want you to be intellectually honest.
I'm
but
trying
it's not
to grasp how you could say something like
that.
that.
The Wall Street Journal has published this. Everybody could look at this. Take a look at the Wall Street Journal. They publish industrial output in America.
I don't doubt you read it. I think you're completely misunderstanding what they're saying because there might be some truth to it because you seem well informed.
No, I'm not.
But I mean, just on an obvious basis, we all encounter more stuff that's made in China than America every day. We all know that.
Why is that a problem?
Okay, that's an interesting thing. I think there's something wrong with that.
Why?
You don't see anything wrong with that? I could prove it to you.
No. Our wages are higher because we don't have to produce certain things. We could use our comparative. You could demonstrate this with Crusoe economics.
Of course, I know that you're a pure libertarian, but have you driven through like the heartland of the country and seen what these ideas have done to Ohio and Pennsylvania, where these once flourishing factory towns have been completely destroyed? And in return, we got a bunch of cheap plastic that we don't treasure and we don't value to fill our garages with, while our own workers are out of work and they get addicted to opioids. The Trump movement was fueled as a signal to the ruling class that these trade deals actually made us poorer.
That's not true. I mean, Trump is just wrong. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Well, no, what
when
you're
it comes
saying
to
is the
trade.
voters are wrong because the voters.
Yes, the voters are wrong. That's exactly what I'm saying.
Thank you for being so blunt.
Yes.
So the factory workers in Ohio are wrong that their jobs were sent overseas unnecessarily.
Okay, so they're using land, labor, and capital to produce things that are more productive. That's why. That's why
So this is what's important,
Yeah.
is that morality must also be interlaced with economics. We could, for example, should we go right now to driverless semi-trucks?
I mean, that's for companies to decide.
Hold on, no, but let's just say that more efficient, but 10 million people be out of work.
It depends. Well,
I think it's actually wrong to put 10 million people out of work immediately.
But machines have always made us more productive. They always raise our wages.
Hold on a
because we
second.
become more productive. You
Time
keep
out.
talking over me.
This is why you're only looking at this through an economics lens, and I look through this in another lens.
Okay.
Efficiency and productivity are not the only political questions. You also might have a question.
I never said that.
I understand, but you're emphasizing them. I'm saying we also must ask the question: is it better? For example, is it better that 8-year-olds have smartphones? I don't think so. I think it's bad. Yes, it's made us more efficient. Is it good that kids are staring at screens all the time? Well, it's made us more efficient that we have them all the time. The point being is that the political question involves economics, but it's not strictly economic. It must also be moral, it must be nationalistic, it must be cultural, and you weigh all of them simultaneous. And so from a purely economic standpoint, of course, yes, maximum efficiency and all this, but you also say, have these trade deals made our communities tighter knit? Has it made our small towns stronger and more robust, or more like ghost? Okay, you can't possibly say our strong towns are more robust than they were in the 1970s.
With tariffs, that's not the reason why. Our tariffs make
I will complete the point. But I'm saying when we look at the political question, we have to weigh all these things together. We say, you drive through rural Kentucky or rural Ohio, rural Alabama, these once behemoth towns that used to make the stuff for the rest of the world are now husked to their former selves. We want to revitalize that. So tariffs are a tool to bring those jobs and that manufacturing back. One that works so well that every other country does it to us, but we don't do it to them. For example, we can't sell Ford Motor Truck in Germany because they want to protect Mercedes-Benz.
Okay, they're losing out.
Well, actually, no, the German auto sector is way more profitable, more efficient than ours is.
Okay, but that's not why.
Well, but
you can't just, this is correlation causation.
At some point, you have to acknowledge, maybe every other country that has a flourishing manufacturing base uses tariffs as a tool, and we should too.
That's not why they're productive.
But let me go back to the Chinese question. Do you think there's anything wrong with the fact that almost all of our vitamin C is made in China?
Did you know that your favorite productivity solutions are 75% off for eligible nonprofits? Power your nonprofit with access to Teams, Excel, Outlook, PowerPoint, and more. Plus, simple device management and best-in-class security to connect people and information. With Microsoft 365, you can improve cybersecurity, reduce costs, empower work from anywhere. Get started at Microsoft.com/nonprofits.
Well played, Mom. Holy.
So we're gonna do some with a round, boys.
Only type of light that I ever hide from is red and blue lights. I don't sing their song. Where you at? Yeah. What? What? You wanna become?
Ace.
Move ahead. One to the right now, one to the left. Never stay still. Move again.
Let's go, dude.
Oh my god.
No.
So an enemy can make all of our critical vaccines, manufacturing, and pharmaceuticals. Nothing wrong.
If it makes us more productive and Americans get higher wages and we're overall more prosperous, I'm very much in favor.
See, I think that it was kind of crazy during COVID, the country that launched the virus, that we were also reliant on getting all of our PPE from. I think that's insane from a supply chain standpoint.
Okay.
But from an economic standpoint, oh no, it's cheaper. Finally, do you think we have a moral obligation to the American worker? Does it mean anything to you when you see something made in America versus made in China? Does it make you feel differently?
I have a moral obligation to make wages as high as possible for American workers so their productivity is super high and they could get really rich and we could get out of poverty so that life is better for everybody.
What you're saying is partially true. Wages for the top 10% have gone up for people that are in the laptop class.
And poor people too.
Hold on. The people in the muscular class, and everyone in the audience knows I'm correct, people in the muscular class have not kept up with inflation the last 30 or 40 years.
You could look at this. There's so much data on this. The World Bank has posted data on...
You're such on a different planet. Yeah. It's like you cannot sustain a family of 4 on a 1-year labor. It takes families to go into debt. How many of you guys have medical debt and student loan debt? Your family's gone into debt. Everybody is suffering under because wages have not kept up with inflation, largely driven by neoliberal international trade policies.
We could have a conversation about inflation,
but
about that's fine, printing money.
The hardest part of my job is to go to these campuses and have people that don't live in the same reality. I hate to break it to you, man. The workers have not kept up with flourishing the last 30 or 40 years. The top 10%, it's just not even close to being true. It's like not that, it's like the opposite of the truth, actually. And everybody knows it. It's the number one thing that is kind of embedded in economics. So what do tariffs do? Tariffs is a signal that made in America is better than made in China. And that's the country we want to live in.
Yeah, no. What I want to live in is in a country where we could produce. Use our land, labor, and capital to produce what's most productive for us.
What you're describing is a colony, not a country, and that's okay. I think a country is a place that has shared language, borders, culture, community, and history. A colony is a place where you're able to do a lot of trading and no one knows each other and they all speak different languages and you have high economic output.
Okay.
So that's a colony and that's fine. I'm okay if even there's a little bit less economic growth and Americans know each other more.
Okay.
And our communities are stronger and our churches are stronger.
Okay, you can't just equate tariffs to making it so that we have, or no tariffs to make it so that we have a less community-oriented
I totally
things.
can.
But
when
before I get
factories
to that-
shut down, these towns disappear.
Okay.
It's not that hard. I mean, we shut down 100,000 factories over 10 years. 100,000.
I can do it, yes, I can do it. Oh, I can do it. I can do it, yes, I can do it. I can do it.
Amazon has increased funding for employees to £3,000 a year, every year, for career development. Providing you with valuable skills for work and home.
And with it, the towns got incredibly poor, and everyone moved to metropolitan areas. Everyone moved to New York and Chicago and Cleveland, and the middle sector with the small town beauty of America that Alexis de Tocqueville fell in love with in the 1780s just vanished.
Okay.
You guys drive through these towns, it is the saddest part of America. They are the ones that are most likely to be addicted to drugs. They are the most Trump because they're trying to tell us to listen to them, right? And their populations have gone down, and their wages have not kept up at all, so they're forced to leave their home. I think there's something morally wrong with telling somebody you have to go leave the place where your grandfather is buried. I want your home to be able to flourish, not just go move to New York and live in some rented apartment and go work for Salesforce.
Yeah, I mean, blaming this on tariffs is laughable, to be honest. But
it's part of a broader economically nationalist picture.
Hey, look, if you advocate for an autocracy or you just want to make everything here, you're just going to be a lot poorer. There's a reason why he has a Sony camera that was made in Japan.
Hold on a second, time out. You'd be surprised, though. So if you saw a Toyota truck, where is it made?
I mean, it was made. The steel was from China.
No. Like it's made here.
Okay, but there's so many different things involved.
No, this is important.
In the car,
we can have foreign companies, but where it's made is important, and that's the distinction. Is that making stuff in the foreign investment is great. We can have different ideas, but we want American labor, workers, to be the ones that are making the products we consume.
Why?
We don't. Well, because first of all, the money comes directly back to us, not to Chinese labor. We're not funding our enemy to make the stuff to import massive amounts of things. We're literally, we have subsidized the rise of China.
With a trade deficit, you have a capital inflow.
Yeah, I know. It's a capital account surplus. I know all the libertarian Austrian talking points. I used to be an Austrian economics guy, and then I grew up and
so you get more investment. By the way, with a trade deficit, you get capital inflow, and that means more investment in your stuff. By the way, every dollar that goes outside of the United States, every dollar that goes out of the United States is going to end up coming back into our economy through treasuries or investment or stocks or whatever it may be. They're going to use those dollars in our economy, and that's it.
Theoretically, that makes sense. In practice, it doesn't. But I just want to make sure. I'm not trying to make you on. Do you think the middle class is doing well?
The middle class is doing better and better over a period of 10 years. Everybody, I know it's a populist argument. Everybody wants to say, oh my God, the world's so bad. But guess what? We're richer than ever. Everything's getting better.
No. A small group of people are richer than ever.
Yes, and including the middle class too.
No, let me prove it to you though.
Everybody can get mad at me, but it's just the truth.
No, but home ownership, let's just use a simple statistic. Again, you're a little too arrogant on this topic because there's so many numbers out there that I could bring up, and I'm just trying to treat you gently. Like home ownership. Is home ownership for young people going up or down?
There's DIY, and there's doing it.
yourself. It's the difference between being creative and being a creator. Between a homemade recipe and a household name. Between a daydream and a dream job. It's your business, your hard work. You do it yourself. Create your website on Wix.
I don't care about home ownership. All right, hold on. I want to explain why.
I think it's fundamental to a society.
And by the way, homes are way more expensive than they should be because of Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, but I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about tariffs specifically. And tariffs, yes, privatize Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, please. But what I'm trying to say here is that you can't blame, our cities or the community isn't as good as it was, our jobs or manufacturing isn't as good as it was because of tariffs. That's just not, that's not accurate.
I'm blaming it on neoliberalism, which is the mixture of unlimited free trade, unfettered amounts of people coming in the country, a corporate class running all of our industrial policy, and then reckless foreign wars, and the growth of the administrative state, one that you would agree with. Neoliberalism is those 5 things together, one of which is tariffs.
Okay.
A combination. And neoliberalism is this final idea, and we'll close with this,
Sure.
that America is a good country, but it's not the greatest, and who cares if another country wins? What we as conservative populist nationalists believe is no, we win. We are going to win, and our people are going to win. And America is back. We're not going to enrich China. We're not, our adversaries no more, because a government is owned by the people, and not a small oligarchy or not an ideological abstraction. And we just have differences on that.
Sure.
Because I actually think it's wrong to say, and I'm not trying to pick on you, like when people don't own homes and you rent, I think that is a moral problem. I think you feel less significance in your own life when you go renting and you're not owning and building equity and you're not saying, I own this land. I think what makes the West beautiful is that we're not a bunch of Russian serfs and that we have, just like we're living in flats or apartments other people own. I think home ownership keeps governments in check. And you might disagree. I think the fact that property ownership is going down is one of the most alarming things happening to the middle class.
Okay, I think the lack of freedom, the lack of individual liberty talk, the lack of capitalism is a bad thing, but we could argue about home ownership. All I'm trying to say, if China gets richer, it doesn't mean we get poor. The economy is not a zero-sum game. When we all get richer, we trade with one another, everybody benefits.
I used to believe, and that sounds so good.
And it's true.
I'm so glad you said that. For years, I said that about trade. And then I realized, why does China keep on doing tariffs then?
Well, China is losing because of tariffs.
That's an interesting question. Is China losing? In some ways, yes. In some ways, they're kicking our tail. In some ways, for example, if we had to go to war, we right now can't make vitamin C. We can't make pharmaceutical products. We cannot make critical manufacturing. If we are wholly reliant on an adversary. China is completely self-reliant outside of energy. They need energy from Iran. But they have the people, they have manufacturing base, and the industrial capacity.
Yeah.
In World War II, why did we win World War II? Yes, we had a bunch of stuff. More than anything else, the defining edge was that when we turned on a switch, we could go make ships at a rate that no one else could because we had an industrial base.
We were richer than everybody in World War II, and that's largely why. And tariffs,
it wasn't just wealth, though.
Tariffs, by the way, make us poor.
But we had tariffs during that World War II period, which is what's so laughable. We had the Smoot-Hawley tariff, which worked.
The Smoot-Hawley tariff,
it was amazing, and it was awesome.
Hold on, during the Great Depression, we had the Smoot-Hawley tariff. Look this up. In 1930, we had the Smoot-Hawley tariff.
Yes, and it created a lot of wealth.
International trade with the United States, exports and imports both went down over 60%, and it was a disaster. We had 25% unemployment. It was one of the most
You're doing
dark times.
causation and correlation.
It was one of the worst times. Yes. But take a look. When we raised the rates up, look what it actually did, guys. You can look at this up yourself. Economists overwhelmily agree on the effects of tariffs. I don't want to take up all the time. I'm just telling you guys.
It's just the final point is this, and this is great.
Sure.
I think the middle class is suffering. You think they're doing great.
Yeah.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Did you know Microsoft offers grants and discounts exclusively for eligible nonprofits? Whether you're looking to improve productivity, make better use of data, or integrate AI into your daily work, Microsoft has you covered. Getting started is quick and easy. Click the link or visit us at Microsoft.com/nonprofits.
It's time for lefties losing it, and the Democrats are in all sorts of trouble. Their brand is in the toilet and circling the drain, and things are about to get worse with a new congressional map in Texas being voted on. And that has Democrat Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett losing it. She may even lose her seat. She's certainly lost all sense of decorum. Listen to how she speaks about President Donald Trump here.
Listen, Donald Trump is a piece of shit. Okay, we know that. Yes, yes. He is. He is. He is. But in a functioning democracy, he still would not be able to get away with this.
After her foul-mouthed, ghetto-like tirade against the US president, Jasmine went on the attack, this time with the Supreme Court, making all sorts of wild claims.
But most importantly, the courts, especially the Supreme Court, is complicit. And so I think one of the places that we have to start is we are absolutely, they are the highest court in the lands, and they have no ethics guardrails. Now you go down to the lower courts and they do. How much sense does that make? When we know that they're taking money, we have the paper trail, and they refuse to put guardrails on themselves, so it's time for us to do it for them.
That all sounds rather insurrection-y to me. She doesn't respect the rulings of the Supreme Court. Did she just accuse them of taking bribes? And here she is threatening to beat down Republicans.
They expect Democrats to kind of be the nice guys that we are. They expect us to take the punch and say thank you. Well, I am here to tell you, not only are we going to punch back, but we about to beat you down.
No one thinks Democrats are the nice guys, Jasmine. And did you see the others clapping there like deranged seals? And talking about deranged, here is Democrat Senator Minority Leader Chuck Schumer lying, just lying.
You know, it keeps getting worse. Today, Donald Trump and the White House announced they're going to spend $200 million to build a large, fancy White House ballroom. This is what Doge was all about, folks. Cutting things, taking things away from you, and not giving it to some place that needed it, giving it to the big shots who run the show, Donald Trump at the top of the list. Maybe he can park his new plane in the big ballroom. It's probably big enough.
Now, Chuck knew he was lying there. He knew. He's not stupid, but he knows he can get away with it. And so he felt rather comfortable fronting the media to repeat those same lies, suggesting taxpayers were footing the bill for this planned ballroom. Watch this clip, followed by a quick fact check from Caroline Levitt.
Here's even something more confounding. Some breaking news. Just now, the White House announced construction of a $200 million White House ballroom that will begin in September. A $200 million ballroom. Where'd this money come from? Did Congress appropriate it? I don't think so. It's almost like Doge was never about waste at all.
President Trump and other donors have generously committed to donating the funds necessary to build this approximately $200 million structure.
Now, I've often argued that we need to bring back asylums, make asylums great again, and here is further proof that there is a shortage. This lefty is having a murderous meltdown because Donald Trump axed taxpayer-funded NPR and something called Tiny Desk Q tantrum.
I don't give a Just kill him! You have to!
Now, let's check in on some activists, those keen enough to make signs and turn up to protests, claiming the president is a fascist and the real criminals are in the White House. You know, you'd expect those folk to be really across the issues, have some in-depth knowledge.
What crimes have they committed?
Trump?
Yeah, the ones in the Oval Office. What crimes have those people committed?
You want to look it up on Wikipedia? There's like a list.
Well, you made the sign, so I'm asking you.
It's true. I'm at a protest, though.
Yeah.
I don't need to know anything. I'm here for my community.
Okay, so you make a sign about people being criminals, but you don't know what you made it for?
All right, so I make a sign supporting my community and the people in it. Yeah. And I'm not ashamed.
I think he should be ashamed of it, but here are some more protesters who have absolutely no idea what they're protesting, who they're protesting, or why, but they're there holding signs.
Do you think Charlie Kirk is a white supremacist?
I don't know who that is.
who you're protesting.
Charlie who?
Charlie Kirk.
I don't know who Charlie Kirk is.
He's the CEO of Turning Point USA. That's the whole reason for the protest.
Now, I've been accused of stereotyping folks with septum rings as lefties. Well, here is a septum-wearing lefty confirming that it's not a stereotype, it's just facts.
All leftists look the same. Yeah, babe, it's because we want you to know, okay? I put this septum ring on and I said, everybody is going to be able to identify me as a leftist. Yeah.
And here is another sad girl with a septum ring living up to the stereotype beautifully.
I'm definitely not proud to live in this country. Trump is a piece of shit. The Republican Party is a piece of shit. You know why Kamala gave me hope? It wasn't her, it was Tim Walz. I'm a Minnesotan. I know what he stands for.
Now, this next clip is rather adorable. Here you have a lefty mum, a Democrat, being trolled by her own son. This is love.
So I'm staying the night with my son, and he has a very sick sense of humor. He made a Trump bedroom for me. Notice Trump toilet paper, Trump mugshots. And he said, open the closet, open the closet. A life-size freaking, I don't even believe it.
Superb. She may be a lefty, but obviously she's raised a sensible son. I think you should do that to any lefty family members you may have. If you invite them over, decorate the room accordingly. Let's check in on how MSNBC are going. Here they try to do a live cross, but there's an aggrieved young man who looks rather familiar, and he had this important message to impart to MSNBC viewers.
We just watched the speaker gavel out with a whole lot of anger, Kelly. Here's the state of play. Here's
MSNBC sucks.
Hey, how are you?
MSNBC sucks.
Talk to you for a second.
MSNBC sucks.
You can see.
Okay.
You can see the frustration.
Sometimes this happens.
Yep, that's our own Alex Stein, Primetime 99. He's making sure MSNBC's remaining viewers know that MSNBC sucks, and he wasn't done yet, though the MSNBC anchor thought he was.
Ryan has cleared the set, as we would like to say. The gentleman moved on. So, Ryan, let me turn back to you. Nicely handled there. Can you give us an update on, as you were walking us through this, we'll all take a breath there. Maybe not. Okay. Go ahead, Ryan. See,
hold on 1 second.
Yeah. Okay. We're just going to pull the plug there. Thank
Kelly,
you,
this
Ryan.
is all playing out in real time.
It sure
Passion is high.
Yes.
There's a whole lot of anger here, as you can see. So we're going to get a control of this and come back to you when we can.
Fair enough, fair enough. And we recognize people are expressing their views, and we're there to cover it.
Joining me now is comedian and host of Primetime with Alex Stein on Blaze TV. Alex, what was that all about?
Well, Rita, today was a crazy day at the Capitol. Not only did they have a vote on redistricting, which, you know, a lot of the progressives were going to lose a few of their, counties, but on top of that, today they were voting on the transgender bathroom bill, which will actually limit transgenders in women's spaces. So it was kind of a monumental day, and the bill ended up passing. So there was a lot of news media there. And, MSNBC, even though they lie about a lot of stuff, they are right. The energy was high in the Capitol today. And once I saw my opportunity to call out the MSDNC after what they've done to Donald Trump and the propaganda that they spread, it felt good to just to tell them how much they stink as a new.
neighbor. Somebody say just me.
Welcome, everybody. Riley, welcome back to San Francisco State. You've been here before.
I have. This is my third time.
Folks, let me tell you about my good friend Todd Nettleton from The Voice of the Martyrs. For over 2 decades, Todd has
Hi, Charlie. My name's Ramsey. I'm a super big fan, huge supporter, love your work. I wanted to ask, you have a beautiful family, you kind of prioritize God and everything. I want to know how you keep that front of your mind while going on tour, staying so busy, keeping health, wellness, God, family, number one.
Well, the most important thing, we're going to talk about a lot of political stuff, a lot about with Trump. The most important thing we can all do is give our lives to Jesus Christ, because Christ is King and Christ is Lord. The most important thing. We are all sinners. We all fall short of the glory of God. And the most important thing, everybody, is we must understand that because of our sinful nature, we need a Savior. Wow, they're booing Jesus already. They're booing Jesus. We should pray for those people that boo for Jesus, because we're all sinners, everybody. And in this broken world where so many people are plagued by depression and suicide and self-harm and anxiety, Jesus is the answer as we are going through all of these times. And Jesus saved my life, and I hope he will save yours as well. And a relationship with Jesus Christ is a lot different than a religion. I happen to be very religious because I have a relationship with Christ Jesus. Christianity is different than any other religion. Every other religion, you try to get closer to God. God came close to us when he sent his son to live a perfect life and die for us. So I always put Jesus first, and I encourage everyone to do the same. God bless you. Thank you so much.
Howdy, Charlie. My name's Colton Craig. Thank you for coming out. What is your favorite thing about Texas A&M or tradition? And do you think the Aggies are going to sweep UT in Austin this weekend?
Oh, is there a baseball game?
Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah, I don't pay attention to college baseball. I will say, though, I hope you guys beat them in football this fall.
Yes, sir.
The rivalry is back, right?
Yes, sir.
If I'm not mistaken. Finally. What was it, dead for like 10 years?
Something like that.
Who won the last one before the... Was it UT or... I think it was really close, right?
UT walked it off.
It was a very controversial game, if I remember. What's my favorite thing about Texas A&M? Well, you guys aren't as liberal as UT, so that helps.
Yes, sir.
I said as liberal, right? There's still some libs, right?
Yes,
but no, it's a great school, and I have to say, Texas A&M faculty administration have been great to work with. They've been phenomenal. And secondly, and I think really importantly, I love the Corps cadets. I love the respect towards the military, and I met one of the Yell leaders. That's a goofy thing you guys do, but it's fun. I love A&M, and I think there's some things that could be improved, but overall, it's a good example of how college should be.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Charlie.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. And if you disagree, we'll find you guys. We'll work your way up. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Peyton. I'm a huge fan. I don't know if you heard what happened a couple weeks ago here on campus regarding the annual drag queen show they have. And it's a student-ran group they call themselves Draggy Land, and they have like a, yeah. Anyway, the board of A&M and the president said that they couldn't have the event because it was demeaning to women and vulgar and against our core values. And then like a trans group of liberals, they went down to a judge in Houston and they said that it was no more demeaning than a beauty pageant. So then they ended up having the show. And I just wanted to hear your thoughts on that.
I don't know all the details around it. I mean, the only reason I'm torn is that everyone here is an adult, so, I mean, I'm not huge about prohibiting speech. I do think, though, that minors should not be allowed to go to drag queens. That number one, I think it's child abuse and grooming of children. But, look, I don't know the details of what this group would want to do, but you know you're losing if you're on a political side that is fighting for illegal alien gang members and drag story hour and drag queens on college campuses. Yeah. So I don't know all the details around it. But what else were the elements surrounding the case?
Well, I don't know much. I saw them protesting here at the quad, and they were like, I don't know, they were just like saying awful things, wearing awful things, and then they ended up like selling their tickets for free because no one wanted to go.
Go figure. No one wants to watch that stuff.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So now, do you say gig 'em or howdy or both? Which one is it? Both. So gig 'em. All right, there you go. Yes, sir.
Hey Charlie, my name is Robert. How are you doing today? Oh, okay. So I'd like to address the elephant in the room, if that's okay with you. So, are you familiar with the court case in the movie Ted 2? So basically, Ted wanted to adopt a child, but wasn't a person in the court of law. And so my question to you is, do you think Ted deserved these civil rights, considering he was conscious and had like beliefs and values of himself, even though he wasn't human?
Probably not. You got to inform me though. So Ted is the teddy bear, right?
Yeah, Ted is the teddy bear, and he wanted to adopt a kid with Tammy Lynn, but he wasn't a human in the court of law. So, but I mean a person in the court of law. Everyone knows he's not a human. But I just feel like he did deserve civil rights. That's how it ended. He ended up appealing the decision, and he got the civil rights. But I just feel like he deserved those civil rights because he's conscious, he has his values, and he's able to feel, and he's affected by what he's voting on.
But he's not a human.
But when have we ever had someone that's not human be conscious?
I mean, well, it's by conscious or self-aware. I mean, those are two different.
He's both.
Yeah, I don't know the biochemistry of Ted in Ted 2, but you have to tell me more.
He was a teddy bear from Hasbro Gaming.
Oh, and who magically came to life.
Yeah.
So, got it.
So
I'll have to look more into the situation.
Okay, but for now, your answer's no.
Yeah, I think human beings should only be able to adopt human beings. Yeah.
That's respectable. Could you sign my hat?
Happily, yes, thank you. Thank you, man. Thank you. All right, who's up?
Howdy, my name is Ella, and I know you don't believe in college, but my question will just prove your point further. I've been in a lot of classes where I've been asked to write from a perspective I don't necessarily agree with. For example, writing about how the built environment creates burdens specifically for women and gender minorities, or having to assess what level of racism I am after watching a DEI training YouTube video. I'm concerned that if I challenge these ideas or offer a different viewpoint, I'll be graded unfairly. What advice do you have to students who feel pressured to conform to progressive ideologies in the classroom to protect their GPA?
Yeah, let me ask, how many of you guys feel as if you were to take a conservative position, you would be graded downward in your class? Look around. I don't know, maybe A&M needs got to get some work to do. Geez, that's not good. I personally, look, there is something to be said about writing about an opinion that you don't agree with. It actually pushes your intellectual abilities. But to have it make it your own, or if you get downgraded when you say to the teacher, hey, I'd much prefer, let's say it's abortion, I'd much rather write pro-life than pro-choice, then I would not be able to personally do that. I don't think you should ever attribute something to your own name that you don't believe in. Even if you get downgraded, I think that lying is way worse than getting a bad grade, because it actually impacts your soul and your character and it deteriorates who you are. It's not going to matter 10 years from now, all the grades you get in college. It will matter the type of person that you are. It will matter the decisions that you make, and every decision that you make ends up being an embodiment of who you are as a person. So,
Thank you. Yes,
hope that helps.
Can you sign my hat?
Yes, thank you.
This PC is powered by Snapdragon X Series platforms. That PC isn't. What's the difference? Here's a little intel on what's really inside. This PC runs at max performance when it's unplugged. That PC drops to as little as 55%. In fact, this PC is the fastest with multi-day battery life, while that PC is getting left behind. Snapdragon X Series, the max performance that you deserve.
Change yourself for the better. Come on, you're fleecing me here.
It's busy everywhere, mate.
I am going to walk.
No, Chip, not even tonight. It's Christmas Eve. What do they call you then? Scrooge.
These kids should be arrested for making such a terrible noise.
Looks like somebody's on the naughty list.
Open
Open your heart. And listen. 3 spirits will come to you tonight.
I don't believe in ghosts or spirits. This is ridiculous. You're not even dressed like a ghost.
I'm your ghost of Christmas past.
I remember.
Uganda has declared all Asians must leave immediately.
I was frightened. It was my home. I didn't want to leave. You think these memories will change me?
Yes.
Find forgiveness. Why should I do the forgiving?
You must have heard of karma.
Well, I was taught it as a child. I have money, status. Nothing can hurt me now.
So then why are you so unhappy?
Change yourself for the better. I want to live.
It's not right you being all alone at Christmas.
Party pooper.
Work hard, be someone, and today I intend on being that someone.
On the 3rd day of Christmas, my wife, she made for me 3 burnt sausage rolls.
Excuse me, I am a vegetarian. This is offensive.
No, but the 5th day of Christmas is a cracker.
I don't want to
No,
know.
you'll love it. It's vegetarian.
I do not want...
5 onion rings.
Hi, Charlie. So my question was, do you think that it's okay for a government to send someone to a jail for the rest of their lives without charging or convicting them of a crime?
Well, it depends if they're an American citizen.
So, no, pursuant to the language of the Constitution, it does not depend on if they're an American
Well, so there's
citizen.
3 ways to deport somebody in America. What are those 3 ways?
I know are you talking about under the Alien Enemies
Well,
Act?
there's Alien Enemies Act, expedited release, or traditional discharging with due process. So which one did Kilmar Abrego Garcia fall under, and why?
Well, I'm just asking, just for the first question, do you think it's okay for a government to send someone for a jail to the rest of their lives?
It depends who the someone is, right? So if the someone is a foreign illegal MS-13 gang member from an occupying force sent by a foreign government, then so be it.
That's not true, Charlie.
In fact, actually, let's look at his tattoos. What do his tattoos say? What do you think? Looks like MS-13, doesn't it?
Those
marijuana, smiley face,
So-
1-3.
So those
Not to mention, actually, I have the documents here because I figured that this was going to come up. In fact, I knew this was going to come up.
Yeah.
You see how angry the left gets about illegal MS-13 gang members? If only they fought for American citizens that hard. If only they fought for Americans that hard. In fact, I have all the stats here. In 2019, he petitioned to the court that he cannot be sent back to El Salvador because another gang might hurt him.
And was he granted the withholding of removal order that
However,
prevented
what
him
the
from
court
being...
said is that you could be deported at any time for any reason. You could be scooped up without due process. You know the court said this? The only country you're not allowed to be sent back to, ironically, was El Salvador. Now, so hilariously...
And that's what
hilariously,
the government did.
1 second. That was under the traditional deportation, not under the AEA, the Alien Enemies Act. Hilariously, if we would have sent him to the Congo or sent him to Gitmo, there's nothing that ever would have been the issue.
But that's
let's
not what you
talk
did.
let's talk about the specifics of Kilmar Abrego Garcia. He's a wife-beating MS-13 member that was documented in multiple instances of wearing MS-13 gang paraphernalia
The fact of the matter...
and has MS-13 tattoos. And now is back. Let's just be clear. He's back in the country he was raised in. Is he a U.S. passport holder?
Charlie, this has been litigated by the Maryland District Court, the Fourth Circuit, and just real quick, let me finish with this. If you believe him to be an MS-13 member, I agree with all of you guys. If there's someone that's an MS-13 member that's dangerous and violent, get them to a hearing, which is what our Constitution requires, and have the judge decide on it.
They did, but
the
that's
judge
the
is who
point.
has final say in that.
The judge
so
said,
why are you autocratically...
You got your facts on. The judge said he could be deported at any time without any more due process. The only country you can't be sent back to is El Salvador. So I will grant you.
But that's...
Maybe we should not have sent him to that specific country. However, though, that's the country he's from.
But okay, so regardless of, I didn't even bring up the Garcia case
but
initially.
Obviously, you're heavily implying it.
There's 300 people in which the data says 75% of them have no U.S. criminal records, and yet they were still.
Oh, they should all go home. If you are an illegal alien in America, you should be sent back to your country of origin.
and drop my files into the chat. Now I'll tell it to convert these documents into a professional presentation. And just like that, Kimmy instantly transforms my uploaded documents into structured, formatted PowerPoint slides. Finally, I can download or present directly from the platform.
Most teenage breakups end in tears. This one ended in blood.
Louisa Brannan was viciously stabbed to death by a teenager she met in a local pub.
I just dropped to the floor.
Couldn't believe what I was hearing.
His ex-girlfriend could hear another female on the phone calling out, "He's killing me, he's killing me."
Do you think he intended to kill Louisa?
He enjoys it.
You would never imagine it would happen to you or your family.
Britain's killer teens. Mondays at 9 on Crime and Investigation.
Every single one of them should be deported back to their country.
With the proper
period.
due process that the 14th Amendment requires, right?
It depends.
How
Are
is it
they, if Alien Enemies Act,
Okay.
expedited, so you had to tell me now, because you came up here with a contention.
Yeah.
What is the expedited removal process? Because the Supreme Court in 2019 ruled on what is called expedited removal. Do you know about this?
The Supreme Court just ruled 9-0.
No, they didn't. They put a stay on the Alien Enemies Act in June. They will author whether or not it's still constitutional.
Okay.
The Alien Enemies Act has been around since 1798. It was used 3 times prior. However, to the expedited release, the Supreme Court said you do not need to give due process to an illegal alien that is within 100 miles of the southern border or has been here less than 14 days. The Supreme Court said that. You do not have to give due process.
Okay,
so therefore...
First of all, that wasn't Abrego Garcia, and that wasn't many people.
However, yes, so he fell under the Alien Enemies Act. For the other individuals, they can and will get due process until the court rules differently.
Okay, so then, question on the Alien Removals Act. It's technically supposed to be a wartime act, but the justification is that Tren de Aragua has infiltrated the Venezuelan government to make it...
It's not an accusation. It's by their own admission and by intelligence agencies outside of our own country that have said this.
So 4 days ago, the U.S. Intelligence Assessment found no coordination between TDA and Venezuelan government. That was drawing from all of our U.S. 18 intelligence agencies. So if that's not true, that TDA is not in coordination with the Venezuelan government...
This case was MS-13. But again, so there's other...
I'm talking about anybody that was deported without a hearing, which is what Supreme Court precedent all the way back to 1903
You're misrepresenting it. Garcia did have years of hearings. The judge scheduled him for deportation.
In which he
the
showed...
judge warned him. He said, at any time, Mr. Garcia, you could be scooped up in the middle of the night. You should read the charging documents from the court. The judge said, at any time, you could be scooped up. And he said, I'm going to stay here anyway. The judge warned him, you are not safe to stay here.
Well, okay, but back to this, back to the 300 people that did not have due process that were deported under the Alien Enemies Act. If it's not true that the TDA is in coordination with the Venezuelan government, then why is that still happening?
Again, I challenge that information significantly.
4 days ago, U.S.
Okay, I'll take a look at that, and if
18.
so, I'll reconsider my position.
And then back to the initial question. So you do think it's okay, in some cases, for the government to send people to a prison, not just deport them back to their country, for the rest of their lives with no due process?
But again, we didn't send them back to a prison. We sent them to El Salvador, and El Salvador put them in a prison. We don't control the government El Salvador.
And if they put them in a prison without any process,
decision.
and we sold them to that prison, are we not complicit in that?
Well, hold on. Time out. Let's just make sure we get our morals straight. How did these people end up in our country? They broke into our home. If you break into our home, we're going to discharge you.
And this is
you
good.
break into America, don't play the victim if you're sent back to your country of origin.
This is where...
You did not come here with permission. You did not come here with warrant. You did not come here with invitation. You came here and broke in. You are a line cutter. Not you, but they are a line cutter. You actually waited nicely in line, of which I wish the illegals would do. And they should not all of a sudden act as if they're a victim. You come into America illegally, you're going to win certain prizes, one of which, if you are part of an enemy gang,
but
that at the time...
That has nothing to do with what I asked you. I'm just saying...
No, it's actually everything to do with the action. I'm saying...
I agree with you that if they're
as
illegal,
a standard
they
rule,
can be subject to deportation proceedings, which in 1903, this is precedent that goes all the way back in the Supreme Court, and they said
not
that...
with expedited release or the Alien Enemies Act.
If
that's what was used, though.
Our own intelligence agencies are saying now that TDA has no coordination.
And what was my answer to that? I had not seen that, and I'll look at it. If so, I'll reconsider my position. So we're going to keep on relitigating that. So at the time, that was considered to be operationally true. And again, I will take a look at that, and if it's true, I'll reconsider my position. Can I say it again?
Yes, but then just going to the most recent 9-0 Supreme Court case, they said that...
They stated. They did not say that. They put a pause on it to reconsider.
I haven't said what I thought they said yet. I'm saying that towards the end, they said that to remove anybody, they have to have an opportunity to be heard and notice of hearing. That's what.
Not for expedited release. Not if you're within 14 days or 100 miles of the southern border.
But so, there was. Are you claiming that everybody that was?
No, I'm not.
In that 300?
I'm saying those 300 were under the Alien Enemies Act. So again, we're going to keep on going in circles. At the time, that was before the Supreme Court ruled.
Okay. So just
correct?
To get it clear,
you agree with that?
You believe that the executive branch can put an allegation on somebody and then, without proving things to any third party, deport you to a foreign prison for the rest of your life.
If you're an illegal alien. And you are part of.
How would you prove you're
first
not an illegal alien?
We had this was the most documented deportation effort ever. We know who these people were. We knew their names.
Yeah, because they're all about to be held in criminal contempt by the people that uphold the law in this country.
Many of them were already convicted of crimes, including
75% of them were not convicted of crimes.
Again,
not
but
300
they already had affiliation. So if you're asking me, do I think it's okay for?
According to who?
Are you asking me? Is it okay for the U.S. government to scoop up illegal aliens and send them home? Yes. Next question.
Okay.
Yes.
But. Can you prove that they're? How do you prove you're not illegal?
Show me your passport. What's your name?
A lot of the people's
you're not in the system.
So
go home.
People that were detained
you're
in
not
Chicago.
In the system.
People
go
detained
home.
in Chicago, U.S. citizens that have been detained because of this.
Were they sent back to El Salvador?
No, but they were held in prison for 2 days based on immigration grounds, and they're U.S. citizens.
Okay, then
it's because y'all aren't respecting due process.
No, again, we're continually going in circles on this. But I will say for the 14th time. If you are an illegal alien in America, don't be shocked if you get swept up and deported back to your country of origin.
Yeah.
Biden's presidency is over. A new presidency is here.
Well, I'll just say that's authoritarian rhetoric, in my opinion, and anybody waving an American flag supporting that does not support the core values of our country.
Do you know what it is? It is patriotism to say American citizens come before foreign gang members.
It's spitting and
not
chewing
hard
out the
to understand.
And that's why every single court in this land, the Supreme Court, the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals, the Maryland Court, Judge Boasberg, is holding the government that you support in contempt for violating the Constitution.
Well, they actually have not held them in contempt.
They're starting to start those proceedings,
haven't.
Charlie. That's a technicality.
They have not held them in contempt.
They're starting those processes.
But disagreement between the branches is nothing new. It is normal.
It's violation of the Supreme Court orders?
Joe Biden violated the Supreme Court.
Cool. I'm not talking about
No. When it came to the student loan cancellation thing, should he have done that? No. And they're not actually ignoring the Supreme Court. They're not. There's a hold on the Alien Enemies Act. We will see what the Supreme Court decides this summer. Okay. Again, it is one of 3 legal ways to remove people from the United States of America, as per our courts have decided.
Okay. And then
but let's just go back to another rule and repeat it for the now 17th time. Yeah. If you are here illegally, we are going to return you to your country of origin.
Without due process or any type of evidence to prove you're actually illegal.
We're going to keep on going in circles,
I don't know what you're referring to as far as that, but I did have one final question.
Again, expedited release does not require due process.
My name is Teresa, and I was wondering, because all humans are endowed with unalienable rights, why deny illegal immigrants due process?
No, that's a good question. That only pertains. So the promise of the idea of unalienable rights is first and foremost to American citizens, not to. We do not enforce the natural rights contract of every citizen around the world. But secondly, to the point earlier, there are some circumstances where illegal aliens do get due process, and some where they do not.
Well, the government is there to protect rights, so shouldn't the court decide the question about status?
Again, they have. So for expedited release, the court has ruled that you do not need extensive due process rights. Alien Enemies Act is under contention. Other issues, yes, due process is given.
I also had another question. Do you think that unenumerated federal function departments, agencies, and properties should be closed down and those powers returned to the states and the people, therefore?
Yeah, the more we can return to the states, the better.
Okay. I'm Republican, and I really thank you for all that you do.
Thank you.
Educate college students. So.
God bless you. Thank you.
Standards. At William Hill Vegas, they matter. That's why Bonus Drop Boost is free to play. Drop a disc to start building your Friday boost. William Hill, Vegas as it should be.
Hey Charlie, how are you? So I just had a question on your thoughts on if we need more gun control in the country or not. I'm very pro protecting America and the citizens that live in it. And so I think that we should have more gun control because there's a lot of school shootings that happen, as we mentioned. And, I just think it would do a lot to protect the people And I think the Second Amendment also qualifies that we should have regulations for guns. I wanted to know your thoughts on that.
Sure. Do you think gun ownership is a right or a privilege?
I think it's a right, but it comes with responsibilities.
Okay, tell me more.
Well, I think that there should be things in place, things like red flag laws and things like that. The AG just approved Mel Gibson to get his gun rights back, even though he had a domestic violence charge. So, I don't think the people that commit these violent crimes should be able to buy guns and things like that. And I think we should have red flag laws in place to make sure that those violent criminals aren't getting guns.
Okay, so let's go. So tell me, in your perfect world, what would constitute a red flag?
Just things like, we can look into any kind of medication and things like that that can affect someone's...
That could be dangerous, right? That could be there's a lot of vets that come home from war and that are on a lot of medication. A lot of vets could have their weapons taken away.
Well, I'm not necessarily saying, bless you.
Thank you, it's the pollen or something, thank you.
I'm not necessarily saying, it's mainly to prevent, future shootings and things like that, and also, putting in place things like a federal registry so that we know, the types of guns that people have, and, it would just essentially be a federal registry that shows these are the guns that this person has, in case a cop has to go on something like a domestic call. That's the most dangerous call they can go on. So.
Yeah, I could see you're coming after this from a good perspective. Let me ask one other question. What would you say is the ultimate and final purpose of the Second Amendment?
I think it's self-defense against a tyrannical government, which...
We agree. Sure, great. Keep going.
Well, but I think within the Second Amendment, it also implies that we have high regulations in the first 4 words.
Sort of.
Of it.
Well-regulated militia actually meant well-armed, but that's a separate issue. But
well, how do you know? You're interpreting what the Founding Fathers
Well, they said it in the Federalist Papers, right? So it's not just me, but also in the Heller decision, in the 5-4 decision, that said that gun ownership was a right. This was a hotly debated thing.
But do you disagree? Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Do you disagree with the idea of a federal registry like that?
Oh, without a doubt. The only reason you'd want to register the guns is if you want to confiscate them.
Well, or to make sure that people like officers of the law are protected and know what they're going into. A domestic...
Again, that's a good argument.
Right.
To your credit. I will try to make a better argument where the problem of the government knowing where every gun is would then lead itself towards mass confiscation. And I would agree with you, a well-armed citizenry is the greatest protectorate of liberty and freedom in this country.
Even though the Army has things like drones and tanks and things like that outarm, citizens that have
Yes and no. We've seen it in several instances where at least a citizen, that's a good argument, but I would say a little flawed, where the citizens are able to protect themselves in some ways. It's a much harder population to control.
I understand, but so you think a federal registry would infringe on the rights?
Potentially. I think that there's no good argument, other than potential. I ascribe to the government bad motives and bad intentions when it wants to infringe more on these types of freedoms and liberties.
Well, I understand. I just personally don't see it as an infringement because, like we just said, and I think we agreed that owning a gun is a right. However, yes. I think it was responsibilities. But also I wanted to ask, is voting a right or is that a privilege?
Well, it is a right, and so felons can get their rights back, right? And so, but rights can be suspended or delayed. And we both agree with that. So, for example, somebody in prison doesn't get guns.
Right, no, of course.
Somebody in prison doesn't have the same free speech rights that you might have.
But what's the first thing that you have to do if you want to vote in this country? You have to register, right? Mm-hmm. So it's a federal registration to be able to vote in this country. So why not, and we can agree that, keeping safe and, keeping our elections to where people who shouldn't vote aren't voting is, that's keeping America safe because we don't want people who
That's a fair point. I would say there's something, there's a technical difference between a voter registration roll and a gun registration roll.
Guns are much more dangerous.
Well, also, but guns in many different ways, they would go after the guns a lot more than the voter registration roll.
Well, how do we know,
my worldview comes out of one in the 20th century, where almost every totalitarian government went after the guns first. And the confiscation of guns then leads into the erosion of freedom and liberty.
Right, but wouldn't you say in the 20th century, as you just said, that the disparity between the technology that citizens had to protect themselves compared to what the military had, wouldn't you say that there was a much smaller disparity as opposed to what we see nowadays?
Somewhat. I think that's a fair point.
Ready?
I think so.
You think so? Come on, Muggs, yes or no answer.
Mark Kerr, a man on a mission.
I've never seen him like this before.
To be the greatest fighter in the world. But with everything he's been through, can he still fight?
I know what I'm doing, all right?
Or will all his hopes and dreams come crashing down.
Come on, are you ready?
Yes.
So
I'm acknowledging that's a fair point.
Okay.
But do you see my perspective as well?
No, I do understand.
That an armed citizenry, also it says shall not be infringed, so we have to kind of wrestle with those two things simultaneously.
Right, but so if it's just a semantics argument, then to that point...
Well, it's not. I mean, semantics is meaning. That's literally what the word means. But
right, but
so,
you're saying because it says shall not be infringed, we can't do anything.
No,
does that mean
that
voting rights can be infringed? Because it doesn't say it cannot be infringed.
I'm saying I err on the side that more government regulation around guns means that they'll try to take good people's guns away, which then results in less global, or let's just say national freedom and liberty.
I understand, but wouldn't you say that that more guns can potentially lead to more danger and less guns?
Yes and no. I mean, there's plenty of evidence to show that states that have more, so like if you take Houston and Chicago, about comparable populations, Houston actually has warmer weather, which means potentially more gang violence. They have about half, if not even less, the amount of homicides per year than in Chicago. Chicago has much stricter gun laws than Houston, like incredibly strict gun laws.
I understand, but I'm also, well, I think part of what plays into that is the gun laws that are around those cities. They're a lot more lenient than those cities themselves. So I think, I'm not saying that's entirely the cause of it, but I'm saying
I've heard that my whole life, so yeah.
Right, but I'm basically just talking about preventing people that have committed crimes such as domestic violence. I know I mentioned Pam Bondi gave Mel Gibson his rights to purchase a gun again, even though he pled guilty to a battery domestic violence charge in 2011, and yet now he is able to purchase a gun again, which I disagree with because he committed a violent crime. I mean, do you disagree with that personally?
No, I mean, I don't know the details of the case, but I think I've met Mel Gibson. I think he should be able to own a gun. I mean, like
just off of speaking to him though, even though with his criminal history.
I don't know all the details. Do I think that the idea of taking his rights away because of something that happened that I don't know all the details about 14 years ago?
He pled guilty to it though.
Again, I find that to be a little bit of an infringement on basic rights.
Even though he literally
again, I don't know the details around that, but I guess we're getting to a place where, do you think anyone that's convicted of violent crime should be able to own guns again?
No, not at all.
Wow,
if they're committing a violent crime, absolutely not. I think we should protect people in America, which I think you agree with, and I think that's how we protect America.
That's a balance. Are we going to really say the federal government is going to protect us from ourselves when it comes to guns?
No, I mean, it's less about the federal government taking away guns and more just allowing them to protect their citizens. And it's not about getting rid of guns. I'm a gun owner myself. I go hunting. I was on a competitive team.
What state would you say has the gun laws that are the most appealing to your worldview?
I don't know specific state laws, if I'm being completely honest with you. But
something to think about.
But I'm speaking, even just the federal registry itself, I think that would protect, a lot of officers of the law. Like I said, when they go on domestic calls, that's the most dangerous call that an officer of the law can go on.
There's an informal registry, not a formal one. Just, gun dealers are supposed to report
Right, but do you really
sales.
think that they do all the time, though?
No, of course not, obviously. I mean,
right,
I
so
live in
wouldn't
reality.
the federal registry eliminate that problem then?
Again, I would go back to a formal registry. You register in order to confiscate. It is a prerequisite towards confiscation.
Isn't that just a slippery slope argument, though? If you give one thing, then another thing
it's a historical argument, right? We see that throughout totalitarian dictatorships throughout the 20th century, where if you want to take the weapons away, you first ask for a collection of all the items that you then want to collect. But I could see, you're coming after this in good faith. I tend to be on a much more libertarian side, even though I'm not libertarian, where we actually need looser gun laws, because I think that
looser gun laws.
Oh yeah.
If we place them into these positions first,
we can drive them out.
I'll clear the path. Adieu. I can do it. Yes, I can do it. Oh, I can do it. Yes, I can do it. I can do it. Yes, I can do it. I can do it. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, especially in states like Chicago and Illinois, where it's very basic Second Amendment rights. So I'll give you a great example.
Okay.
In a state like Rhode Island or New York, it could take a woman upwards of 30 days to get a gun. Mm-hmm. So let's say a man wants to actually do harm to her, and she gets threats and the police won't intervene. I think she should be able to get a gun that afternoon to protect herself.
I understand that.
So in that case, I think that gun laws should be looser.
I understand.
I think
in that regard, I do agree with you.
Cool. So that would be an instance of that. And I also will go back to this idea of red flag laws. We have seen case after case of it being abused, of veterans having their weapons taken away. because of fake accusations and, let's just say, faulty accusations, saying that they're mentally unbalanced, so on and so forth.
But do you think that they could investigate cases like that and see if there aren't any medications? I mean, a lot of these antidepressants can change your brain chemistry.
For sure, and some of it, though, is they take the guns away first and they ask questions after. It's a difficult, very, I don't want to say gray area, but edge part of the law, where I tend to, and a respectable position, respect to you, I tend to err on the side of it is a right, the government screws up more than it does correct in this specific portion, and the downside to having more guns is far better than the downside of having only the government have guns.
Even if that can cost American lives, though? I mean, me personally, I would give up all of my guns in a heartbeat if I knew for a fact that it was going to save one life.
Can I do a thought experiment to you?
Sure.
So do you think we should ban driving?
No, I don't think so. And I know where you're going with this.
55,000 people a year die from car accidents, right?
Right,
so
absolutely. But those are accidents, though. That's not someone intentionally going and killing somebody.
Some people intentionally do, or some people have DUIs, right? Some of it is an act of agency, not just accidents, right? Meaning that they are reckless with the technology.
I understand.
You would agree a DUI is a reckless act.
Oh, for sure.
And that's a vast majority of auto deaths,
right,
both in the interior of the vehicle and the exterior.
Right, but then what do you have to do to be able to drive, though? You have to get a driver's license. You have to take a test with an instructor.
No, of course, but I'm saying if the pursuit of, to save, if it's all about saving lives, then there are certain things that we'd get rid of. I would say, though, that government is not merely there for our safety. It's one of the primary focuses. You have to balance liberty and safety. And that's a tough balance at times. I fall on this issue on the side of liberty. Final thought.
So just one last quick question, I promise. What about something, as I mentioned, with taking a driving test to be able to get a driver's license, you have to prove that you know how to operate the vehicle safely. What about something similar to that with owning a gun? Some kind of thing where you go to a range with a trained professional, you show that you know how to operate the gun, safely, know how to store it safely, things like that. And then once you pass that, you get some kind of card that allows you to buy a gun. It's all about protections. It's not about restricting rights.
On that, you might have some agreement with me. Because actually, the number one cause of errant gun deaths is accidental discharges. People that don't know what they're doing with their gun.
I understand.
And so I think that could be prevented through better training. So for that, I actually might have some middle ground.
Okay, I appreciate it. Hope you and your family had a blessed Easter. God bless everybody.
God bless you. Great job. Thank you.
It's called Kimi. Let me show you how it works. Just go to kimi.com or download the app. You can chat here just like any other AI, ask questions, get answers, brainstorm ideas. Now, let me show you something incredible with the Slide Agent feature. Watch this. I'll click on the Slide Agent icon on the sidebar. I'll drag and drop my files into the chat. Now I'll tell it to convert these documents into a professional presentation. And just like that, Kimi instantly transforms my uploaded documents into structured, formatted PowerPoint slides. Finally, I can download or present directly from the platform. With Kimi, you can process up to 2 million words at once, analyze 50 files simultaneously, and turn your ideas into polished reports or full PowerPoint slides instantly. Kimi is totally free and unlimited. No waiting, no paywalls, it's that simple. Comment Kimi and I'll send you the link to your DMs.
We're back.
Series 2, who would have thought it, eh? And there's always something new happening. I'm gonna go and play with the big boys.
Any way we could switch off the teenager?
Dirty washing from holiday.
I'd be an idiot not to listen to your advice.
Got that on tape.
Howdy, my name is Grace, and I've heard your opinions against college, and I wanted to ask if you think it's entirely useless if we are making connections and broadening our current viewpoints and opinions with new knowledge that we were not taught by family and friends. So overall, if we live in sheltered households that only have one particular political opinion and we're not able to see outside of that, doesn't college help you broaden and also help you expand your own opinions?
It can. The question is, can only college do that? That's the operative question. And secondly, is it worth the cost? For some people, of course, college is worth it. I mean, do you guys have an engineering school here?
Yes.
I mean, we obviously need more engineers. I think we need a lot less people studying sociology. Let me put it that way.
Understandable. So in regards, for example, I don't personally relate because I'm a neuroscience major, so college is good for me.
You have a lot of opportunity ahead of you.
Yes. So for people that are you use the example of sociology majors and, and communications majors and business majors, they can learn that by making connections outside of college. But overall, I personally believe that it really does help if you have the funds through scholarships, and there's hundreds and thousands of scholarships that people can apply to and get to, even disability scholarships, or I know there's, of course, people of color scholarships for people of color. So I do think college overall is beneficial, even if you have a major that may not be great for the, like, sociology.
So can I ask a question to the audience? I'm curious. How many of you guys have to take classes that you would consider a waste of time or money?
I do.
Yeah.
I will say
so
that. Yeah.
that's against your will.
Mm-hmm.
People have to go into debt then.
Yeah.
So you got to kind of wrestle with that, right?
Yeah. But I feel like there are still big takeaways that you can take from this class. Like, for example, one of my elective classes is Guitar Heroes, which that has nothing to do with neuroscience, but I'm enjoying every single second of it, and I've already made friends and larger connections that are along with my major.
Guitar Heroes?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, it's about history of guitarists. And, you know, they even, I remember earlier
Was that an elective or was that mandatory? Was that core?
It's under cultural discourse.
Oh, okay.
So
honestly, that's better than critical race theory, so I fully support
Yes.
Guitar Heroes over CRT.
Well, there is actually a lot of LGBTQ-related questions in this class, like how does this gender the guitar and things like that, which I never really thought about until getting into this class. So do you think that, along with the question that someone asked earlier, do you think they're pushing leftist views on us, or do you think they're just trying to help us broaden our
It can. It
viewpoint?
depends on the professor. It depends on what you're studying.
Okay.
I mean, there are some horizons that can be fun to broaden, but is that the best use of your time?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I would not ask you, but are you guys traditionally studying deeply about Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle, and Aquinas, and Augustine, and the great works of the West? Not always in college, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Okay. Thank you so much.
thank you. God bless you. Thanks for your time. You want a hat? Great. In a second, we'll get to you. Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah.
So my question actually pertains to my first question pertains to American identity and the difference between individualism and collectivism. So there, in early American history, you see this tradition of sort of Americans working together, in almost a collective society. But there's also a bad collectivism, which is like the Stalinist collectivism. But yet there's also this collectivism like in South America where they have this thing called minga, where they help each other with labor to build each other's houses and stuff like that. And I guess my question is, where do you think the line ends and begins between the good collectivism and the bad collectivism?
Well, involuntary collectivism is great. So when a church comes together collectively to go and feed the poor, you and I can agree that's great. If
Right.
it's mandatory or inherently totalitarian, that comes with a lot of problems.
Yeah, that makes sense. My second question is, throughout history, you have this thing where people are striving towards freedom, towards a more open society. And there's this sort of problem where there's this difference between the sort of political philosophers and what they think and those who are, living a certain way in order to achieve whatever their political or societal goals are. And I guess my question is, do you think that political philosophers can sort of sometimes be a hindrance to creating a better society? Or is it better that we listen to these political philosophers?
We should listen to them, but most political philosophy on the left is garbage and rubbish. So should be very careful with that. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it. Would you like a hat?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Hi, Charlie. Nice to meet you. My name is Jordan. I just had a question. It's pretty general, and I ask it with the most respect. Why do you do these prove me wrong tables? Like, what's the motivation behind it?
Well, firstly, to inspire the conservatives on campus that you guys aren't alone and that there's a lot of you that share this view. That's number one. Number two, to see where we agree or disagree. And then third, just to find out who's right.
Okay.
Because speech will get you towards some approximation of truth.
Okay, absolutely. And then what would you say is your purpose when it comes to people on the opposing side of you? What's your purpose? What's your goal in trying to communicate to them?
Hopefully to convince them and persuade them, obviously.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to try to get one to that guy in the back. Yes, next question. Who wants a hat, everybody? Who wants a hat?
Gonna get closer. All right.
Sounds like Ojo time. Feel the fun with all the latest slots and live casino games, money back on every spin, and no wagering requirements. Groovy.
Feel the fun. Play Ojo.
Yes.
How you doing, Charlie? We're good? How you doing? It's hot today, ain't it? Gotta get used to it down here, man. Right before we start, could I please get a signed hat?
Depends.
Do you charge cheddar around here? You charge?
No, I've been throwing out hats for free.
Damn, I just gotta jump next time, I guess. All right, well, I feel pretty American today. We're down to our roots, standing up for what we believe in. I think that's powerful. I'm pretty sure a branch of that is why you're here. I just had one question for you real quick. Probably go into two. Or 3 or 4 or 5, whatever. So, all right. I've heard you say before that you think diversity is a weakness. I just want to ask you why you think diversity is a weakness.
Well, think about it. Unity is a strength. Diversity is not. If you're trying to create a team, for example, if you guys want to win the SEC again, of which I am pulling for Texas A&M to win an SEC championship again, and every single player is getting different call signs, that is definitionally different, and unity is what creates a good football team. We're brought together by what brings us together, not what is different. And so differences are actually not a strength when you're trying to create a team, a country, a military, a football team, a unit, a corporation, or so on and so forth.
Okay, well, glad we're not a football team. I'm glad we're a country. So
it's a metaphor, right?
I get you. So you say different call signs. How is me being diverse from someone in the crowd here, us getting different call signs?
Well, I mean, again, it's a metaphor, right?
Well, yeah, but you use a metaphor to explain.
Right. So, for example, if someone, I'll try to boil it down for you so you can understand.
Gotcha.
If like Elon Omar comes into America and doesn't share our values, doesn't speak our language, and hates America, different call signs, not united. Diversity becomes a weakness, not a strength. When you import a lot of people that don't share your values, like we have been from Somalia and from the third world, all of a sudden they say diversity is a strength. Is it really? Is diversity a strength in Minneapolis? Is that really a strength? No. You know what is a strength? The unity we find in being an American, not in being Muslim or in being whatever faction or tribe that you come from.
Okay, so basically, like, just to make sure I'm getting this, if we're all united as one thing,
it's called
not diverse.
E pluribus unum. So it's the Latin phrase, out of many one.
Okay.
So the diversity is our strength is at odds with what's on every one of your dollar bills. On your dollar bill is a phrase, E pluribus unum, which means it doesn't matter your skin color, your background. Our founders did not say diversity is our strength. They said we are all humanity and that is our strength, which is fundamentally different than the phrase diversity is our strength.
Okay, well, I'm glad you brought up the founding fathers then, because they weren't all the same person. There was so many people that made up America.
There were many of them, you're right.
Okay, yeah, but there were so many people that made up America. There were so many tribes that were here before us, and they're the whole reason why we even won the American Revolution. So in that sense, diversity would be a strength. In World War II, we used the Navajo language.
We won the revolution because of the French, not because of the Native Americans.
And they're not Americans, so that's still diverse. That still goes to my
well,
point.
They were European, of which was our ancestry, but okay, what's the point? Fair enough, I'm not...
My point is that I believe that your statement that diversity is a weakness is just simply not true.
Okay, so let's put it on you. Show me an institution, a company, a sports organization that aims to get more diverse for diversity's sake and becomes more excellent. Show me one example.
I'll go even better than that. I'll show you a country that did that. During World War II, we used the Navajo language to counteract German forces. Without their language and the diversity in this country, we wouldn't be able to do any of that.
Okay, they were Americans and American soldiers. And in fact, we looked at them as equal human beings and we're able to use a different language to our advantage. In fact, what we were fighting for was the promise of e pluribus unum. We were fighting up against Japanese totalitarianism and Nazi totalitarianism. And I will go even step further. At every organization that tries to make diversity a priority, whether it be Harvard that ignored the Students for Fair Admission course, you lower excellence and you elevate diversity, which lowers the flourishing and the capacity for any organization, company, or group of people to be the best versions of themselves.
So you're very anti-DEI, I suppose.
Oh yes, very much so. I mean, like, for example, do you think the NBA should be half Asian?
I don't care if they're better than any of the players that come out of our
if they're better,
combine.
exactly. Excellence matters more than skin color. We agree. Yes, better.
We don't agree.
Better, not skin color. That's what we are pro-merit, not pro-DEI. That's the point.
If you believe that is true, then you would support DEI, because DEI is what defends other people.
They weren't born killers. So what went wrong?
Right, you're under arrest on suspicion of an assault.
Something's happened. A lot of shouting, a lot of threats.
He wanted to kill somebody. No one took him seriously.
The unimaginable horror of this happening to your child.
Do you think he's evil?
Yes.
Yeah, without a doubt. It's in his eyes.
I couldn't believe that a 15-year-old girl could be capable of that.
They were just teenagers. Britain's killer teens. Mondays at 9 on Crime and Investigation.
That are foreign.
What are you talking about?
DEI is literally pro-diversity. We need these protections to be able to protect people that are different from us.
So how is it that the NBA is 75% black? It's because they're better at basketball than white people generally are. It's not because
That's because of DEI.
No, oh really? What DEI? No, seriously. What DEI program or policy does the NBA have? Do they have a stated goal saying we're only going to hire black people? No, the NBA owners say we want the best basketball players, and they end up with a 75% black league. The NFL, it's a cutthroat business. They want the best possible football players. They end up with 50% of the NFL being a black league. We want the best. We want better. We don't care about the color of your skin. We want merit and we want excellence in this country.
If it wasn't for DEI, we wouldn't be giving other people a chance that aren't American or white. That's the whole point of DEI.
No, it's not. In fact,
other people
DEI is at odds with the 14th Amendment. Explain to me. The 14th Amendment says you cannot discriminate based on color, based on race. Actually, it's even more. That's the Civil Rights Act. Going back to the 14th Amendment says, literally at its core, that we have a human equality because we're all human beings. That DEI says, actually, we understand that, but we're going to give more preferences to this skin color over that skin color because diversity is our strength. Explain to me how that works.
It works because there was so many years of just constant turmoil between people that weren't our skin color. So you need to instill extra protections.
Oh, so you need to discriminate against white people now? That's what it is.
How am I discriminating against white people?
Let me give you an example. At the Harvard admission, so the Students for Fair Admissions, you're familiar with that Supreme Court case? It's the highest profile Supreme Court case that comes around DEI and college admissions. Are you aware of that?
Go ahead.
You should educate yourself on it. We found out that Asians they got a 300-point deduction on standardized tests versus black students. White people got a 100-point deduction on entrance tests in Harvard University versus black students. This is the Students for Fair Admission Supreme Court case that all of you guys should look up. In fact, in practice, we saw it was much easier to get into Harvard as a black student, regardless if your test scores were lower than a white student, even if your test scores were higher. That is active discrimination against Asian and white people and against everything that we as Americans stand for and that we believe in. That is racism at its core.
I agree that it is racism.
Oh, DEI is racism. Can we agree?
I didn't say DEI was racism.
No, I just said that's racism.
You described something that happened with Harvard admissions.
No, in hundreds of schools.
Okay, but you brought up Harvard
because that is the test case. But we saw the documents.
Okay, well, I'm just gonna go off of what you said. You said Harvard. You said it was racism. I said I agreed. When Harvard went to court, did they say that DEI allowed them to do that, and they only did that because of DEI?
They did it because of affirmative action, which is a outgrowth of DEI. They literally said this was because of our stated affirmative action policies. So affirmative action and DEI are one and the same. They are sister policies of one another. So they said, literally, the Students for Fair Admission course in front of the Supreme Court that was ruled unconstitutional, by the way, is affirmative action constitutional? And found out, no, actually it's not constitutional to preference one racial group over another when another racial group is as qualified, if not more qualified, just because you want college to everyone to look different. I don't care if college looks different. I care about if you have a competency, if you have excellence, and if you have merit. I care if you are qualified, not whether or not you are black, white, Asian, Mexican. I want the best, not the most colorful.
Okay, but if you realize, if you get rid of the protections that were protecting those people previously,
Such as?
you're going to allow people that are not merit-based
Such
to get
as,
in.
I'm not trying to get rid of the 14th Amendment.
You're trying to get rid of DEI.
Well, no, first of all, DEI is not a law. DEI, actually, well, affirmative action was. DEI is the forceful implementation of racial standarding practices and racial quotas. DEI is basically saying we are going to build a college and organization based on hyper-racialization, not on the pursuit of excellence. At the University of California, in order to get a job at the University of California, you had to submit a diversity statement as the first thing that they would look at, and 75% of white applicants were immediately dismissed upon the review of their diversity statement. That is DEI in practice. That is affirmative action in practice. And can't we both agree we want a colorblind society, not a race-obsessed society? Can't we agree to that?
If you allow all of society to be colorblind and if you're throwing away all these years of just constant turmoil towards other races, you're going to go towards...
Wait, so you don't want colorblind?
What do you mean?
Do you want colorblind? Do you want us to get closer to a society where we care about character, not skin color? Don't you believe that the content of character should matter more than skin color?
I believe that you should not be getting rid of protections that are ensuring
like what?
That
Tell me what you are talking.
You're quite literally getting rid of
DEI is not a protection. DEI is an elevation. It's a different thing. DEI is not a protection against discrimination. DEI is an elevation, which is discrimination. DEI is that I'm going to take this group of people and promote them, not based on anything they've earned. DEI stands for didn't earn it, just so you know. And we're going to elevate them to a place in a position of authority or power and circumstance just because they have a different pigmentation. We think that is immoral and wrong, and everything against what we believe in as Americans. Everything.
So would you agree that the current federal government, the administration, that they're not DEI hires, of course? You would agree that they're all there because of merit?
Standards. At William Hill Vegas, they matter. That's why Bonus Drop Boost is free to play. Drop a disc to start building your Friday boost. William Hill, Vegas as it should be.
Well, some of them are there because they're friends of the president, but no one was hired because of their race. You know who is a DEI hire? Tim Walz was a DEI hire. They needed a white guy on their ticket because they were doing bad with white men. Newsflash, we still won white men by nearly 30 points. Didn't work. And so they literally only chose Tim Walz because of the color of his skin. Kamala Harris was a DEI hire. They said, we need a black woman on our ticket. Ketanji Brown Jackson was a DEI hire. DEI is when you publicly state a criteria where I want a certain race, I want a certain group, I want a certain skin color, certain pigmentation. So can you point to one person in the Trump administration that was hired because of their race? One person?
I didn't say because of race.
No, that's what DEI is, though.
All right, then, but I simply asked, do you believe that they're all there because of their merit, that they all should be there?
Yeah, I mean, I've defended all of them, of course.
So yes. So what about when Signalgate happened, when you let a reporter
Say that again?
What about Signalgate, when you let a reporter hear about war plans? Do you think that was merit-based?
Well, first of all, we don't even know who did it. So when it's merit-based, you could still make mistakes. Who did it, actually? Who did Signalgate? Who let the reporter in? Tell me.
It was freaking
Who did
Paul.
It? Who? Who? Yeah, you don't know.
Paul.
Actually, we don't know. No one actually knows. Could have been Mike Waltz. It could have been his staffer. It could have been Dan Caldwell. We actually don't know. So don't come up here professing to know something you don't know, that it's actually still an active Department of Justice investigation. Number two, what's that contention? That people might make mistakes and errors? Yes. But you know what? Pete Hegseth is much more qualified than Lloyd Austin, because Pete Hegseth was a frontline warrior and fighter on the front lines of our war. In fact, I did not hear a single liberal complain about Lloyd Austin when he was hospitalized without telling anybody for nearly a week that interrupted the chain of command and the flow of our national security when Joe Biden was president. This is the most qualified cabinet in American history that we have seen. People that have fought the wars, people that have run businesses, people that have done the most consequential decisions ever. It's an anti-DEI administration ever. Where we look at Joe Biden, you had Kamala Harris that literally has done nothing meaningful in her life, who was only there because she was, a black woman and she fit a specific criteria box. And so we ask the question, when you are trying to build the best, shouldn't the best be the only thing you care about, not the color of one's skin? That is why we are pro-merit and anti-DEI.
Oh, so Kamala Harris was a DEI hire then?
Yes, they said they needed a person of color on the ticket. I mean, obviously.
Not an attorney, right?
You could still be an attorney and be a moron.
Okay. I got you. But A businessman can run for president, right?
And actually win twice and still be your president, yes.
Right. With felonies. I can't vote with a felony, but I could run for president, right?
Well, first of all, he's not a felon in the traditional sense. He was actually never sentenced for that felony. So upon sentencing, you actually get the felon distinction. So he was convicted but not sentenced. So you must have a very important, he was not sentenced. That's not correct. Sentencing was delayed. He was not sentenced. That's not correct. He does not have the official distinction of felon by the time the election happened. Number two, let's just kind of take a step back. Do you think that there was any lawfare related to President Trump being targeted? 700 years he was facing in federal prison. Do you think there was any lawfare involved in that?
Yeah.
Okay, good. We agree.
So.
Anything else?
Yeah, just one more then. So you believe that someone who was the vice president?
Are you with Dean and Parker's crew?
No.
I think you are actually. No, you're.
No.
This is Dean. You are not sending your best.
Do you want to see
Dean,
my ID?
You are not sending your best.
I'm not.
You're
with
not.
it.
I can't hear you. You're not sending your best. Anyway, last question.
You think someone who's a vice president isn't qualified to be president?
She shouldn't have been vice president in the first place.
Why not? They voted for her.
Okay, yes. The point being is that she was a DEI pick. If your argument, if the hill you want to die on, is that Kamala Harris is the best of DEI, good luck with that. I will rest my case. We want merit. You want Kamala Harris. We're gonna live in a much better country. Thank you so much.
All right.
Thank you.
When logic bends and certainties shatter, when markets react and power tilts, when left is right and right is left, which way do you turn? The Economist goes beyond the headlines, more than news, a trusted global perspective. The Economist, know which way is up.
I can do it, yes, I can do it.
He can do it.
No hat.
Thank you. No hat.
No hat. Not
No.
if I ask nicely.
No. Thank you.
Really?
Next question. Thank you.
How are you doing, Kirk? So it's been great. I love hearing the topics. I'm going to be honest. I've agreed with most of what you've said today. In all honesty, I do have a real question though. Sorry for the stupid shirt. I didn't know what I was coming here for today. No.
Pyrokinesis. Is that what it says?
Yeah. Yeah. So what I came here for is, so on the topic of abortion, I do not agree with most of it. I think there are multiple situations though where in the extreme where they should be allowed. I'm not talking about the 2% chance I'm talking about rape and the chance of the mother and the child both dying. With the child dying, would you rather have the one death or the two deaths for both of it?
Oh, if the child is gonna, so you do mean like when the uterine wall gets torn and there's an ectopic pregnancy?
Complete failure for both deaths.
So again, if the baby's dead, that's not an abortion. That's a removal of a corpse, right?
Okay.
So that's a technically different thing.
Yeah. Okay. That's perfectly fine. But then the real question is on the question of rape.
Yeah. So let me push your boundaries a little bit on the rape question. Why don't you articulate your argument? Why do you think that the human life, even though there's something evil and unspeakable with rape, should not get human rights?
My real perspective on it is if I heard that my child was raped, and like my 16, 18-year-old daughter, if she was violated in a way that she wouldn't be able to, well, she feels like she couldn't trust men, she couldn't do something like that.
I get that.
No, and the same thing could happen to men. I'm not saying this is a one-sided coin. There's been multiple court cases of men getting raped and then where they have to pay child support and it combines into them being financially stuck for multiple years until that court case is even finished. But with the problem of it, I think if a woman or man is raped, it can cause multiple financial restraints on it. Say the woman, she might be pregnant and she goes into a job, but she cannot continue with it because she might go into maternity leave, which could put her at risk of quitting that
But you agree
job.
she could put the baby up for adoption?
Yeah, but I think to a point, it's the
Yeah, and here's the point, man. And like, it's still the taking of a human life. So you have something evil. Let me tell you my position, rape. We do not believe you should have another evil thing on top of an evil action. In fact, let me go further. It's a false choice to say that, well, a woman is raped, awful, terrible, and it happens way too often.
Yes.
And someone is raped, that an abortion means no trauma, perfect life.
No, I'm not.
And I want to make sure
that.
that's clear, that
No.
at times the abortion can give even more trauma. Not always. It depends on the case, depends on the circumstance, depends on the scenario.
And I'd like to argue that further too, even when the mother, because there are multiple cases of the mother just giving birth to the child out of the same respect that you have of it, and there have been multiple cases of that the mother or the father in the situation proceeding to do something to the child in a way that could ruin the child's life. There's been multiple court cases of the parents leaving children on the road, like at fire stations. The fire station is the best answer. So what I come to it is, I think with multiple cases of there being statutory rape, other kinds of rape, that let's say the statutory rape, the 16-year-old girl, she gets raped by someone older than her, she should not be put under the pressure of getting out of school, having the pressure on that because she has multiple things already going on in her life. Why should she be pressured into holding on to that because something horrible happened to her?
It still doesn't justify the elimination of another human life.
So should we cripple someone else's life in the way of that? Or
yeah, I mean, I guess the question is murder justifiable if it makes someone's life easier?
That's a good question. Should we pressure people into holding it? Or no, you got me there. You got me. No, you got me. Good stuff. Well, that was my only question.
Thank you.
Would I be able to get a signed hat?
Thank you, absolutely.
Thank you.
All right. Nope, I missed.
Oh.
Yep.
Okay. I don't mean to ask for much, but...
You want me to sign it?
Yeah,
Yes.
but can you sign another one for me, too?
All right. You're getting greedy, but sure.
It's because I got track practice in like 30 minutes. I'm on a track team here. And
What do you do? What do you run?
400.
Well, that's tough, man. Jeez, good for you.
Yeah, it is tough. It's a tough battle. But anyway...
you get 2. Good for you, man.
You're the real... All right, my question was... and actually, not even question, but I overheard you saying, like, about how the NBA is 75% black. And which is, I mean, it's true, but, you know, the NBA built a dream team over the Olympics, and they almost lost to a whole bunch of non-black players. What do you think about that?
I mean, they did still win.
They did.
But out of the team they almost lost to,
Yeah.
I think only 2 of them were on active NBA rosters. I think so, right?
Right.
Jokic and one other. I could be wrong.
And what's his name? Rubio?
So let me explain this to you on DEI. So DEI is this belief that we're going to force people in positions, a quota.
Right.
So just the NBA is a great example. So right now the NBA is 75% black.
Mm-hmm.
If all of a sudden the NBA said, we want more diversity, it's too black.
Yeah.
Right? Because we want to have more diversity.
Right.
And they would say, we're not allowed to have any more than 30% of the NBA be black. Would the quality of the NBA go down?
The quality of the NBA, arguably right now, yeah, it would. But
let's take the NFL, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
the
I mean,
NFL's
there's not a single Caucasian corner, so.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Cooper DeJean's not a corner, but he's great though.
So half of and I think you can see what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, no, for
half
sure.
of the NFL is black.
Yeah.
If all of a sudden, you know, Roger Goodell, boo, we don't like Roger Goodell. He's bad for many reasons. If he came and he's like, hey, diversity is our strength.
Right.
We're only going to say 30% of the NFL is black. You would have other unqualified white people that would then get positions in the NFL, and the quality of play would slip.
Right.
So you get the argument.
Yeah.
You then extrapolate that to other walks of life.
Right.
You think to yourself, let's just hire the best.
Yeah.
And the NFL does hire the best.
It should be the best no
Totally.
matter what the thing
Skin
is.
color.
Like, but I don't think there should be restrictions to anybody. As long as you're
I
good
agree.
at what you do, it doesn't really matter to me.
I agree.
All right. Well, then we
And-
stand in agreement then.
And you have a race upcoming, I'm sure.
Yes, sir. I'm about to head out to Penn Relays, one of the most historical track meets in the United States, this Wednesday. And we're ranked number 2 right now in the nation, the track team.
Wow. So who's number 1? Oregon or
USC? But they just got that this week. Don't worry about that though. We'll handle it.
So, are you on the 4x4 relay team too?
Yes, sir.
Are you the anchor or?
No, I was, but you know our coach is he's wishy-washy. We don't know the relay order until the day of, so it's like we're just out there competing.
What's your best?
Ooh, look at this. Another top-rated product on Amazon. It's a Philips One Blade for face and body. And there you go, straight in his basket. Soon he'll be trimming, edging and shaving from head to toe. And everywhere in between. Amazon. Great brands, prices you'll love.
My best split so far is 44-9. And my best opener is 46.
I could do it in 44 minutes.
You know what? I don't blame you, man. You look like a heck of an athlete.
Thank you. No. You're much better. God bless you, man.
Yeah,
Thank you for
appreciate
being
it,
here.
man.
Thank you.
Hey, Charlie.
Yep.
Hey, first of all, I appreciate the hat. It's great.
and thank you for everything you do here. I have a question. I consider myself a Keynesian. When we talk about economy,
Yeah,
I know.
mean, it's going to go over everyone's heads, but no, I'm not a Keynesian.
I know. You're more Hayek and more Mises.
Sort of. But
sort of. Yeah, fair enough.
I actually think deficits matter.
Yeah, fair enough, and I do too. But the question I have specifically, 2021, Texas, we faced a winter storm, and it was awful. We lost a couple hundred people. Some of my friends, they didn't have a place to stay. They were left out in the cold. It was pretty bad for all of us, and we face the ending of ERCOT. ERCOT is our power line system. It's the thing that keeps us running, and it wasn't forced to stand up to federal regulations. It wasn't forced to stand up to national standards, and because of that, a lot of Texans face being left out, being killed, and I want to understand from your perspective, someone who is more anti-regulation, I'm more pro-regulation. How would you square that? How can we allow an anti-regulation state to be implemented and also protect?
So how did deregulation play into the Texas storms? Build that up.
It's a great question. I think that the way that it played into the storm is because our ERCOT system was not forced to hand up to national standards. That is the deregulation of our system. It was actually set up in a way that it did not need to be set up to those standards.
Okay, then maybe it should.
Okay, fair enough.
I know nothing about it.
Fair enough.
Taking your word for it, maybe it should.
I'll go maybe something that you can engage with more. Banking, healthcare, clean air and water. These are places where regulation really matters.
This is some regulation.
I think a lot. I think we need more. Do you think we need more or less regulation than we have now? Okay.
But
can you help me explain why?
Okay.
No. Sorry, I'm saying actually. Can you help me? Can you help me understand?
I mean,
why?
like Dodd-Frank, for example. Do you know about Dodd-Frank?
Yeah, the Volcker Rule.
Yeah, it's actually made. Well, actually, it's not the Volcker Rule.
I know, but it precipitated the Volcker Rule.
Correct, but it also created bigger banks and more powerful banks.
Yeah.
So more regulation actually made the biggest banks more powerful, and small banks actually were strangled out.
It also created circuit breakers so that when we have massive runs in our stock markets, we don't face a market collapse. That's important. That matters.
Sure, that's fine, but the essence is true. We have less community banks now 10 years later than we did 10 years ago.
We're also in a safer system now than we were 10 years ago. We don't face the 2008 financial crisis that we did.
I'm not so sure about that. I mean, if you credit that to Dodd-Frank, then fine. But I think it's a tragedy that the local community bank is going away.
I don't mind that. I don't. I think that's fair.
You don't mind the point, or do you mind?
No, I don't mind the
disappearance of the local bank.
No, I don't mind the point.
Oh, I'm sorry. Got it.
Yeah, fair enough. I think that we can. I don't think regulations have to be encumbering. I think they can be supportive. I come from a policy institute. I come from an economic background, and I fundamentally think that the regulation of the United States economy, through in any sector, we can talk about car regulations where there are we're now forced to catalytic converters. It was a Clean Air and Water Act. That was something that was done in California, and it didn't force our car manufacturers to be less. It didn't force them to cut corners. It forced them to stand up. It forced them to raise the bar. That's a good thing. That's something we need as an American economy.
Okay. Yeah. What's the contention? I mean, I want clean air. I want clean water.
Yeah.
But at times these regulations can strangle
innovation.
innovation.
Can you tell me where we want to deregulate? Where do you want to deregulate industry?
Get rid of Dodd-Frank. Get rid of some of the onerous environmental standards. Get rid of the electric vehicle mandate.
Okay.
I don't know if you know about the electric vehicle mandate.
Yeah.
It's terrible that car manufacturing must be a certain percentage by a certain year.
I would quibble with things on like Dodd-Frank and I think that our clean air or water that stuff.
Fine, I got it, but the electric vehicle mandate has been a disaster.
The electric vehicle mandate, maybe. I'm not. You
know what it's done? It's actually made Elon Musk richer. So in that regard,
I'm not against. I'm not against billionaires being billionaires. I'm not with that.
No, I'm not saying you are. So you're asking me for specifics. I'm just spouting off the top of my head.
I'm saying two specifics that you gave, I think, are really important that we have. Dodd-Frank regulations make sure our system stays stable. Like that is what is shown to be done in 2008.
There's other again. It's been admittedly a long time since I've debated Dodd-Frank.
Fair enough.
So I'm super rusty on this. But there's a lot more that went into the stabilization of our banking system than just Dodd-Frank.
Yeah, and if we could, the stuff that went into the stabilization of our banking system was like the TARP Act and things that Obama did.
Targeted Assets Relief Program.
Yes, exactly. And making sure that whenever we have toxic assets, that we can sell them off to the American government and they can hold the burden. They can
Motion Array is the extra hand you need to supercharge every video. Each asset has been lovingly crafted by industry-leading artists. Templates, motion graphics, footage, AI tools, and more, all carefully curated in one place, so you can produce exceptional work, fast. Everything's fully licensed and ready to use everywhere. So, go to Motion Array and take your videos from good to best.
Most teenage breakups end in tears. This one ended in blood.
Louisa Brannan was viciously stabbed to death by a teenager she met in a local pub.
And I just dropped to the floor.
Couldn't believe what I was hearing.
His ex-girlfriend could hear another female on the phone calling out, "He's killing me, he's killing me."
Do you think he intended to kill Louisa?
He enjoys it.
You would never imagine it would happen to you or your family.
Britain's Killer Teens. Mondays at 9 on Crime and Investigation.
Give loans to federal banks so that we actually make money off of those, those loans that we give. And the American consumer made, American citizen made money.
We're not that far off. I tend to be more in favor of entrepreneurs and market forces. Regulation can be, not always, an extra tax on the small guy. And so if you're an innovator, and if you have a bunch of regulation, it is easier for the bigger company to comply with all that regulation than the small innovator or the entrepreneur.
It can be. Compliance costs are a real problem.
And they're going through the roof.
But like IP, for example, is a place where we really could use more regulation to help small businesses.
I don't know about that. That's interesting. Do you think we should have stronger patent laws or
no?
not?
I think
that's the IP,
intellectual property laws. I'm not a favor of like all kinds of regulate every industry. I think deregulation, things like housing, make a lot of sense. But when we talk about IP laws, when we talk about
last point, because I want to get to the next.
Yeah. This is the last point then. I guess the thing I just want to say is when we quibble about policy rather than quibble about, I know we've been talking about social, and I get that culture where stuff
matters.
is important. I agree that it does matter, but I think that the policy matters a lot more.
I get it, but policy only comes out of cultural battles. We're not that far off.
Yeah.
Again, I err on the side that we overregulate because small guys have problems to be able to compete. That's it.
We can make tiered systems so that
we can, but
we do that. We make sure that the small businesses are not left out to dry.
Sort of. The federal registry is so cumbersome. It's so dramatic.
Yeah.
How much does this actually protect the American consumer? At times, a lot. Man. At times, almost nothing. At times, it actually hurts. And so there's plenty of other instances or examples.
You're right that it can hurt, but it does that to make a more stable system, and that's
what they want. That's the intent, not the output.
It is the output. That is the point I'm making. It is the output. We can see how it's the output. We can look at economic data.
You're not defending every regulation.
Of course, I'm not defending every regulation, but I don't need to defend every regulation to defend the concept of regulation.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay, I appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you. Mr. Simple, you've said some very nasty things about me online, so the floor is yours.
Thank you. Simple question, Simple Black Theory. What do you think about blind hiring? Are you for blind hiring?
No.
No. So why not? Because blind hiring, for those you don't know, is based on merit, where you don't look. No, it's not. So what's blind hiring?
Blind hiring would be that you do not put the race actually when you submit for, you don't even see the person when you interview them for a job.
No. That's one part of blind hiring. There's multiple ways to do blind hiring. But at the end of the day, blind hiring is exactly not knowing the person's race, age, or gender. That's based on merit. Like you said, you want merit, correct?
Well, hold on. Those things can factor into merit as well. For example, if I'm trying to hire for an Amazon warehouse worker, and all of a sudden I find out that they're at 69 with 1 year left from retirement and the age is not disclosed, wouldn't I prefer to have a 24-year-old man than a 69-year-old woman who's overweight?
You're moving the goalpost. Let's bring it back here.
No,
the whole point was about blind hiring.
No,
right?
you said race, sex, and age is not incorporated.
Correct.
I think you should have a full picture of a human being is when you hire them.
So you care about diversity?
No, actually I don't.
Why? Because that's basically merit. You're focusing solely on merit. You said you want meritocracy.
No. Just to be clear, if diversity happens naturally through meritocracy, great. If all of a sudden we have people that... Well, no, it's not. DEI is by force.
So let me explain that.
No.
Go ahead.
I got to interject. DEI is that we are going to forcibly make an institution more colorful.
Right.
We're going to forcibly make an institution more black. Where if all of a sudden, if half of Texas A&M was black because it was all on merit, praise God, that's an amazing thing. It doesn't matter. If all of a sudden, for example, if the NBA is 75% black because it's on merit, great. Terrific. If the NFL is half black because on merit, we don't want to force race. We want excellence and meritocracy over race in every possible circumstance.
Right, my turn. Okay, so let's get into the NBA, for instance, right? Can we both agree at one point black people weren't allowed into the NBA, and then they allowed them to be in the NBA? Wouldn't that be considered diversity? Wouldn't that be DEI in itself?
No. It's actually the opposite. You see, you're mistaken, my friend. It's actually, we're getting rid of any racial stereotyping. What happened was actually a form. No, DEI is racial stereotyping. So what actually was before was a form of white preference DEI, which is white supremacy or whatever. And then we got rid of it. We said, we're not going to discriminate it. And the quality of play got better. Do you guys see the difference between the two? You see, it's very important. Well, no, actually, I'm talking to both you and the crowd, right? I'm talking to both, right? So what ended up, what you want is you actually want to bring back a form of how Major League Baseball and the NBA used to work before we desegregated.
So we can agree that Executive Order 11246 is what basically brought in DEI, correct?
I think that might be it. Is that the affirmative action one? I don't know.
No, it's not the affirmative action. It's for DEI. So within that executive order, where does it say that they're solely focused on making people get into jobs? For instance, like United Airlines, right? You mentioned that, well, let's pause that. I'm going to get to here. So for an example of DEI is basically your daughter, right? She decides to get a job, right? And unfortunately, it's that time of the month. She goes into the bathroom. Calm down. She goes into the bathroom. Stop. She's going into the bathroom.
You're losing the audience, man.
I don't care. I'm talking to you. So she goes into the bathroom, right? And she goes into the bathroom and gets a tampon or a pad that's been given from the job. That is DEI. That is literally, yes. Yeah. You don't know. That's great. So if you don't know, DEI, interrupt me so he can win. Go ahead. You want to do that, right? Or be quiet and we can talk. Thank you. So, right. Can I continue? Thank you. So, my thing is dead. All right, so, yes, because in Executive Order 11246, they say that DEI is focusing on a safer environment and a more equitable environment within the workplace and the hiring process. Let's look at Google. Google actually does DEI. You know how they do DEI? Give me an example of, do you know Google's DEI? I'm pretty sure you don't.
And they shouldn't, of course not.
What is their DEI initiative?
I actually don't know the specifics because I don't know every company's specifics. However, let me ask you a question. When you're hiring somebody, would you rather hire someone that's black or someone that there is excellent?
So that's what we're talking about. That's not what DEI is.
Actually, it is. So let me prove it to you. As I said, according to the Student for Fair Admission Supreme Court case, black students were able to get into Harvard with
affirmative action, not DEI.
Affirmative action. Time out. You're getting too worked up here, man. Okay. Time out. Affirmative action is DEI in practice. You see, DEI is a theory.
Wasn't it struck down by Supreme Court?
Yes, and they still ignore it.
So why are you bringing it up?
Because they're still ignoring it, my friend.
So let's focus on my question I asked you.
Hold on. Let's get back to the core macro tenet, which I think is very important.
Correct.
Which is, wouldn't you prefer a country built on excellence and merit, not one based on forced pigmentation diversity? Why does somebody's skin color matter? No, tell me, what differences do you as a black man and me as a white man have, and why does it matter?
Okay, so
why does it matter?
So let's look at, because again, you don't understand what DEI is, and you're trying to put it into one stance, which is not. So, thank you. So back to this question. So an executive order, and correct me if I'm wrong, you don't know Executive Order 11246, correct? So
I have an idea of what President Trump signed, correct? But because he got rid of that executive order.
Right. And in that executive order, it says, literally, y'all can Google it too. It says that DEI focuses on both the workplace and hiring.
Oh, got it. So does it focus on diversity?
Now let me explain the
DEI
DEI initiative.
Does it have the word diversity?
Yes, but
we should not have any forced diversity, period. End of story.
It's not forced diversity. It does not say forced diversity, and I'll put money on that too.
What, does it say diversity?
It says diversity, yes.
Well, then it's forced diversity.
But it's not forced diversity.
Then what is it? It's a suggestion?
So, correct me if I'm wrong. Tell me if I'm lying. Does it say forced diversity in the executive order?
But it has the word diversity.
Does it say forced diversity in the executive order?
Wait, hold on. Let me get this straight. Executive order with the word diversity.
Can I give you an example of DEI initiative then?
Diversity?
Let me give you an example of DEI initiative so you have a better understanding. So let's look at Google, right? Google's one of the hardest companies to actually get into. In fact, I believe it's a 0.2% chance that you actually get the job, right? They actually run a DEI initiative. Their DEI initiative is called a hiring committee, where they have a diverse group of people that have been working.
Awful.
How? So you're telling me Google sucks?
Google actually is, honestly.
So y'all using Bing. Y'all using Bing.
Honestly, ChatGPT is way better than Google recently. I don't know about you guys. No, but honestly, To your point, though, Google has lost its competitive edge in a lot of ways the last 10 years. Hold on a second. Again, Google does a lot right, but hold on. Google has lost the social media war. Google tried to launch a Facebook competitor, an Instagram competitor, failed. They tried to also launch a Zoom and Skype competitor.
Let's focus on the conversation.
Failed.
That has no proof
Google's
that was
market
DEI.
cap. Google's market cap, otherwise known as Alphabet, has actually missed expectations over the last 2 years versus Netflix, Amazon, and Apple and Microsoft. In fact, there was a prediction 10 years ago that Google would be the first $3 trillion company.
Right.
Turns out that it was actually Microsoft that was the first $3 trillion company. Now, of course, Alphabet is a very good company in a lot of different ways, but if your argument right now is like, well, because one of the biggest companies on the planet has embraced a bad idea, what is your argument exactly?
They're still one of the best companies in the world.
Not because of that, because they were built by merit, and it's being destroyed by diversity.
And they use DEI to get that merit. Listen, if they're hiring people, yes, it makes sense. If you're doing a hiring process and you have a hiring committee that is DEI and they're hiring the people that's making the company as great as we just said, your argument is that DEI takes away merit.
It does.
But if we see that Google is doing well and they're using DEI, how the hell are you saying that DEI is not making merit?
First of all, Google has not had this hiring committee around since its inception.
They have. Not since its inception, but they had it for a while. And the people in the committee are people who's been there for a while, which is very diverse.
Secondly, you have not answered this fundamental question, though.
Go ahead.
Which is, can you tell me when an organization gets forcibly more diverse, it gets better?
Google.
Again, I just proved to you, Google. Okay.
I just gave you Google.
Again.
They use DEI. Not only are they one of the best companies. Oh, yeah. I hate that argument. Great.
I mean, again, it's just, they're fine. I'm not going to like totally kind of crap on Google. But like more importantly and more broadly, I do think you have to answer the question, why does skin color matter at all in hiring? Answer that question. Why does skin color matter?
So, if we look at basketball, because you love talking about that, right? Can we both agree that at one point there was no black athletes, and then what happened? They diversified.
We got rid of forced segregation, which is a form of DEI.
And that diversified the basketball,
because it was based on merit.
Was it diversified?
Yes, but not by force. No, hold on a second.
Very much.
Hold on, but if your argument is that if you want to make things more merit-based, then let's do it.
It is more merit-based.
Hold on a second.
They made it diversifying. They diversified basketball, bringing black people who are good in it.
Nothing you're saying is making any sense.
Oh, okay, I bet.
Because what they did.
Of course you don't.
The NBA went to pure merit, pure excellence. Are you good at this? That's all they cared about.
They allowed black people in, right?
Exactly, because prior.
Okay, then.
Hold on. Because you know what they had prior was a form of racial stereotyping. And you want more racial stereotyping. Your worldview is indecipherable from the KKK.
So
what you want, it's indecipherable because you are race obsessed. I am not race obsessed.
No, you
talk about the race. You talk about race more than the Grand Wizard of the KKK.
Right.
Because
I'm the Grand Wizard of the KKK.
Well, think about it. I said your worldview.
Yeah.
Think about it.
Yeah.
Because you're around talking about race all the time. I'm talking about character. Which of
you talk about race all the time. You literally said DEI is based on race when it's not.
Because
it's
I'm explaining.
with accessibility.
Man, you're getting really upset. You should take a pause.
You keep lying. For instance, right? I've been trying to say this. DEI, one part of DEI is literally giving women tampons or pads at work. Oh, yeah, you're laughing because you don't know that.
Giving women tampons is a form of DEI.
Yes, it is. You know why? Let me explain. Yeah, y'all know. I got you. I'm about to explain to you guys. So basically what happens is, the reason why we have DEI is the fact that in a job location, right, they want to hire more people of diverse. So what these initiatives, these goals, these aspirations that they're doing is trying to bring more people in. For instance, like if, what's that store? Trader Joe's, right? They let people sit down while they bring stuff in. They help disability. That's DEI. That helps disabled people get a job at Trader Joe's. But what you're telling me is that we are not allowed to tell people that for like onboarding. Onboarding in itself is also DEI. When they explain to you sexual harassment, when they do all these things, when they make it more a safer place, that is DEI. And what you're saying is that the workplace shouldn't be safe. What you're saying is that more companies should have discrimination lawsuits.
Let's get back
to DEI. Let's get back discrimination lawsuits.
DEI is racial quotas. End of story.
Give me one racial
quota.
Give me one.
Airlines.
I Googled that. Go ahead.
Oh,
I Googled it.
Okay, great.
Yes.
So
go ahead. Continue.
What did United Airlines announce? Because you know what I said about black pilots. What did they announce when it came to pilots? And why should skin color matter when you board an airplane?
So just to remind everybody, it's Charlie Kirk's idea. He basically, stop talking. So Charlie Kirk basically.
Ooh, that's very misogynist. That's not very DEI of you.
All right, let me finish cooking. So, right. So, can I finish? So, Charlie Kirk said that they're basically hiring women of color to make 40 or 50%, right? But when you actually look into it, what happens is...
Women and people of color.
Right, women and people of color. What happens is they're creating a program that's allowing women to train to become pilots. If you actually look at the requirements for these programs, it's nothing different than any other program that trains pilots. But you told people that they're just hiring women when that's not true.
First of all, I never said that.
Yes, you did. I did a video on it, guy.
Yes, I know what I said. Secondly, when you hire based on race and not on excellence, you end up compromising the standards of excellence.
They're not hiring based on race,
Allow me to finish without interrupting you.
All right, go ahead.
When you hire based on race and not on excellence, you end up compromising excellence to be able to pursue race. We know this with Harvard, University of California. We know this with major companies. We know this with the government. Exactly. DEI, that is affirmative action is DEI philosophy in
struck down
practice.
Already. You're bringing OJ.
Allow me to finish my statement. They are actively defying the Supreme Court decision, or they are contorting their policies to try to fit their own DEI agenda. But let me ask you a question. If you were to board a United Airlines...
I didn't get to finish. Go ahead.
If you were to board a flight with United Airlines, would you rather have a pilot that is qualified or one that is diverse? Answer the question.
That makes no sense. Why is there two different things? How is it different? When you go to American Airlines...
Because in the pursuit of diversity... you sacrifice excellence every time. We know this with Harvard. We know this with Yale. We know this with the military. Every time, every example that we pursue diversity, an institution becomes less excellent. It becomes subpar.
When you go on a plane, do you go to the pilot and ask for their credentials? Or do you believe that the airline did the right thing and hired the right? So you ask for their credentials.
Actually, I'm starting to. Hold on. I start to doubt it. That was my statement. That was my statement. My statement was if you're going to go from 4% of the pilots being black to 50% of the pilots to be black, it begs the question: you are going to lower the standards.
So my
you're
question
going to put a square peg through a round hole. You are going to force something that naturally is not happening, and you will all of a sudden be playing a very treacherous and dangerous game when you board a plane. When I get heart surgery or if I board a plane, I don't care about the color of the skin of the person doing it. I want excellence and I want meritocracy.
Yes. So, stop talking. You're talking. So, let's get back to because you're talking a lot.
Final point, then I'll get to the next question.
Yeah, that's fair. Okay, so again, going back to what you said, because like I said earlier ago, you said, and I forgot this is ISU, you basically said that that women are being hired to become pilots, right? Now, first, that's a lie. That's based on a program. Second, correct me if I'm wrong, becoming a pilot is based on skill, correct? It's not based on height. It's not based on physicality. It's not based on nothing. It's based on skill, meaning if you're being... so what is it based on?
Because based on a now public lawsuit with the Department of Transportation in 2016, 2017, air traffic controllers and pilot standards were lowered in pursuit of diversity goals.
I looked at that too.
Because of over 15...
They added more
Let me finish. Because of 15 whistleblowers that said the standard of air traffic controllers and pilots were being sacrificed in the pursuit of diversity, equity, and inclusion.
You're lying again.
Okay, I mean, people can do their own independent research, and they also...
I've done it, and you're lying. They actually made it harder. They add more scenarios within the FAA.
Again, everybody
you
here
can Google it. Google it right now.
Yeah, okay.
Go ahead.
Again, the documents bear out exactly. We now have we have air traffic controllers after air traffic controllers have said in the pursuit of making air traffic controlling more diverse, we have then lowered the quality of air traffic controlling.
So at the end of all this, what you basically told me is that if merit matters, it doesn't matter, because when we mentioned blind hiring, you said you're against that, which is based on merit.
No, time out. They said that they want to prioritize a group above what is meritocratic.
I didn't say that.
That's what United Airlines said. They said
I'm
half.
So confident.
They
read
said
the
half.
executive order out loud.
I'm talking about United Airlines.
Now,
I'm not talking about the
in front
executive
of everybody.
order. Again, they said half of all their new hires.
You got cooked.
Again,
thank you.
We have clarity, and the clarity is very simple. We want a country based on content and merit. He wants a retribalization of America.
And it's time for Lefties Losing It. Let's start with some weapon-grade gaslighting from alleged comic Jimmy Kimmel. Here is the far-left purveyor of late-night disinformation engaging in some more disinformation, this time about his ideological bedfellow, Tyler Robinson.
We hit some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from it.
Yes, I'm sure the far-left loser moaning about supposed fascists and obsessed with trans activism with a trans boyfriend is a closet Republican, according to Kimmel. I mean, let's just disregard officials telling us what his ideology is, and let's disregard the alleged killer's own words. But Jimmy Kimmel wasn't done yet. He even mocked President Trump's grief for Charlie. Now, President Trump loved Charlie Kirk. Those close to him say he saw him as another son. But this is what Jimmy Kimmel had to say.
This is not how an adult grieves the murder of someone he called a friend. This is how a 4-year-old mourns a goldfish, okay?
How a 4-year-old mourns a goldfish. You know what? I'd forgive the callous, hateful miscreant if he was just a little bit funny. He is supposed to be a comic. Now, this next gal is supposed to be some sort of a model. She was a contestant on a show called America's Next Top Model.
About Charlie Kirk. You like terrorism? Eye for an eye. I think the only thing that went wrong that day was that Trump wasn't standing behind him getting a secondhand bullet.
Model, she's as ugly on the inside as she is on the outside. That brings me to Jemele Hill, the former ESPN anchor, the race-baiting simpleton, who continues to lie and engage in deliberate misinformation. Listen to what she says about the man charged with murdering Charlie.
In the wake of Charlie's murder, there was an incredible amount of angry discourse from the right, blaming the Democrats, blaming liberals, saying, you're the reason this happened. Only to find out, surprise, 22-year-old white dude, loved guns, raised by two parents, lived in a good home. Dad is a minister, also a sheriff. Didn't check it in them boxes y'all thought he would check, did he?
Well, he checked the boxes I expected him to check, Jemele. He is a far-left, trans-activist lunatic who regurgitates the same BS you do. He claims Charlie was spreading hate because the left called telling the truth hateful. His dad wasn't a sheriff, but he did appear to come from a decent family. It just shows that coming from a decent, God-fearing family isn't enough to inoculate a sick mind from toxic leftist indoctrination. And did Jemele really blame Republicans, conservatives for angry discourse? I mean, how dare we be angry that a brilliant young man was murdered in front of his children? How dare we call out those celebrating this sickening act of domestic terrorism? And be on guard for those who claim that this isn't a left or right issue, that this isn't political, that there isn't a clear motive. Those are lies, and we're not putting up with lies. We are not tolerating the left's bold-faced lies and gaslighting, including this from CBS.
5 days after Charlie Kirk's murder, the shooter's motive remains elusive. No writings left behind, vague secondhand testimony. That uncertainty and the risk of drawing sweeping conclusions suggests the murder may share similarities with recent violence not driven by an obvious political ideology.
No clear ideology, except Tyler Robinson told us precisely what his ideology is and why he targeted Charlie Kirk. There is zero mystery about the motives of Tyler Robinson or his political ideology. The only question is, who else may have been involved? Now, let's hear from The View. Here is Whoopi Goldberg offering some sober analysis. She looks almost disappointed that Charlie's message will only grow stronger. Remember, it was just a few years ago that Whoopi was forced to apologise to Turning Point USA for falsely linking Charlie's movement to neo-Nazis. The ladies of The View have done plenty to incite the demented left.
And what assassins should always remember is just because you take somebody out doesn't mean the message is going to stop. And it's important to keep that in mind.
Now, we've had plenty of examples of instant karma this week as hate-filled individuals have got their comeuppance for celebrating a great man's assassination. And here is another example. This young man thought it was funny to turn up to a memorial at Texas State University and do this. Incredible how tolerant the crowd there is of those antics, but he did get a dose of instant karma. Shortly after that incident, he was identified and promptly expelled from the university. And I don't feel one bit sorry for him. You want to engage in that type of cruelty, mocking not just the murdered, but those grieving his loss, you deserve to get expelled. Now, let's hear from ABC talking about the text messages of this alleged killer. Do you think they reflected on how his language echoed that of mainstream leftist figures from the media and the activist class and the Democrats? No. Instead, they were marvelling at how touching it all was.
What was on it, but also it was very touching in a way that I think many of us didn't expect. A very intimate portrait into this relationship between the suspect's roommate and the suspect himself, with him repeatedly calling his roommate who was transitioning, calling him my love, and I want to protect you, my love. So it was this duality of someone who the attorney said not only jeopardized the life of Charlie Kirk and the crowd, but was doing it in front of children, which is one of the aggravating circumstances of this case. And on the other hand, he was, speaking so lovingly about his partner.
There's a Peugeot SUV for everyone and every need.
Sport for choice. I like it.
From the compact 2008, the stylish 3008, to the roomy new 5008.
Weekend adventures, here we come.
Now available on 0% APR with a minimum 20% deposit.
Sounds like a 100% match.
Book a test drive on Peugeot.co.uk. Offer ends 30th September 2025. Personal contract purchase subject to status and availability. T's and C's 18+. Excludes plug-in hybrids. Stellantis Financial Services.
And it's time for Lefties Losing It. Let's start with some weapon-grade gaslighting from alleged comic Jimmy Kimmel. Here is the far-left purveyor of late-night disinformation engaging in some more disinformation, this time about his ideological bedfellow Tyler Robinson.
We hit some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from it.
Yes, I'm sure the far-left loser moaning about supposed fascists and obsessed with trans activism with a trans boyfriend is a closet Republican, according to Kimmel. I mean, let's just disregard officials telling us what his ideology is, and let's disregard the alleged killer's own words. But Jimmy Kimmel wasn't done yet. He even mocked President Trump's grief for Charlie. Now, President Trump loved Charlie Kirk. Those close to him say he saw him as another son. But this is what Jimmy Kimmel had to say.
This is not how an adult grieves the murder of someone he called a friend. This is how a 4-year-old mourns a goldfish, okay?
How a 4-year-old mourns a goldfish. You know what? I'd forgive the callous, hateful miscreant if he was just a little bit funny. He is supposed to be a comic. Now, this next gal is supposed to be some sort of a model. She was a contestant on a show called America's Next Top Model.
About Charlie Kirk. You like terrorism? Eye for an eye. I think the only thing that went wrong that day was that Trump wasn't standing behind him getting a secondhand bullet.
Model. She's as ugly on the inside as she is on the outside. That brings me to Jamel Hill, the former ESPN anchor, the race-baiting simpleton, who continues to lie and engage in deliberate misinformation. Listen to what she says about the man charged with murdering Charlie.
In the wake of Charlie's murder, there was an incredible amount of angry discourse from the right, blaming the Democrats, blaming liberals, saying, you're the reason this happened. Only to find out, surprise, 22-year-old white dude, loved guns, raised by two parents, lived in a good home, dad is a minister, also a sheriff. Didn't check any of them boxes y'all thought he would check, did he?
Well, he checked the boxes I expected him to check, Jamel. He is a far-left, trans-activist lunatic who regurgitates the same BS you do. He claims Charlie was spreading hate because the left called telling the truth hateful. His dad wasn't a sheriff, but he did appear to come from a decent family. It just shows that coming from a decent, God-fearing family isn't enough to inoculate a sick mind from toxic leftist indoctrination. And did Jamel really blame Republicans, conservatives for angry discourse? I mean, how dare we be angry that a brilliant young man was murdered in front of his children? How dare we call out those celebrating this sickening act of domestic terrorism? And be on guard for those who claim that this isn't a left or right issue, that this isn't political, that there isn't a clear motive. Those are lies, and we're not putting up with lies. We are not tolerating the left's bold-faced lies and gaslighting, including this from CBS.
5 days after Charlie Kirk's murder, the shooter's motive remains elusive. No writings left behind, vague secondhand testimony. That uncertainty and the risk of drawing sweeping conclusions suggests the murder may share similarities with recent violence not driven by an obvious political ideology.
No clear ideology, except Tyler Robinson told us precisely what his ideology is and why he targeted Charlie Kirk. There is zero mystery about the motives of Tyler Robinson or his political ideology. The only question is, who else may have been involved? Now, let's hear from The View. Here is Whoopi Goldberg offering some sober analysis. She looks almost disappointed that Charlie's message will only grow stronger. Remember, it was just a few years ago that Whoopi was forced to apologise to Turning Point USA for falsely linking Charlie's movement to neo-Nazis. The ladies of The View have done plenty to incite the demented left.
And what assassins should always remember is just because you take somebody out doesn't mean the message is going to stop. Yeah. And it's important to keep that in mind.
Now, we've had plenty of examples of instant karma this week as hate-filled individuals have got their comeuppance for celebrating a great man's assassination. And here is another example. This young man thought it was funny to turn up to a memorial at Texas State University and do this. Incredible how tolerant the crowd there is of those antics, but he did get a dose of instant karma. Shortly after that incident, he was identified and promptly expelled from the university. And I don't feel one bit sorry for him. You want to engage in that type of cruelty, mocking not just the murdered, but those grieving his loss, you deserve to get expelled. Now, let's hear from ABC talking about the text messages of this alleged killer. Do you think they reflected on how his language echoed that of mainstream leftist figures from the media and the activist class and the Democrats? No. Instead, they were marvelling at how touching it all was.
What was on it, but also it was very touching in a way that I think many of us didn't expect. A very intimate portrait into this relationship between the suspect's roommate and the suspect himself, with him repeatedly calling his roommate, who was transitioning calling him my love, and I want to protect you, my love. So it was this duality of someone who the attorney said not only jeopardized the life of Charlie Kirk and the crowd, but was doing it in front of children, which is one of the aggravating circumstances of this case. And on the other hand, he was, speaking so lovingly about his partner.
Joining me now is documentary filmmaker and commentator Ami Horowitz. Ami, much of the media's reporting on this issue has been appalling, and there's been no self-reflection about the role so many in the media played in using lies and hyperbole to demonise a man like Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, no question about it. And look, obviously, the lies and the falsehoods of the media are legion, and obviously there is no self-reflection. Look, they obviously, to say they dropped the ball is understating the amount of failure they did on this issue in particular. Look, they don't hide their agenda, and that's all I'm asking. Look, I'm not asking you to change your policies. Just hide your agenda for us, right? Just pretend, try to pretend to be even-handed. They can't even do that. And I think that a great example of that is the trans issue, because I think what we're seeing now is that this was certainly motivated or possibly motivated by this trans issue, because his boyfriend/girlfriend was trans. And the media continues to push the idea of trans violence, but not the trans violence that we've talked about, this being an example of that, or the mass shootings we've seen at Christian schools and other places by trans people. And in fact, we should do a segment, by the way, on dumb crap that AI says, because I want to do a cursory cursory look on the amount of trans violence we've seen, particularly mass shootings, over the past couple of years. And while it gave me a number, it then couched it and all these things like, well, just so you know, there's less trans violence than there is cisgender violence, which I didn't ask for, by the way, and also, by the way, is not true when it comes to mass shootings. But yes.
And also not true when you look at percentages. That's the key point. Of course, there's going to be more cis, if you're going to use that language. But we're talking about a very small percentage of the population that is overrepresented in these sorts of crimes, particularly in the last few years, Ami. And I think denying that is part of the problem. If we're going to actually be tackling these issues in any meaningful way, we need to be having uncomfortable conversations centred on the truth. And that was really what Charlie Kirk was all about.
That's right. And they want to hide the truth. And the last point I'll make about the trans violence is that there is and I'll go quickly to Kirk himself and the lies about him, but they do want to push the agenda of trans people being killed in significantly larger numbers than cis people, which is simply not true. I actually did the work on this. I looked into it over the past couple of years, and there've only been a very, very small handful of trans people who had been murdered because they were trans. And by the way, the vast majority of them were black women killed by black men. There is not a single example that I could find, Rita, of a MAGA supporter, of a Trump supporter killing a trans person. Yet this is the narrative being pushed by the media, which leads to this culture of self-aggrievance that we've seen, which leads to this violence that we saw with Charlie Kirk, right? Because that was the lie made about him. So yes, the lies about Charlie Kirk are legion. They're so significant, in fact, that factcheck.org, a leftist organization which lies all the time, including about me, including about Sky News Australia, had to actually do a list of things that were lied about Charlie Kirk because so much of it was out there. They called him, for example, a white supremacist. He was the opposite of a white supremacist, right? He fought and kicked out a group from Turning Point called the Groypers, who are actually white supremacists. He was called... Stephen King, whose books, by the way, I will never read again, said he wanted to stone gay people. Another massive, scurrilous lie against him. They talked about his Asian hate. Zero. Untrue. And they talked about his anti-Semitism. And as a Jew, I think my antennas are kind of up about that. He was a supporter of Israel. He was a philo-Semite, Rita. And the only example they can use for him saying something anti-Semitic was he said Jewish money was involved in liberal causes, causing more anti-Semitism. Fact check, true, not anti-Semitic. Things that are true are not racist or anti-Semitic. They are what we call facts.
Absolutely. And as on Asians, and I can speak about that, he was a huge campaigner for having some sort of meritocracy in the entrance systems of universities, because Asians are amongst the biggest group who are disadvantaged when you are not getting in on merit, on what your academic achievement is, but what minority box other than Asian that you're ticking. Now, Tyler Robinson is facing the death penalty. Tell me about the charges he faced today and the FBI's efforts in particular to uncover anyone else who may have been complicit in this act of political violence.
Yeah, he's charged with a number of things, including the capital felony of aggrieved murder, which is the single largest charge you could have in Utah, which is basically it can range from the death sentence to life imprisonment. And by the way, I'm not sure, while I'm certainly a supporter of the death penalty in certain cases, and I think this might in fact be one of the cases I would support it in, because he wasn't just trying to kill somebody, he was trying to start a war. He's trying to tear the fabric of this country apart by this killing. But I'm not sure which is worse, which is him having the death penalty or sitting in jail for, since he's 21, maybe upwards of 70 years, watching what he tried to kill actually take root in this country and bloom. And I'm talking about the ideals of Charlie Kirk. We've seen across the world, not just the country, the world, people picking up the mantle of Charlie Kirk. So maybe it'll be worse for him to see that live for the rest of his long life in jail. I'm not sure. But I think what's even more interesting, because I think with Tyler Robinson, it's pretty clear cut. The evidence seems, in terms of DNA evidence, it all seems that he will, in fact, be prosecuted and he will go to jail or be killed for this. But I think what's interesting is the FBI is looking into accomplices or people who've actually hid the evidence, right? And I think that if you go into this chat group that he had, I think a lot of things start happening. First of all, chalk this up to things on the internet never go away, folks. You may try to delete it, but how dumb are you not to know that this thing is still sitting on some server somewhere in the air? But I guess they don't know how tech works, even though they're all, kind of involved in the tech world, right, in the gaming world. But look, there are numerous examples of these people talking as long as a month before this exact date of Charlie Kirk's assassination. So that's either an incredible coincidence.
I have seen
and I
that.
don't really believe in incredible coincidence, or they knew something in advance. And I think this is all going to come out because at the least,
I think the FBI is going to track down every single lead. They're not going to leave a single stone unturned. Ami Horowitz, thank you so much for your time tonight.
Zero, nada, zilch. When Vauxhall say 0%, they mean 0%. No catch, no compromise. 0% APR is available now across the Vauxhall car range, including the all-new Frontera Electric. With a minimum 20% deposit and up to 4 years on offer, what's not to like? You'll pay 0% APR for 100% Vauxhall. Search Vauxhall to find out more. Personal contract purchase. 20% deposit required, subject to status and availability. T's and C's and exclusions apply. Stellantis Financial Services.
And it's time for Lefties Losing It. Let's start with some weapon-grade gaslighting from alleged comic Jimmy Kimmel. Here is the far-left purveyor of late-night disinformation engaging in some more disinformation, this time about his ideological bedfellow, Tyler Robinson.
We hit some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from it.
Yes, I'm sure the far-left loser moaning about supposed fascists and obsessed with trans activism with a trans boyfriend is a closet Republican, according to Kimmel. I mean, let's just disregard officials telling us what his ideology is, and let's disregard the alleged killer's own words. But Jimmy Kimmel wasn't done yet. He even mocked President Trump's grief for Charlie. Now, President Trump loved Charlie Kirk. Those close to him say he saw him as another son. But this is what Jimmy Kimmel had to say.
This is not how an adult grieves the murder of someone he called a friend. This is how a 4-year-old mourns a goldfish, okay?
How a 4-year-old mourns a goldfish. You know what? I'd forgive the callous, hateful miscreant if he was just a little bit funny. He is supposed to be a comic. Now, this next gal is supposed to be some sort of a model. She was a contestant on a show called America's Next Top Model.
About Charlie Kirk. You like terrorism? Eye for an eye. I think the only thing that went wrong that day was that Trump wasn't standing behind him getting a secondhand bullet.
Model. She's as ugly on the inside as she is on the outside. That brings me to Jemele Hill, the former ESPN anchor, the race-baiting simpleton who continues to lie and engage in deliberate misinformation. Listen to what she says about the man charged with murdering Charlie.
In the wake of Charlie's murder, there was an incredible amount of angry discourse from the right, blaming the Democrats, blaming liberals, saying, you're the reason this happened. Only to find out, surprise, 22-year-old white dude, loved guns, raised by 2 parents, lived in a good home, dad is a minister, also a sheriff. Didn't check any of them boxes y'all thought he would check, did he?
Well, he checked the boxes I expected him to check, Jemele. He is a far-left, trans-activist lunatic who regurgitates the same BS you do. He claims Charlie was spreading hate because the left called telling the truth hateful. His dad wasn't a sheriff, but he did appear to come from a decent family. It just shows that coming from a decent, God-fearing family isn't enough to inoculate a sick mind from toxic leftist indoctrination. And did Jemele really blame Republicans, conservatives for angry discourse? I mean, how dare we be angry that a brilliant young man was murdered in front of his children? How dare we call out those celebrating this sickening act of domestic terrorism? And be on guard for those who claim that this isn't a left or right issue, that this isn't political, that there isn't a clear motive. Those are lies, and we're not putting up with lies. We are not tolerating the left's bold-faced lies and gaslighting, including this from CBS.
5 days after Charlie Kirk's murder, the shooter's motive remains elusive. No writings left behind, vague secondhand testimony. That uncertainty and the risk of drawing sweeping conclusions suggests the murder may share similarities with recent violence not driven by an obvious political ideology.
No clear ideology, except Tyler Robinson told us precisely what his ideology is and why he targeted Charlie Kirk. There is zero mystery about the motives of Tyler Robinson or his political ideology. The only question is, who else may have been involved? Now, let's hear from The View. Here is Whoopi Goldberg offering some sober analysis. She looks almost disappointed that Charlie's message will only grow stronger. Remember, it was just a few years ago that Whoopi was forced to apologise to Turning Point USA for falsely linking Charlie's movement to neo-Nazis. The ladies of The View have done plenty to incite the demented left.
And what assassins should always remember is just because you take somebody out doesn't mean the message is going to stop. Yeah. And it's important to keep that in mind.
Now, we've had plenty of examples of instant karma this week as hate-filled individuals have got their comeuppance for celebrating a great man's assassination. And here is another example. This young man thought it was funny to turn up to a memorial at Texas State University and do this. Incredible how tolerant the crowd there is of those antics, but he did get a dose of instant karma. Shortly after that incident, he was identified and promptly expelled from the university. And I don't feel one bit sorry for him. You want to engage in that type of cruelty, mocking not just the murdered, but those grieving his loss, you deserve to get expelled. Now, let's hear from ABC talking about the text messages of this alleged killer. Do you think they reflected on how his language echoed that of mainstream leftist figures from the media and the activist class and the Democrats? No. Instead, they were marvelling at how touching it all was.
What was on it, but also it was very touching in a way that I think many of us didn't expect. A very intimate portrait into this relationship between the suspect's roommate and the suspect himself, with him repeatedly calling his roommate who is transitioning, calling him my love, and I want to protect you, my love. So it was this duality of someone who the attorney said not only jeopardized the life of Charlie Kirk and the crowd, but was doing it in front of children, which is one of the aggravating circumstances of this case. And on the other hand, he was, speaking so lovingly about his partner.
Now, I'm delighted to have this next guest back on the show following his sold-out tour with Jordan Peterson. Dave Rubin, host of The Rubin Report, is returning to Australia this October for 3 exclusive shows in Melbourne, Sydney and Brisbane. The dates are on the screen. Get your tickets early before they sell out. Dave, welcome back. I wish we had brighter news to discuss tonight, but the loss of your good friend Charlie Kirk has had a profound impact on tens of millions in America and around the world. Tell me how you're feeling and what you've learned in this past week.
Yeah, well, Rita, it's always good to see you. We used to do this a bit more often. I am excited to come to Australia. And actually, the thing that brought you and I together years ago, when we were doing a lot of shows together, was the thing that brought Charlie and I together. We just wanted to talk about things. We wanted to talk about the hot button issues of the day and debate them. And years ago, when Charlie and I met first in 2017, I was a man of the left, he was a man of the right, and he came up to me at an event we did and he said, hey, let's go on tour together. Let's talk about everything. Let's debate everything. Let's go to colleges. Let kids ask us whatever they want. Let's just battle it out the way you're supposed to battle it out in a free society, which is with words, of course, not with bullets. And Charlie and I did that dozens and dozens of times. We were protested and we had fire alarms pulled and bomb threats and all of those things. Of course, nothing like what happened this week, which you're right, has now, I think, affected hundreds of millions of people all over the world. Charlie was a great human being. Putting aside the politics for a second, Charlie was undoubtedly a good husband and a wonderful father, and his wife is now a widow and his children will grow up without a father. He was a good human being who was doing the thing that we're all told we should all do, which is talk to the other side. Nobody from an American context did that more than Charlie Kirk. That's what he devoted his life to. Charlie would get hate from both sides because he was always trying to find new people to talk to. To this day, I still didn't agree with everything Charlie said, but I will say, and this is a great credit to his debate skills and his thoughtful way of having nuanced conversations, I came a lot closer to Charlie's opinions over the years than Charlie came to mine. I think I did move him on a couple things, but he definitely brought me more within, let's say, a wide tent conservative movement. So this is a terrible time for America, but I would say a terrible time for the world because, whatever happens in America, as you know, it leaks across the entire world and can make it across an ocean and land in your continent as well. And I just hope cooler heads can prevail right now because right now we're sort of, as a country, we're going through a degree of mourning, although there's a lot of people that are quite angry too. And it just feels like we're kind of sitting on a powder keg right now. If one or two other weird things happen, it feels like all bets are off. And I'm really devoting myself right now, my show and my upcoming tour in Australia, to finding the people that want to break bread again, that want to figure out, okay, hey, we're different, but we got to learn to live together. And that's going to be my mission. I think it's the only way that I can honor Charlie appropriately.
And I want to ask you about this notion that we keep hearing, including in the Australian media, which just regurgitates the MSNBC, CNN talking points. This notion that Charlie Kirk was deeply homophobic, he was hostile to the LGBT community. You're a gay man. You were a friend of Charlie Kirk. Can you please address that allegation?
Yeah, well, look, I happen to be gay. It's not something that I even think about that often or anything else. I've been married for over 10 years. We have kids. It is what it is. We live a decent life like most people. And Charlie, look, Charlie, like millions of other people, Charlie was entitled to his own personal religious beliefs. There's a video that maybe you've seen. Elon Musk even tweeted it out in the last couple of days where somebody started asking Charlie, you know, how can you welcome gays into the conservative movement? And Charlie's answer is so wonderfully thoughtful and the perfect example of what Charlie was. Charlie makes a point of saying, hey, I have my own religious beliefs, but America is not a religious theocracy. Did he want America to be restored with Judeo-Christian values? And did he believe that he felt that his personal views were best explained through Christianity? Well, the answer to that is absolutely yes. But Charlie was not crusading against marriage equality. Charlie was welcoming gay people into the conservative movement. By the way, he was also doing that with black people and Hispanic people and everyone else. I mean, all of the commentary around this man is completely ridiculous. But I will tell you, Charlie was at my house not too long ago. My husband and I sat at weddings next to he and his wife. We broke bread many, many times. And again, people are allowed their own personal religious beliefs. I, for one, would not force a religious institution to do anything that it didn't want to do. But that's the difference between a religious belief and a secular institution, which is the government of the United States. And by the way, if you can credit that sort of open idea that Charlie was presenting there, you can credit him for then bringing that to MAGA, which then opened up enough so that Elon Musk and Joe Rogan and Bobby Kennedy and Tulsi Gabbard, all of these ex-liberals, disaffected liberals like myself, Rita, I think a little bit like you, could then come and be part of MAGA. So no, he has nothing, there was no hatred in his heart. I would also make a quick distinction. I think it's important. The idea of the LGBT community, people need to stop saying it because the L's and the G's and the B's have nothing to do with the T's. And that has become a political ideology more than a sexuality or a gender identity. Yeah.
Absolutely, and increasingly the LGB want to distance themselves from the rest of the alphabet. That just keeps increasing too. But I don't even know how many letters we're up to now.
Two-spirit, you know what two-spirit is, Rita?
Oh, Two-Spirit, yes. You're supposed to start with 2SP now, aren't you, before you start the LGBT? And then you've got the plus at the end, so it's infinite number of letters that you could add to that. Now, can I ask you to respond, please, to this clip from Jimmy Kimmel, the painfully unfunny so-called comic, had this to say on his late-night show.
We had some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from it.
Dave, this kid was apparently a conservative, which must be news to him and his trans boyfriend.
Yeah, it's wild. First off, Jimmy Kimmel exists as a quote-unquote comedian, and I use air quotes there because I've never heard him say anything funny, but he exists as a political operative in some ways more than Charlie himself existed as a political operative. Yeah. Charlie was out there talking to people and open to ideas. Jimmy is doing a show where he makes, I don't know, probably about $15 million a year to only force one political ideology down the throats of Americans. No, the kid came from what sounds like a decent two-parent household that had some conservative values, and then he went to college and apparently became radicalized there and then had, I suppose, a trans boyfriend and was pushed into leftist ideology. So the fact that Jimmy knows he can go up there and just lie to his audience, I mean, I would say this goes to what I know you guys are dealing with in Australia, which we're certainly dealing with here, which is a massive misinformation war on the populace, that the people who control the strings of everything seem to think they can just lie about absolutely everything, tell you up is down, left is right, boy is girl, and get away with it. And to the extent that Jimmy Kimmel is still on TV, I suppose they can get away with it.
Well, they started with just straight out fakes. They put the alleged killer in a fake Trump T-shirt, and that circulated, and people saw that and believed it before it was debunked. And the lies continue, as you've just heard. Now, it's not just the lies, it's utter ugly invective. Streamer Stephen Burnell, known online as Destiny, he had this to say about Charlie's murder and the political climate in America.
If you wanted Charlie Kirk to be alive, Donald Trump shouldn't have been president for the second term. Every time he's in office, this happens. People joked about when Biden came in, it was so boring, nothing was going on. 7 out of 10 of the largest protests in American history have happened under Donald.
And he also defended mocking Erica Kirk, Charlie's grieving widow.
It's such a simple thing. If you're going to weaponize somebody's grief against the other party, well, then of course people have a right to fight back against it. I think that she has every right to grieve in whatever way she wants, but when that grief is going to be weaponized to do recruitment, political recruitment, and further radicalization of the other side, then of course you not only have the ability to mock it, I think you have the obligation to mock it. It's insane.
There you go, Dave. You have the obligation to mock her, a grieving widow who has to explain to a 3-year-old child why her daddy is never coming home.
Yeah, I mean, I would say this is shocking, except I've seen enough clips of this guy endorsing violence and saying all sorts of crazy things for years that I'm not surprised at all. There are other streamers. I think you've probably heard of this guy, Hassan Piker, who's huge on Twitch, who's literally called for violence, at blood in the street violence of capitalists, who is still on that platform. But I would say broadly, without making it about a specific person, I mean, we shouldn't be surprised by any of this. I mean, the left in America has purged all of the decent liberals. It has become a radical party that is trying to usher in Marxism, communism, and socialism. And by the way, they finally admit that themselves. You know, years ago, they started calling themselves Democrat socialists. They don't really even say the Democrat Party anymore. Now they are outright socialists. And then when you combine what I know you have in your country too, with the these Hamas marches and everything else, you get this crazy red-green alliance. And what do they have in common? What do the Queers for Palestine have in common with the, I don't know, the perceived oppressed Palestinians? It's that they would love to take out Western society. That's what they have in common. That's it. So it is not surprising that these people would either endorse violence or mock those who have just lost their loved ones because of violence. It's actually a fairly obvious extension of everything else that they tell us.
Dave Rubin, we can't wait to see you in Australia next month. Thank you so much for your time tonight.
Thank you, Rita.
Joining me now is documentary filmmaker and commentator Ami Horowitz. Ami, much of the media's reporting on this issue has been appalling, and there's been no self-reflection about the role so many in the media played in using lies and hyperbole to demonise a man like Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, no question about it. And look, obviously, the lies and the falsehoods of the media are legion, and obviously there is no self-reflection. Look, they obviously, to say they dropped the ball is understating the amount of failure they did on this issue in particular. Look, they don't hide their agenda. And that's all I'm asking. You know, look, I'm not asking you to change your policies. Just hide your agenda for us, right? Just pretend, try to pretend to be even-handed. They can't even do that. And I think that a great example of that is the trans issue, because I think what we're seeing now is that this was certainly motivated or possibly motivated by this trans issue, because his boyfriend/girlfriend was trans. And the media can.
And it's time for Lefties Losing It. Let's start with some weapon-grade
Imagine this banana is a burner less lethal launcher, capable of shooting rock-hard kinetic and tear gas.
So it's hard to pick. I mean, so if you're stranded on let's play this out. If you're stranded on a deserted island, you can reason that you want that person to be very productive, not a complainer, and have done something in their life. So that's like no Democrats at all. So, and they're also like, most of them are super old, so they'd probably like die while we're on the island. That'd be like super awk. Like, oh, Chuck Schumer's dead. Like, and bad, of course. But yeah, I would have to think about that. I don't have a good answer. But it probably, boy, how long am I on this desert? I'm infinitely stranded with no hope of reconciliation? Forever. My goodness. It's like for you know, infinity. I don't know, I would probably pick like the most resourceful Democrat that I could find. Like, I don't know, like Mark Kelly from Arizona is an astronaut, so he probably knows how to start a fire. I was like, by the way, if you wanted to survive on a desert island, there'd be like 1 million Republicans to pick. Like, I'd pick like Joe Rogan, like people that could actually, you know, hunt and gather, right? But if it's about survival, I don't know, the Democrats would try to unionize the island with just 2 of us. They would constantly steal my stuff and then call me a racist. Like, it'd be terrible. Thank you.
Hi, Charlie. My name is Casey Klages. I'm an animal science major in class of 2026.
Good for you.
My
You guys got all this stuff on. It's great.
My question for you today is that I want to know what your why is. Was there a specific point in your life where you realized this is something you needed to do with it?
Yeah, I mean, again, my ultimate why is Jesus. So you all must, if it's not Jesus, then it's something. We are aiming at something. You aim at a destination. And so for me, I wanted to aim at the ultimate thing, the biggest thing imaginable, and the truest thing, which is Christ our Lord. So everyone tonight should think in the next couple of days, what am I aiming at? What's the most important thing? What am I thinking? Where's my destination, right? And then, yeah, look, as far as politics go, I've always been conservative. I grew up in a very different era. I grew up when Obama was ascendant and Obama was very popular back in like 2008, 2009. I was a freshman in high school. And I saw a massive need for a youth movement like this. I saw a need for a grassroots movement to try to counter what Obama was doing. And I do want to just add, like when we started, it was not like this. It would be maybe 2 or 3 kids showing up to our events, right? And that would be a success. And it's easy to kind of like make fun of it and mock it, but that was really gritty and really grassrootsy. When I started, it seemed like a daunting generational project. And I just give all glory to God, and I'm just so humbled that I get to live to see the fruit of the last 13 years of my relentless traveling around the country and speaking to very small crowds. Just to give some idea though, like people say, you know, Charlie, I want to do what you do. I said, all right, fine, you can, but for 10 years straight, I traveled 300 days a year. And that's 3,000 days on the road. I'm a 1,000,000-miler in United, in Delta, in American. I know every possible hotel and airport combination imaginable. I didn't pay myself for the first 5 years, and it was very, very hard to break out of Republicans, conservatives don't want you to succeed. And so my why was constantly, of course, the ultimate aim of Christ, but I believe deep down that there was untapped conservative potential on these college campuses, that there was massive opportunity and really big upside. And boy, this last November, Donald Trump won the youth vote in Michigan. Donald Trump won the youth vote in Texas. Donald Trump won the youth vote. It's unbelievable. And it's been so satisfying to see all of that fruit come to harvest. God bless you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Hello.
Hi, my name's Emma Claire. I'm a freshman poli-sci major here on campus, and I've heard this argument recently, and I wanted to ask your opinions on it. So it's that if Jesus were to come to America in a modern day time, that Republicans wouldn't let him in. And I just wanted to get your opinion on that.
Sure. So, yeah, thank you for that. So the argument is this, is that Jesus was a refugee and therefore we wouldn't let him in. First of all, Jesus actually was not technically a refugee. He was actually going to two parts of the Roman Empire. Just we want to be like hyper-technical and weird Bible nerdy. Egypt was actually under Roman jurisdiction, so he was not technically a refugee. But like, I guess the argument is that because we want to put our own citizens first and have closed borders, we wouldn't let Christ our Lord come across the southern border. I would agree with them. Like, we don't want like Jesus coming across the southern border illegally. And so, little different, right? But what this is fundamentally is an attempt to manipulate us, and it's an attempt to be so theologically sloppy in so many different ways, it's hard to even know where to begin. And what they're implying is that like there's a divine character amongst the tens of millions of people that want to come to this country. So fundamentally, it's an attempt to manipulate us, and it's not a very good argument.
Okay, yes, so I was going to tie it to the fact that there were people that are against Jesus. Not everyone was for him, including Jews and Romans. But, basically what I'm trying to say is that there are, like, compared to the southern border, because you know it affects us, especially here in Texas, that there are good people coming in. It's not all bad people.
Of course.
And that we don't necessarily, like, I know that there's bad people being let in, but there's also good people letting in, and I just think everyone should have an equal opportunity to
it's fair enough. If you come from the belief that we must let anybody in, and so right now we have let 14 million people, we have no idea who they are over the last 4 years. You don't have to let people into your country. It is a privilege, not a right. And right now we've completely diluted that over the last couple of years. And if and when we have immigration, it should be highly qualified people who love America and want to assimilate to our country. And so, of course, when you let 14 million people in, you're going to allow some people in that are great and some people that are not so great. But think about this in the micro. And what is true in the micro can be true in the macro, and in this case, it's correct. Our country is a home, really, for people in it. We don't have open borders at your home. You don't have open borders in your dorm room. And so I guess I would say, why should our country have open borders if we don't do it on the micro? And I would say this, that it actually, as Christians, it's much harder to love our neighbor if all of a sudden we're allowing in tens of millions of people, we have no idea who they are, and we have actually forgotten the neighbors that were here. Understand that there are tens of millions of forgotten Americans of all different skin colors that have been forgotten in this country, and President Trump's run to office and successful election was about basically saying we want to put the American citizenry first. It's more about loving American citizens, not about hating foreigners.
Okay. So I actually wanted to bring up this quote from Exodus. It says, "Do not mistreat or oppress a foreigner, for you are foreigners in Egypt."
Correct.
And I mean, we're a country built on foreigners, and I just think it's a matter of when you were born and where you were born if you get the liberties that you get.
Well, yeah, I mean, but look at the scripture. By the way, equally in Deuteronomy, Moses warns about having mass migration because the migrants will become your masters, just so we're correct. But that's fine. But we're not talking about mistreating them, though. Saying you get to go back to your home is not a mistreatment, right? We're not abusing them. We're not like saying, okay, fine, go back to your country of origin.
But even when they are legally here, there's still like restrictions put in place that I believe are unfair. For example, my roommate back home, I talked to her. She has a lot of family that have immigrated here legally. For example, her uncle has been here for 20 plus years, but he's not legally allowed to go home for the fear that he might not be able to come back. I just think that once you're a citizen, you should be a citizen. You shouldn't be restricted on like when you go back.
He's not a citizen then. He might have like temporary green card status for 20 years, but a U.S. citizen can come and go out of America as they please. So I'm not sure about your example. I might be missing something, but that's not how it works.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, I just think that we should let more people in because love thy neighbor. You know, you should love everyone equal.
So
everyone should have equal.
I got it, but it's okay, guys. But let me make a Christian argument though. The entire book of Nehemiah is dedicated towards building a wall. You must have, it's called an order of loves. My Catholic friends, you're going to love this. It's from Thomas Aquinas. You're going to love this. You're going to love this. It's called Ordered Loves, and it's one of Thomas Aquinas' most potent moral teachings, which is first, you are called to have a relationship with Christ. Then you must love your family. And if you don't have one of these things, you cannot do the next one. Then after you love your family and take care of your family, you love your community. Then you love your state and then love your nation and so on and so forth. We've done a very, very bad job of the ordered loves. In fact, I think we have not taken care of our neighbor as well at all. We have tons of vets in this country that are treated terribly. We have a lot of people that have seen their jobs shipped overseas. And fundamentally, you need to have a country that first loves its citizens, and then once we generally have our act together, we can have a compassionate immigration system, one that is strictly based in merit to let other people into the country. And I would also just say, allowing 14 million people to bum rush into America has not been good for anybody. It's not good for American citizens. It's not good for native-born Americans. And finally, the last point that I'll make on this is that when a government ceases to understand that it exists first for its own people and not from the people of the other country, you actually don't have a government, you have something else. You have like a big social experiment, and I think that's been incredibly destructive to the American body politic the last couple of years.
Okay.
Passion or pride, destiny or determination, whatever their reasons, they run to win. Because victory is in their nature. Uma Musameh, Pretty Derby.
You're looking at the fastest, easiest way to get a perfect beard. Just for Men Beard and Brow Color. Instantly covers grays and fills in patchy areas. Lasts till you wash it out. Guys are saying there's nothing easier. Anytime you want to look your best, try Just for Men Beard and Brow Color.
It was nice talking to you. That's all I had to say.
Thank you very much. Thanks for being here. Thank you for being respectful. Yes, next question.
Hello, thank you very much for giving me a chance to ask you a quick question. So my name is Andrew Jansen. I'm the CEO of Street Simplified. And there's, each year in the United States, 44,000 people die in traffic crashes.
Of traffic crashes, yeah.
Traffic crashes, correct. And the US spends $21 billion, and that's a conservative estimate, on Medicare and Medicaid payouts to crash victims. But they only spend $4 billion to actually solve the transportation safety problem. On top of that, the $4 billion that they are spending is being wasted because over the last 15 years, from 2010 on, an additional 1,000 people are dying in traffic crashes than the year before on average. So my question for you is, who do you know that can actually get to the root of this problem and solve it?
I mean, I know a lot of people, but that's not the question. But no, I mean, are you advocating for driverless cars? Is that your
No, my question, I actually work in a company that helps solve this problem, but I cannot get to the right people on the US DOT side.
Okay, got it. Yeah.
It's like a brick wall.
Yeah, I'm happy to connect you with Sean Duffy and his team. Just so we understand that traffic deaths tragically have gone up because of depolicing. It turns out when you take the police out of a community, it's bad for every layer of crime. But more than that, I mean, they say that, I don't know if this is your I asked you, but like they say driverless cars would drop auto fatalities by 90%. I have a lot of moral problems with driverless cars, and it feels a little too totalitarian to me that I'm not able to control my vehicle when someone else is in it, but that's a separate issue. But I do see the potential upside, but happy to, how would you say, just really quick, we could best, let's say, stem the increase of traffic fatalities?
I mean, there's a lot of factors, right? And I could spend an hour on this, but the short of it is 98% of crashes are caused by humans, right? There's 2% snow, weather-related, technical vehicle failures.
Sure.
So we have to solve the human problem. And you could say it's, you look at, alcohol.
So it's autonomous vehicles?
No, I think you don't have to actually fully automate. You can automate 1/1000th of the decisions drivers make when they veer off the road when they're sleeping. You don't have to automate the entire vehicle for, for 99% of the time.
Respect. What do you think about what Elon's done with Tesla? Is that a good start? Is that a good direction?
Frankly, I'd love for you to connect me with him. He's
okay,
one of, that's one way.
With all due respect, a lot of people would, but that's fine. But maybe I'll send him this clip and maybe he'll be persuaded by it. But I think Tesla's done a lot of good work, though, to have the car begin to intervene when these things happen.
Right. What we do at Street is we're the infrastructure side of what Tesla is doing on the vehicle side.
It's a very admirable cause you're on. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. You could talk to one of our staffers. And
by the way, I brought a study Bible.
Oh, thank you.
This is a John MacArthur study Bible. I'll give it to one of the staffers.
Is it a John MacArthur, you said?
It's a John MacArthur study Bible.
He's the greatest. He's amazing. Thank you.
I've given it to you for your own personal walk.
Thank you.
And thank you for taking the time to answer.
God bless you. Thank you very much.
All right, I didn't even say anything yet.
You guys have too much of this thing, I'll tell you.
All right, so my name's Derek Stoll, and I'm currently a senior here at A&M. I just had a question. I know you talked a lot about your faith kind of driving your politics and how important that is to you. And I think when I look at the scriptures and Jesus in particular, I think there's a lot of admirable things about what Jesus talks about. Caring for the poor, trying to heal the sick, and things like that. I was just curious, for your faith and political beliefs, how does that reconcile? I feel like taking away and advocating for reducing welfare and advocating for kids not having free and reduced lunches and not wanting to expand that program, that kind of seems antithetical to the whole message of Jesus, in my opinion.
Yeah, so you're fine, fair enough. You're ascribing an intent with our public policy position. Let me be clear. Welfare should be a hand up. It should be a safety net, not a hammock, is the best way I could possibly put it. But I understand the scriptures equally say, if a man does not work, he shall not eat. Repeatedly, Paul says it, said throughout Proverbs. But I guess the question, we both want to help people, right? Yeah. What is the best way to help people? So we have a case study over 60 years. Is it good for people to be permanently on government assistance? No, it's not. It's really bad. It's bad for them, it's bad for their families, bad for their psyche, bad for their soul, bad for everyone. So then what is the solution? And we have to ask the question, has welfare, since we've started this project in the 60s, good intentions, made us a better country? It really hasn't, actually. So number one, I think a vast majority of what the state does, not the state of Texas, but the state, should and can be done by churches and local municipalities. I fully agree that we should help help anyone that's in need. But the first cause to do that should be private charities and churches, not the government. We should not outsource our compassion to the federal government. It should be first and foremost the local church.
And
secondly,
would you say that the church should do more than they currently do?
Say that again. I can't hear what you're saying.
Would you call for the church to do more than they currently do?
Oh, of course, absolutely.
Okay.
But this is what's important. The church does less as the state does more. We see this in Europe. Europe basically has shrunk the church where it is just a husk of its former self, and it's basically do a couple services and to do almost very little charity. And the reason being is because the government is so big, and they'll just say, oh, the government will provide the health care and the government will provide this and that. So the church doesn't feel compelled to do that. Said differently, the bigger the government, the smaller the church. And so when you grow government, your church becomes small. We want a big church and a small government. We want the church to be more involved, more active. And so if I were and I think we both want to help people. So hypothetically, would I rather have somebody go to a church to go get fed or rather get food stamps? 10 out of 10 times to a church. More human connection, they might get saved in the process, it's better for the church, it's better for everybody than just a faceless EBT card that, quite honestly, is nothing more than just a digital transaction.
So I think both of us would agree that the churches should do more to help those in need. Can I ask one more thing?
Sure.
I want to say, I feel like someone embodying Christ and a leader is important. So as far as Donald Trump, what Christ-like characteristics do you feel like he embodies? I feel like oftentimes he uses hateful rhetoric or the Bible talks about the meek shall inherit the earth. I don't really see a lot of meekness in his character. Do you agree with that, or is there anything?
If we're saying that, is Donald Trump humble? No. But
we're honest here, yeah.
But I also will say, so I'm going to put this on you for a second. Can you think of anything admirable or Christ-like that he's embodied?
I guess you could say he's bold.
There you go. That's good.
I think that's a fair.
He's definitely bold.
He's a bold person.
I would say he's courageous. I would say that he's a truth teller.
I don't know if I agree with the truth teller part, but he is a bold person.
Remember, they get mad at Trump not because of the lies, it's because of the truth that he tells, but they get really, really mad. Remember, we don't have to debate that. But that's not where this conversation is going. I don't want to derail it. But I would Trump showed courage under fire, literally, in a very miraculous way. I will say this, though. We all fall short of the glory of God. When we try to elect political leaders, you're not trying to have a church elder board elected. You want to be president of the United States. Are there examples of people in the scriptures that might be a little rough around the edges, that might be, let's just say, a little bit difficult to understand, that were also considered holy or good or faithful? Well, one I would would posit to you is a man who made the Hall of Faith in the book of Hebrews, is a guy who also had great hair, Samson. Samson, Donald Trump and Samson, both great hair. Samson was literally in a prostitute's bed when the Spirit of the Lord came upon him and told him to basically go to war for the people of Israel because they were not willing to fight for themselves. Took a jaw of a donkey and go and killed a bunch of Philistines. And what Samson was, he was ready, he was willing, he was able. So look, of course, Donald Trump has faults, I have faults, but I will say this, that to have a president that does things in advancement of our value system, not just says things, I would consider be far better for those of us as Christians than, and I'm going to make some enemies here, than somebody like George W. Bush, who said all the right stuff, but he never spoke at the March for Life and gave us questionable Supreme Court justices and gave us, unfortunately, a very reckless foreign war in Iraq that caused a lot of unjust human suffering. So the question is, and it's something to think about, would you rather, let's say it's George W. Bush or Donald Trump? George W. Bush says the right stuff, you know, he's more Christ-like in that presentation way, but how he governed was actually, I would say, oppositional to what I would want to see.
I guess I just also put a lot of value on the way that you present things and the way that you make people feel with the words you say, and like speaking, like words, like the Bible talks about like speaking life with your words, and I feel like Donald Trump often does not speak life with his words. And I get your point, like it's all about action, like actions speak louder than words.
Words matter, but I think actions matter more.
Words isn't biblical, which kind of is the, like that doesn't represent what you feel like morality and the way that country should be dictated.
Well, let's play that out. So it's actually both. So what did Christ say were the two commandments, the two teachings that of all the cult teachings matter? They were actually action related. Love your neighbor as yourself, and love the Lord your God with their heart, soul, strength, and mind. Those are both action related. And so, do words matter? Of course words matter. But I would argue the Bible actually does have a heavy emphasis on action, on doing good and helping the poor and healing the sick, not just words. Words do matter, I totally agree. But words without action, or words given more preference than action, I actually don't necessarily think is biblical.
At Sky Vegas, get 50 seriously free spins when you join, and 200 more when you deposit and spend £10. No wagering required. What you win is what you keep. Sky Vegas. Play. It's why we're here.
Okay, I understand that.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Thanks for your time.
Thanks so much.
All right, I'm here to ask the age-old question, DEI.
Okay,
so,
great.
Yeah, give me your perspective on DEI, and because based on what I heard earlier, I feel like you don't think I belong here.
Oh,
because
really?
Of
Why?
how I am a black man, and because of DEI, I'm not qualified enough to be here. Yes, I am.
Okay, great, then you belong.
But why do I have to prove that to you?
You don't. You brought it up, I didn't.
Okay, but can you explain to me your position on DEI?
Yes, people should not be in positions just because of the color of their skin. Hard stop.
Okay, but do you feel like I'm here because
I'm not feeling anything towards you, actually.
Okay,
I'm not prejudicing you, I'm not stereotyping you. I'm saying that it's a material.
I'm not saying you are. I'm not saying you are.
No, you are. You said I don't feel comfortable being here. You started with.
I didn't say I wasn't comfortable being here. I said I feel like you made it to where I got here through DEI.
So let's examine that. What have I said that makes you feel that way?
When you mentioned how DEI is only just putting people of color and marginalized groups in spaces, even if they're not so
correct.
Qualified.
That's exactly what DEI does.
But that's not all that it does. You're categorizing it as something it isn't.
No, that's exactly that is the charter missions.
That's not all.
Okay,
that it
so
does.
diversity, equity. So equity is outcome based. Is about making people who are of different skin colors have the same outcome, regardless whether or not they are qualified. The best example we have of this is the Students for Fair Admission Harvard Supreme Court case, where black students, they did not, literally they could have a SAT score 300 points lesser than the Asian equivalent and still get into Harvard. That is DEI in practice. I believe when you're hiring for an organization or for a company or for whatever you are doing, you should prioritize merit and character, and race should mean nothing. We should build around things that matter and not things that don't matter.
Okay, but you have to also take into the fact that black people have only been able to completely legally be able to make profit for themselves for around 60 years. And this is, no, since segregation ended in 1965 in the Equal Rights Act in 1965, so what you're telling, there's not
How does that, so let's talk about you. How did that impact you? How did something that happened 60 years ago impact your life?
It impacts me all the time.
How?
What do you, okay.
You're at Texas A&M, you're doing great.
Okay, yes, sure, yeah.
So aren't you a living example that all that's a bunch of nonsense and you could just act good and, you know, behave well and succeed?
But there's also living examples of the exact opposite. If you look in the impoverished neighborhoods in certain parts of Chicago or St. Louis, there's black communities being thrown aside because they're not getting education.
Thrown aside? Okay,
yes,
so
thrown aside.
I think we can get somewhere. Why have the black community gotten poorer since the passage of the Civil Rights Act? Tell me that.
Because of the way the culture has been perpetuated through the years.
Hold on, think about it. So they were richer when we were segregated and more racist. America's become less racist.
What about Tulsa?
Yeah, no one's going to defend what happened in Tulsa again. But let's talk. We're talking about a lot of different cities. We're talking about Chicago, Tulsa. But let's again. This is a very important point. Why is it that Black America has gotten richer on average, poorer on average, since America passed all these anti-racist laws?
I can't answer them.
Okay, yeah. So do you think the fact that 70% of black youth don't have a dad around is probably pretty important?
That's because of the culture.
So respectfully allow me to interject. How does the white culture impact the fact whether or not a black dad stays around when he impregnates a woman?
I'm not saying it's the white culture.
What is it?
The culture that has been perpetuated through the 200 years of slavery, the 100 years of segregation, and Jim Crow laws.
The marriage, so I got to interject again, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt too much. But in 1960, before the Civil Rights Act, 20% of black youth had a dad around. Now it's, 20% were single fathers, 80% had a dad around. It's been inverted. So we actually have seen black dads run away from their kids the last 60 years.
No one to chase, nor path to follow. The future is yours to shape. Those legs will carry you to new horizons, because records are made to be broken. Uma Musume, Pretty Derby.
Hi, I don't know if we've been properly introduced.
Sure we have. You're Miller Adams. You're the boy that kidnapped my daughter from her father's funeral to get her high. That was you.
This'll be fun.
Why is that?
Because of the raised incarceration rates, because of the perpetuated culture.
So how does one go to jail?
That's obvious. I'm not answering that question.
Yeah, so maybe it's because they committed crimes?
Okay, but when you're forced it's not just this is old, this is in the past, this doesn't affect you anymore.
Okay, so actually let's take a different group. How did the Holocaust impact Jews? They're doing pretty well.
Well, because they got reparations, we didn't.
How? What reparations did the Jews get?
Through acknowledgement, through money, through
we acknowledge slavery happened. So,
okay, but you're sitting here and acting like it plays no role.
No, but to your argument, the Holocaust was 80 years ago. Half of all the Jews on the planet were killed. Everything they earned was taken. Jews are doing great. They're the wealthiest subgroup, racial group or ethnic group in America. If all of a sudden something that happened 80 years ago impacts your material prosperity, how did Jews defy the curve? How did poor Asians do so well? Why is it that Asians are now the wealthiest minority in America, many of whom came with no money in the 1950s or 60s?
Because of the culture and opportunities that were provided to them.
But you're not hearing me out. Black Americans have had the same opportunities. However,
people still look at us like criminals every day.
Hold on, but I don't look at you like a criminal.
I'm not saying you do, I'm saying some people do.
But I mean, do you want me to be brutally honest with you, or do you want me to be politically correct?
Brutally honest with you.
Okay, do black people commit more crimes than white people? It's not even close.
Okay, but you have to take into account the culture that has been perpetuated.
Okay, got it. So we can agree on this. Do you mean internal black culture?
It's deeper than that.
Do you think, let's take time out. Do you think the average rap artist that a black kid in the hood is listening to is glorifying marriage and family and saving your money?
That's what sells because it's a culture thing. It's not just within the black community.
I agree. No, but hold on.
Everyone listens to it. It's not just isolated.
It's bad for everyone who listens to it. The point being is that black youth, as they are being raised, their role models are largely not glorifying staying with one woman, getting married, going to church, And if you're wrong, show me the black role models that are doing that. There might be a couple I could think of, maybe. But if it's about culture, you're right. The internal black culture has collapsed the last 60 years. We're no longer elevating the family. We're no longer elevating staying with the person that you're with. So our contention here as conservatives is that the systemic racism stuff is a bunch of rubbish. Instead, it's systemic bad choices.
Do you feel that systemic racism isn't real?
Of course not. What can I do that you can't do? Name it.
Okay.
No, seriously. What can I do that you can't do?
That's a slippery slope.
No, it's not.
I don't know why you're
Very simple. No, because back in 1940, you would have been able to answer that question. Well, Charlie, there's a bathroom over there that I can't go to. There's a major league team.
I can't walk into the grocery store and get the same looks that you do. I walked into Brookshire Brothers a couple of weeks ago and I was looked at
like I was a criminal. That's an insanely hyper-paranoid way of living life. But that's not evidence, right?
It's a real example.
By the way, if I walk into a black neighborhood, I get bad looks too, okay? So I don't know what the contention is.
Because of the way you treat our culture and the way you perpetuate
wait, hold on. The way we treat your culture, we have gone to such great calisthenics and ridiculous gymnastics to prove that we're not racist. In fact, it's the worst thing that you could be called in America. We had, during George Floyd 2020, we had hundreds of millions of dollars given to Black Lives Matter. I don't know where that money went. Did it improve material worth of black America? So, I mean, and we actually do know where it went, actually. And so, but going back to your main contention, when you practice DEI, because that was your main point, right? You are rewarding bad culture. You even acknowledge it. You are saying that someone should be there based on the color of their skin. We say skin color doesn't matter. If you want that position, work harder, study harder, and then you might be able to get that position.
When we're forced into underfunded communities where schools are based off of property value, we can't.
Well, actually, school choice is now the law of the land here in Texas, so that's not correct. Secondly,
do you just expect a single-parent home to pick up and move into some rich neighborhood?
Well, again, so let's go back to why are they the single-parent home?
Because of the hundreds of years.
Do you believe in the maxim or the belief that you should take responsibility for your decisions?
It's not just one person's decisions. It's so much deeper than that.
See,
why are you trying to?
That's where you and I have a different belief. You believe in this.
It's not. It's a fact.
No, it's a belief. Again, you have to tell me then, why do Jews do so well? Holocaust didn't impact their material worth. How did Asians do so well? And by the way, even more so, why are Hispanics getting so much wealthier? If we were so racist, why are Hispanics all of a sudden gaining income the last 20 years? There's something.
It's a difference in culture. But it's a difference in culture. The way that each culture is treated is so vastly different in America.
But again, you have to tell me, other than bad looks at the grocery store, how else is your future, you as a man in America, not a black man, how is your future somehow restricted by racism?
My natural hair is seen as unprofessional when I go into an office or workplace. When I walk around in certain places, people just assume, like I've said earlier, the dirty looks. When people think you are automatically the worst of the worst solely because
we don't think that.
You've interrupted me like 10 times
because
now.
You think you know what white people think, and you don't.
I don't know what white people think.
Then why do you keep on saying you know what white people think?
Because I've seen it.
You've seen our thoughts?
I've seen what people have done to me and people who look like me around the world and in America.
How? Again, you are. Let's just make an example. You are here in the wealthiest country ever.
Yes.
At an amazing university with all the opportunity imaginable in front of you. And all you want to do is look backwards at everything that prevented you when you are a glaring example that there is no systemic racism and you can actually achieve your wildest dreams.
Whoa, I never said that. Hey, I'm not the only black person who exists out there. There's so many people who... to this day.
Do you know black Americans are the richest black people on earth?
What statistic
Africa.
is that? Okay, I need you to pull that up like right now.
You can. Black Americans,
No,
per capita on average.
Can you pull that up?
I'm hosting an event right now. I don't know what to tell you, but anyone can fact check me on this. So you cannot find a black majority country or any country where black people have significant representation where they are as wealthy, because even the poorest people in America are in the top 5%, the top 2% of wealth around the world. And so my whole belief is stop acting like you're a victim and start making better choices.
Not acting like a victim, whoa. This is not a victim mentality.
No, it fundamentally is, because white people are not out to get you. There is nothing holding black people back. Let me say that again. There is nothing holding black people back. In fact, the opposite. You can get into colleges with lower test scores.
But
you could say things that white people can't say and not be fired for it. Black people are wildly disrepresentation.
People say that to me all the time, and they just walk around like it doesn't mean anything around here.
Say what? Say the what?
The N-word. I'm not going to say it on this public platform, but people say it to me all the time.
Derogatorily.
Yes.
No, I think you're lying.
Why would I be lying about
So you're trying to tell me at this campus, did you report it to Student Services?
I'm not. I have too much on my plate to worry about this.
So you're going to say at this campus, you're going to indict the moral character of Texas A&M.
I'm not indicting the moral character of Texas A&M.
I'm
indicting the moral character of one person or a few people.
Now it's one. So you heard it all the time, and now it's one. Got it. So
it's not okay. You're taking me out of context.
This is the point: is that I don't believe you, because now you resort back to a race hoax to make it seem as if the white kids on this campus are like racist and terrible.
White kids.
Oh, so was it a black guy that said it to you?
I'm not.
It matters a lot, because this is how lies are able to grow. Jussie Smollett, we see this. You have to challenge them head on.
Do you think I'm lying when I say that people say the N-word around here? And just
if I think a white person comes up to you derogatorily and says, "Shut up, N-word," I'm not
saying they said it.
I said, are they saying it derogatorily?
But that doesn't mean it's word for word like that.
But okay, so then it's not an insult then. So then don't bring it up as if it's evidence of racism.
Because you brought the N-word up first. I didn't.
No, I didn't.
No. You specifically said, name me an instance of the N-word.
No, I said black people can say things that white people can't say. Of course that's true.
But that's automatically implying that one word.
It's more than that. But let me just kind of build this out further.
What is it then?
There's a lot of things black people can say.
Explain it to me.
You want me to give you more examples of things? Yes. Black people are allowed to talk about black culture in a way that white culture cannot. For example, black people can go up and say that there's a baby mama problem in black America, and white people are not allowed to say that. Oh, I just did. So what are you gonna do? Cancel me? Black people are allowed to say. I'm
a grown man. I got way too much to worry about.
Black people are allowed to say that there is a systemic fraud issue within the PP loan application in black America. Black people are much easier to be able to say that black individuals, despite being 13% of the American population, commit 55% of the murders. If most white people say that at a job, they would get fired for being a racist. I don't care, because I say whatever I want. So black individuals have much more intellectual public freedom than white people do. If a white person were to come up and say, black America really needs to get its act together and stop sleeping around all the time, and it needs to actually have enough.
Why would you?
Because it's true. Because
why would you just walk up to someone and talk and attack their culture from the outside?
Well, hold on. Hold on. Let's look at the evidence. You said to myself, there's all these people suffering in Chicago. There's all these people that are terrible. I'm telling you why. It's because there's been bad decisions that have been institutionalized. Let me finish. And rap artists and athletes and people at the top level of black society that refuse to ever challenge the core rot in black America, which is that they are allowing degeneracy and hedonism to eat the soul of what once was a beautiful black culture, and instead they go around saying it's the boogeyman of racism, the white man is out to get you, and the result is black America is doing worse than it was in the 1960s. That is the contention, period.
It's not just that. It's a culture. It's so much deeper than the present day we are in. I don't know why you're pretending like it just doesn't matter.
What doesn't matter? You mean things that happen? Again, I've been through this multiple times. Let me just ask you one.
But you're not listening to understand. You're listening to reply.
No, I'm doing both actually. And so, but let me just ask one final question, right? Mm-hmm. Which is that you have your entire future ahead of you. Mm-hmm. When you are hired for a job, would you rather be hired because of your race or because of how qualified you are?
It doesn't boil down to just that.
That's what DEI is, man.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
It is definitionally the hiring of people.
They're not just going to immediately see.
You get extra points if you're black with DEI. That's how it works. Racial quotas elevate people based on the color of their skin.
So do you think I got extra points to come here?
I don't know. You said you were qualified. But affirmative action was institutionalized in Harvard and in Texas and a lot of other places. We know this. So again, TU, we don't like them, right? So, but again, I just want to I want to just repeat this point. Where can I go to work that you can?
It's not just that.
Exactly. There is nothing that is preventing black people from prospering. Nothing. The only thing is that you guys have been hypnotized to be victims of your own mind, to think as if there's a white person out to get you. I walk in the grocery store, they look at me differently. All that stuff is complete rubbish. The thing that is preventing
real life experiences. You're just denying my experience. I just shared to you in front of all these people.
Yes, if you think that, okay, let me just be very clear.
I know.
America has come really far if your best example of racism is getting bad looks in a grocery store. We have made incredible racial moral progress.
That's only my experience. There are so many other people
out there. I'm happy to hear every example that they have. It boils down to this. We are not just a racist country, we are the least racist country ever to exist. We go out of our way not to be called the R word, to demonstrate that we aren't racist, to show to people that I have compassion for others and that I want to try to help people of different skin color. But at its fundamental core, I have to go back to this. I don't actually think skin color matters that much. I don't. I want a country that aims towards MLK's dream of one based on content of character and one on competency. I think the hyper-racial obsession of this country is really bad. It's really bad for everybody involved, including Black America. And I would just ask you, what would you do to improve the material well-being of Black America? What is your solution?
Education.
Okay, we've spent trillions of dollars on education.
It's not
trillions.
You need to fundamentally change the system of education because there's not enough funding. Teachers are not paid enough anywhere. Let's be honest.
Whatever lengths you go to build your bet builder,
He's not match fit!
we give you a free bet every week of the Premier League season and a big boost every day. That's Ladisfaction from Ladbrokes.
We need to seriously fix our education, especially when public school education comes from property taxes. When you're in a low-income neighborhood, you're not going to get high-income teachers.
If you had to choose more money for education or more dads for black kids, what would you say?
That goes hand in hand. Education goes into
I agree.
family
That's
planning.
why if we get more dads into homes, it starts solving the problem.
No, education is what solves the problem.
Well, hold on, but again, if you're just educating and there's not a dad at home reinforcing it, we've seen this play out. We see this in Chicago. In Baltimore, we have spent hundreds of billions of dollars in Baltimore, Chicago, Detroit. We have entire classes of kids that can't read at grade level. We have incredible examples of this, and it goes back to this. If you want to have a privileged life in America, very simple, start acting a certain way.
What do you mean act a certain way?
Get married to one person and stay married to that person and don't abandon them, of which 75% of black men do.
So, okay, we have 2 black men right here. By that statistics, one of us is not going to get married to one woman. So,
okay, I hope you guys defy the odds.
Okay, so
were you raised by a two-parent household?
Yes, I was.
Okay, good, and that's why you are probably here, because that elevates my argument.
But the reason why they are here is because of the education they received. Both my parents got their bachelors at colleges.
I'm not discounting education, but I'm saying the parental family nuclear unit is fundamental. It solves everything, and it's not just a hypothesis.
Education is what builds that fundamental family structure.
That's where we disagree. More government education is not going to put dads back in the home.
I'm saying just education in general.
Again, New York spends 4 times as much on education than Idaho. It's not a spending thing, and we'll just end with this. Our belief system is that you come down to the most foundational family unit, and when that breaks down so severely, don't be shocked if that group, when it acts that way, stays in poverty over a longer period of time. Asians are incredibly loyally married. It's one of the reasons why Asian Americans do so well in this country. Hispanics do very well. White Americans increasingly are not doing as well.
They also came here by choice too. My ancestors did not come here by choice, but
so
we don't have to go too far into that.
We don't have to go into that. I want to get the next question. Again, you should be kissing the ground because you're right. You didn't come here by choice. But
why are you telling me to?
Hold on, I'm telling you right now, you should be kissing the ground with gratitude because you're right. You are not in Africa, and you should be thankful you're not in Africa, that you're in the United States of America. That's my end of contention. Thank you very much.
Passion or pride, destiny or determination. Whatever their reasons, they run to win because victory is in their nature. Umamusume, Pretty Derby.
Fridge refill? Consider it done. Top-up shop, sorted. Deliveroo now just got even better.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello. My name is Malcolm, and I guess my question to you today is, when did systemic racism end, and what is your definition of systemic racism?
Systemic racism is a law on the books that prohibits an individual from doing something based on their race. It largely ended with the Equal Rights Amendment and the Civil Rights Act in the 1960s.
Okay, and so do you think that it just ended right then and there, and there's no lingering effects of that that could, you know, kind of explain some of the disparities we see today, or no?
If the hypothesis of lingering intergenerational 60-plus year effects are true, then you must tell me how Jews have done so materially well post-Holocaust, despite everything being taken from them.
Well, I don't think that's a one-to-one
You're right, Jews had it much worse than blacks.
Well, I think that also
have black Americans ever had a crazy fanatical dictator trying to kill half their population in a span of 5 years?
We have been enslaved for hundreds of years.
No, that's not the question. I'm saying, I'm saying Jews actually had it far worse than black Americans did in the 1930s and 40s. Way worse.
But do we have to look at Jews as how we should, like black people should just
No, I'm saying you have to prove the argument that it applies to other groups. So your argument is that things pass down through generations, right? That there's aftershocks, there's a ripple effect. We discount that as very minimal at best. So you have to show me another minority group that has suffered that it held them back.
So for black people to have, well, for the 60-plus, you know, like disparity to be true, you have to see that in another group.
Well, yeah, because then it's a rule, right? So the rule should apply to other groups that had other types of suffering.
But the way black people are treated in America isn't the same as any other group.
Well, I mean, Asians were put in internment camps actually in the 1930s and 40s.
Well, yeah, they were.
And Jews came with no money in the 40s or 50s after.
And that hurt their communities.
Right, but then they were able to overcome it. So how is it that Asians are super wealthy now?
They were put in internment camps and then let out of camps.
Yeah, but for 2 or 3 years, some Asians and Chinese and Japanese were in internment camps with no ability to own property, run business. I mean, it was terrible. Every group has gone through some period or form of suffering. And let me ask you a question. Do you think that the material bad status of black America right now has anything to do with decisions that black Americans have made?
I think that while it may have, that might be part of the reason, I think that there has been a push for black Americans to make that choice.
I don't understand what you mean.
I would say, like, take the war on drugs, for example. I would think that that is a way that black and white people were using, you know, drugs at similar rates, but black people were punished for it more severely and given longer sentences.
Okay, none of that is correct, but that's fine.
Well,
so
it is.
It's based on income, not based on race. But again,
those are pretty much the same thing.
I always find the war on drugs argument so laughable. You don't want to go to jail for doing cocaine, don't do cocaine. Like, I don't understand the argument. Like, it's not that hard. It's not complex stuff, right? It's as if, like, wait, so the argument is that a bunch of black people were doing cocaine and they caught us and we're the problem.
Well, they were given longer sentences than white people,
again,
even though white people did the same drugs at the same
hotly
rate.
And highly debated, but it still is.
It's not.
Well, again,
I've heard it from a lot of sources.
If you distill it down based on the quality of attorney they had based on their income level, it just so happens a lot of black Americans had a lower income level.
Well, you gotta think, why is that though? And I think there's a reason that's the case.
And just so
and
we're
I think
clear,
that's a systemic reason.
The war on drugs was insanely popular with black leaders back in the 1980s because black communities were actually being ravaged by drugs. There's a reason why we launched it.
Well, why were they were put in there in the first place?
So the government like put a bunch of cocaine in the inner city?
Into the inner cities. That's true.
No.
I believe that is true.
That's not true.
Well, you don't have to. Well, you can move on from that.
It's okay, but let's try to find some common ground because I don't want this to be overly combative.
Okay, I would agree. Yeah.
Would you prefer a country that prioritizes race or one that prioritizes merit?
I think we should have a country that prioritizes merit, and I think we need to look at why some races are seen as less meritorious than others.
Okay, so again, just to go back to it, I can give you another example. Cubans came here with nothing. Any Cubans in the audience? Nothing. right? Nothing, right? Am I right? Nothing. Because of Castro. Like the poorest people ever to come to America would be Cubans. They're incredibly wealthy per capita now. How does it keep on happening with every other group, but Black America is like seemingly always held back?
Well, I think you also have to look at, there are Cubans who move here with wealth. It's the ones who are rich enough to move.
Okay, again,
at least a lot of them are.
Again,
and I think that even the ones who do come here, you know, with nothing, which a lot do.
But you have to, so in order for your hypothesis to be true, it needs to bear out with one other group. So there have been, what?
Wait, what do you think my hypothesis is?
Your hypothesis is one of intergenerational struggle, that what has happened 60 years ago has direct impact to the material well-being of what happens today. We reject that premise.
You don't think that history affects the president?
Not nearly as much as you think it does, actually. Well, we believe that you are most importantly a consequence of your agency and your actions. Most importantly. And yes, there are historical implications that impact you. Of course they do. But to just say something that happened not in your lifetime and not even in all of your dad's lifetime.
Well, it happened in my grandmother's lifetime, though.
Right.
And it affected how my dad grew up, and it affected how, you know, what he had to do to get where he is, and for me to do what I did to get here.
Okay,
as well.
but you got to break that down, though.
Do you want me to explain like my whole family's history of how we?
Not necessarily, no. But at some point, you have to say, despite all the bad stuff happening to us, we still could have made good choices and we would have flourished.
Well, I think you can make good choices, and I think that you should also help people make good choices, because I don't see why we shouldn't.
No, we should help people make good choices.
Okay.
Do you know why? That's why we should get rid of DEI, which actually elevates and rewards people that have not necessarily worked as hard.
DEI just means diversity, equity, and
No, it means
inclusion.
didn't earn it, but yeah, that's fine. But
it doesn't.
I know.
Well, why would you say that then? You know it.
Well, because the essence of DEI means didn't earn it.
No, it doesn't. It
yes,
means diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Okay.
And I will explain what's wrong with inclusion. What's so evil about that word that you don't like it?
Okay, well, in practice, not the word itself, this is a forced corporate program or college program, however you want to put it, that is putting people in positions that have less. I went with this previous guy. It's very simple. You are elevating things that do not matter, that should not be in the matrix of making decisions.
DEI isn't just about hiring. It can be research to find, you know, disparities of, you know, diseases against different groups. And it can be like, it's not just race, it's also, you know, disabilities. It's also veterans, you know, that's a group of people that we include here at Texas.
So I want to get to the next question, but here's my plea to you and to all of Black America, which is this. You could pick the Salvadorians, the Mexicans, the Iranians, the Persians, the Syrians, the Lebanese. You could pick any country. The ones that have succeeded reject the attitude that you and the prior guy have said.
What do you think my attitude is?
Again, your attitude is very clear. You are prioritizing the past and de-emphasizing agency in the immediate.
I am saying that the past should
yeah, but all these
have
groups
an effect on what we do
all
now.
these other groups do not believe this, and that because when
have
they
you
don't.
Talked to all of these other
well,
groups?
again, you can look at their cultural ethos. You can look at how.
What?
Again, so you cannot find in major Cuban literature in Miami this belief like, well, I'm not able to succeed because they took my farm away and everything's gone in Castro.
That's
Instead,
not what I'm saying, and that's not what anyone who's pushing for DEI
no,
is
it is
saying.
though, and that's the problem.
No, but the vast majority of people I've talked to who support DEI don't say that.
Okay, they might not say it, but again, in practice, but I'm saying
they don't practice it either.
In Black America, it is a dominant worldview, irrefutably, that focuses on past injustices and not future prosperity. Can we agree on that?
Well, okay, can you say that again?
In Black America, there is an attitude, a worldview, an ethos that is predominantly focused on past injustices, not on future prosperity.
Well, I think one, you're simplifying it too much. I think Black Americans see that there has been past injustices, and those past injustices are still here to some extent.
Has that
today.
mindset worked for Black America?
Well, what do you mean? I mean, it worked for MLK. I mean, it worked for him.
Actually, MLK actually had the exact opposite. MLK would be marching in the streets against DEI, actually.
No, he would not be.
Well, he said, I don't care about color, I care about content of character. DEI cares about color.
DEI is about making an inclusive space for everyone of every background.
DEI and wokeness believe that every action is impacted by some systemic injustice and that DEI can fix it. We're not going to agree much. My final plea is this. is I just hope Black America stops this victim mentality and embraces a victor mentality. They'll be much better if they do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
No one to chase, nor path to follow. The future is yours to shape. Those legs will carry you to new horizons, because records are made to be broken. Uma Musume, Pretty Derby.
All right, we'll take one or two more. Oh, we got Johnny Depp here.
Hey, boss, how you doing? All right, so I had a question about something you were talking about earlier. Oh, my bad. So you were talking about science and the church and like separating the two. I just fundamentally don't believe that. I want to know where that came from. Because
Say that again.
Science, for me, explains God's creation.
Science, got it.
Yeah, science.
No, I never said separate. No, I said reason and revelation.
You kind of did earlier, though.
No, I never said that. I said reason and revelation are two different matrices of viewing things, and actually one can point to the other.
Okay, well, for me, I'm saying science explains the world and whatnot, right? That's why I chose science as a course.
Great.
Right.
I think science proves that God is true. I think the more that we study the human genome, the more that we map DNA, the more that we understand the miraculous improbability of our existence.
We're talking about verbiage here a second ago. Let's just talk about how science doesn't prove God, it explains God, if you anything.
Fine.
Right. Semantics, right? That's what we were talking about earlier?
Okay, sure.
What I'm saying is, why does it have any room in our political discussion whatsoever?
Oh, it has a huge role in our political discussion.
Why?
You mean politics or religion or what?
Yeah, politics. Why does religion play any role in politics?
Again, I'll go back to what I said in my opening speech. Can you have a separation of morality and state?
Yes.
Okay, explain that to me. So if we're going to pass a law,
yes,
and we're going to say, do not murder, by what standard do we believe that?
By any you which please.
By
the
what?
separation of church and state
I got it.
says that I can have any reason for believing that.
No.
No. You're
not,
trying to cut me
following.
off. Chill.
No, you're not. Hold on.
Chill.
You're not following. You have to tell me by what standard do you get that from.
Calm down. So what I'm saying is I can derive morality from any which way I do believe.
Oh, I agree with that. That's a problem.
Which means Christianity does not need to be the fundamental cause for morality. So I'm saying they should be separate 110%.
Okay, then what cause of morality do you think the state should ascribe to?
There's no basis for morality. Morality is what the collective believes.
Oh, it's what the collective believes.
Like a democracy.
Got it. So under that belief, was Hitler right to kill the Jews? They wanted it.
No.
Oh, but that's what the people believe?
Yeah, but there's more than just Germany out there. There's a whole damn world.
Okay, yeah, Soviet Union, they believe that we should imprison the Mensheviks.
There's more people than just Russia.
Okay, Mao China wanted to go...
There's more people than just China. What do you not understand
Well, actually, we're
about
getting
this?
up at like half of the world population at this point.
First of all, so be clear about your numbers.
Hold on, calm down, smartass. Okay, so...
You're the one who doesn't know anything.
And so, wait, hold on. If you add up China's population, Russia's population, and the population of Europe...
Which all have different beliefs.
You add up like about half of, the world population.
Which all had different beliefs. What are you talking about?
Right, exactly. So at some point, do you believe murder is objectively wrong?
Yeah, because the collective says it's wrong. What do you mean?
But not in every country do they say it's wrong.
That's the few in power of each of those countries. What are you talking about?
That's not correct.
That is correct. What do you mean?
See, now you're getting a little upset.
I am, because you're objectively trying to lie to the crowd.
So, again, the collective. This is not a Star Trek episode, okay? But let me walk you through this. In Nazi Germany, the body politic wanted bad things to happen to Jews.
And most of the world said that was wrong.
Okay, but the country itself said it was okay. Most of the world right now says abortion is okay. Is most of the world right?
Yeah, probably.
Oh. By what moral standard?
By the one they've collectively agreed upon.
Can the collective ever be wrong?
Probably.
So in world history...
Why are you a man being able to say this when
in world
everyone
history,
here believes God sets the mandate? So why are you trying to tell me what it is?
In world history, the entire planet for 2,000 years believed slavery was okay. Was the entire world right?
No, obviously not.
Oh,
we just talked about morality being wrong by the collective occasionally.
Well, okay, I think slavery and mass murder is pretty wrong, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, so again, when the collective gets things wrong, then maybe we shouldn't appeal to the collective, because the collective has given us really evil things over the years. Instead, we should appeal to something higher than us, something greater.
Has Christianity ever led to anything evil?
Of course, you can use a shovel to dig a ditch or to murder somebody.
What I'm saying is Christianity has no merit above the collective.
Of course it does. By what?
How?
Well, first of all,
that's not the word of God, that's the word of men describing the word of God.
Okay, that's a separate issue if you want to discuss that. But I do ask the question, what faith did the founding fathers have?
Separation of church and state.
Okay, again, that actually that's not in the Constitution.
All right, those words explicitly were not in there.
Yeah, and just so we're clear, do you know where that phrase came from?
People escaping religious persecution from their home countries.
Right, so it was Thomas Jefferson's letter to the Danbury Baptist Convention guaranteeing them that the state will not come after them.
He also had slaves, so how is he inherently right? You said people make mistakes.
Of course they can, but that's not even the contention I was making. I was saying that's the origination of the term. John Adams famously said, the Constitution, the structure that we care about, is only compatible with a moral and religious people. When the American people are no longer moral or religious, the promise of the Constitution starts to fall apart. And again, I will kind of go back.
Semantics or. Not moral and religious, moral or religious. People can derive morality outside of religion.
Okay, again, you might come to a conclusion with a blindfold on, but that's a bad way to be able to find truth.
But you're taking your own bias into account, are you not?
So I do have to, and by the way, just so we're clear, John Adams didn't own slaves, so you should also take
I didn't
what
say
he
John
says.
Adams.
No, I know, I'm just saying you should take what he takes more seriously, but I do want to get down more fundamentally. In the 20th century, we saw mass murder in China, in Vietnam, in the Soviet Union, in Nazi Germany, all because they believed the collective morality is correct. Does any of that make you have pause that maybe we should appeal to something greater?
You're also describing places where they had power consolidated at the top.
Well, okay, because the people largely gave it to them, right?
Not necessarily.
Well,
you guys complained for years about a rigged election. You can't think that happened beforehand, before technology was so abundant?
Okay, again, we're now conflating like three separate topics.
No, you're talking about a new issue, and I'm converting to the issue with you.
So if today, let's do a hypothetical.
Okay.
If today, so actually in 1840.
Okay, that's not now.
Okay, let's even say today. If today all of a sudden there was an up or down vote and people want to bring back, let's just say indentured servitude, would the collective be wrong?
Probably, and I would speak out against that too.
By what definition of wrong are you appealing to?
My own sense of morality that's not derived from religion.
See, this is where you get this, now the final revealing. He's now revealed himself.
What reveal?
It's your opinion versus their opinion. We as Christians believe there's something above both of us.
At Sky Vegas, get 50 seriously free spins when you join, and 200 more when you deposit and spend £10. No wagering required. What you win is what you keep. Sky Vegas. Play. It's why we're here.
That we appeal to.
And I agree with that. I don't agree with your sense of morality. Your sense of morality is a bastardized of the church word.
Okay, fair.
100%.
Not fair enough, but I'm going to go to...
Okay.
But one final thing. Wouldn't we both agree then we need objective, transcendent morality to live under?
Objective cannot exist in morality. That is opinionated.
Okay, so therefore, murder cannot objectively be wrong. Child rape cannot objectively be wrong. It's just an opinion.
That is not anything what I just said.
No,
you put those examples forward.
That's actually what I said, right? Let's take child rape.
You're talking about a very deep You're talking about a very deeper issue that is a...
No, it's actually exactly where this conversation is going.
You're talking about philosophy here, which is beyond the scope of the conversation we're having with It's not philosophy.
It's religion is a form of philosophy.
No, it's not. It's a form of religion.
So what does the word philosophy mean? The word philosophy means what?
A definition of morality.
Let's go back to Greek.
Outside of religion.
What does philosophy mean, everybody? Philos, love. Sophos, wisdom. The love of wisdom. And where do you get wisdom from? The fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom.
I would argue
Christianity and philosophy are directly connected.
Absolutely not. Wisdom comes from experience. The word of God comes from the bastardization of man. Who wrote the passages in the Bible? Man.
Well, he transcribed them.
That's the same. Oh, sorry. That's the same thing. I'm sorry. That's my bad. I'm sorry.
By what moral standard was it wrong to swear?
I don't find it to be wrong. Personally, I think every adult here cusses, and it's not objectively wrong.
If it's not wrong, why'd you apologize?
Okay, that's fine.
No, if it's
Are
not
you
wrong,
ever going to apologize?
Well, I'm sorry, hold on, but why, if it's not, this is important, why would you, if it's not wrong, why'd you apologize for swearing? There's something in you that said this is wrong.
Because the collective of this room said it's wrong, and I try
No,
not
they
to
didn't.
do.
There wasn't a vote. There wasn't a scorecard, like don't vote, like don't swear,
Who
not
clapped
swear.
with Christianity?
Okay, yes.
Oh,
but,
now they're silent.
Yeah, but they
Christianity inherently has taught me throughout my youth that not to swear, not to cuss.
Has that been a good thing or bad thing for humanity?
I think it's neutral. I think it makes no difference.
I think it's a good thing we teach people to restrain their tongues. I think it's a good thing for self-control. I think it's a good thing that we teach that your words really matter and that you shouldn't just say whatever you want to say whenever you want to say it. And the fact
I agree with that.
Well, hold on. The fact you interrupted yourself shows that actually the Christian inheritance without you knowing it creates better actions. Because it creates better behavior.
Yeah, I've also seen Christians do the worst shit I've ever seen.
Of course, but how do you know it's bad? You know it's bad because
my own sense of morality. We've been over this.
Right, and Hitler's sense of morality has killed the Jews. If we all have our own
and the collective said that's not right.
Well, actually they didn't. He was democratically elected. It's not true.
Of that country. There's more people in a country, dog.
Yes, again, lots of countries can make collectively awful and terrible decisions.
Right.
And so when a country does that, and again, just so we're clear,
that also happened in the past.
You are unintentionally minimizing the Holocaust, which is fine, but you're unintentionally.
How?
Because you're saying, oh, it's just one country, it's just one thing. First of all, Hitler took over like all of Europe. It wasn't just one country.
Through military strength, not through democracy.
Right, but he believed he was right.
Right, and the rest of the world said you're not.
Well, actually, that's not true. At first, Russia
Why
said
did the US get into World War II?
Time out. At first, Russia said he was right, and then they changed their mind.
Oh, yeah.
Italy said he was right. Imperial Japan said he was right. The whole world was not united against Hitler.
And I put that
until,
on the...
time out.
Okay.
The whole world was
you,
not
sir.
against Hitler until two original Anglo-Christian nations, Britain and America, decided to tell him to stop.
Where the
so the whole world was... Nope, not correct. The entire world was not united against Hitler. In fact, every major power was trying to cozy up to him.
You were talking about the word of the men that were leading those countries, not the people themselves.
Again,
you still ignore the people's word. I know 75 million people voted or whatever, but there's more people than 75 million in America. I'm so sick of this conversation of the majority. I'm talking about the majority with the election, people. 75 is not a majority of 350. That's math.
Mr. Pirate, you brought up the collective, just to be clear.
Yes. And I also said the collective can be wrong.
Again, we go back to the moral standard of
There's no absolute truth over here.
There
You're
is.
trying to say
Do you believe that absolutely?
You got me.
Do you believe it absolutely? You said if there's no absolute truth, do you believe it absolutely?
Personally, but there is no absolute on the collective.
Wait, hold on. So you absolutely...
My personal beliefs do not dictate the rest of the world.
Well, hold on. So you absolutely believe that there's no such thing as absolute truth, therefore showing that there is absolute truth.
Okay,
because that's a truth claim.
Thank you, boss.
Yes, what I'm saying is that your philosophy falls apart upon even the slightest cross-examination, which is that, of course, there's absolute truth.
Your only fundamental truth is a book that was written thousands of years ago and translated multiple times. What do you mean?
Actually, my fundamental truth...
Truth can change with knowledge being input.
Okay, truth can change. I'll wrap up in a sec.
Okay, boss.
You're looking at the fastest, easiest way to get a perfect beard. Just for Men Beard and Brow Color. Instantly covers grays and fills in patchy areas. Lasts till you wash it out. Guys are saying there's nothing easier. Anytime you want to look your best, try Just for Men Beard and Brow Color.
I just spent the last hour with the coolest guy in school.
It was one of the greatest days of my life. And then everything changed.
I just lost my dad and my aunt.
I just want to leave.
Good, let's leave.
My mom is trying to make it like he never even existed.
What aren't you telling me?
I'll never know what you've gone through, but I'm sure your dad will let you be happy.
We both deserve to be happy.
Truth can change. Can an adult become an infant?
But you sure act like one.
Oh, thank you. That's sharp.
I thought I'd throw that out there. Look,
so
you're talking about semantics of someone else's life. You're talking about semantics of someone else's life where neither of us have a word to say
We will go
about
to the
it.
next question. I will close with this on this, and we'll end one more. This is the moral confusion that happens if Christians do not contest in the public square. This right here. Thank you very much.
I'm Christian.
Hi, my name is Santi Granda.
We're running out of time, but yeah, go ahead.
Sorry.
You're good.
My question is about birthright citizenship. Me and my brother, I might be a little biased since we're both citizens by birthright citizenship, but I know that you are anti-birthright citizenship. And I was wondering if you could clarify on why that is.
Yeah, I mean, look, nothing against you guys. I'm glad you're here, and this is not an indictment of every individual. But generally, let me take the most extreme case that happens, and maybe we can find some agreement. There are cases of tens of thousands of times, sometimes a year, of pregnant women from Asia who board flights 7 months pregnant. They land and have babies, and those kids become U.S. citizens. I think we both agree that's egregious, right? That you have no connection here. It's literally you come here, give birth in a San Francisco hospital, and you get basically your citizenship card. So I believe that very simply, that citizenship, if you are not yourself a citizen, just like it is in almost every industrialized country in the world, citizenship shall not automatically be granted to your children.
My parents, they were here through a visa. Is that changed the situation?
No, but I think that it's a good question. You should have been given some protected status of, a visa child waiver or whatever. I don't think you should have had no status whatsoever, but you should have had some way to be here, have documentation, so on and so forth.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Great. Last question.
Oh, all right.
You want me to sign it?
Yeah.
Can you sign my hat again?
Yes, sir. Last question here. We'll get to the last question.
Howdy, Charlie. How are you? My name is Matthew. I got some questions about, the economic plans that Trump's putting into effect right now.
I thought it was going to be a good last question. So.
I know. I'm sorry. Pretty boring. But let's talk about the actual economic system right now. Don't you think that consumers, when they're looking at the market, see it failing with a 5% decrease in the S&P 500?
I mean, it was up today. Markets go up, markets go down.
Yeah, I mean, they go up and they go down, but it's not that volatile. There's a reason why it's being talked about in news and media right now. It's because it's a 5% decrease. If you have a Roth IRA right now and you put $100,000 into that Roth IRA, you lose $5,000 to $10,000.
Right, for now, and we believe that it will recover.
So then wait, let's talk about why economics are failing right now. What is the reason why, the stock is decreasing?
Time out. Stock markets are not always an indicator of economic health.
Oh, no, of course, but that's what the consumers are seeing. That's what I'm talking about right now.
Hold on.
To consumers, we are seeing that
you gotta stop interrupting me.
Sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
Stock markets are first and foremost a market of stocks. They're not just the stock market.
Right, of course.
So you have individual companies that are purchased.
Right, but I'm talking about the S&P 500, which is the major 500 companies.
We fully acknowledge that President Trump's tariff plan is one that is an experiment that people voted for.
Okay.
And so we believe we want to see this through. We believe that the economy, not just being a stock market, is very important to fix and heal. We're about to get, and I think it's important, we're about to get a massive tax bill of no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, we got no tax on Social Security. And we believe
those are also Kamala's
that
policies
coupled
as well.
with better trade deals. I'm not going to make any economic predictions.
Wait, let's talk about those new economic trade deals.
Let me finish my sentence,
No, go ahead,
and then I'm literally over time.
Yeah,
we believe the market will go up and in spades once we rebalance what is a very unfair global trade practice. Last point.
Okay, wait. Let's talk about the unfair global trade practice. What exactly is that? What is unfair about the global trade practice right now? Is it interdependency or is it the buzzword trade deficit?
The fact we don't make vitamin C in America, we have to get it from China, is pretty unfair.
Okay, but that's because wage is cheaper there. Let's actually talk about that and the reason why tariffs hurt us.
I know why it's happening. I'm saying it's bad. I'm saying it's bad we can't make our own drones.
So then let's talk about wages. Wages are one of the biggest costs to any manufacturing plant. So whenever you have people in Mexico getting paid $13 a day compared to California's $16 an hour, isn't that a difference?
Of course it is. No one's not acknowledging it.
Exactly. So then how is a 10 to 20 to 30% tariff going to change that? It's 10 times more expensive, not 30%.
You got to calm down.
Sorry.
So, last question, then I really have to go. How does one avoid a tariff?
I'm sorry?
How do you avoid a tariff?
You go through negotiations or you just thug it out. As a company, you have to actually sit it out. I mean, you guys laugh about it, but that's what's happening right now. The cost is going on to you guys.
Let's say you're Toyota. How do you avoid the tariff?
At Ladbrokes, we like you to have fun. We also like you to be in control at the touch of a button. Play safe with Ladbrokes safer gambling tools, like deposit limits, timeout, and reality checks. That's Ladisfaction.
Good day.
From Ladbrokes.
Guy, I need the loo.
I mean, you would have to move your manufacturing plant to another country.
You mean America?
That costs hundreds of millions of dollars. I'm sorry, y'all.
Wait, hold on.
Are you gonna think $1 billion company is gonna just pick up all their things and move across the world?
Actually, they are. You know that we have
No, they're not.
Time out. We have over $3 trillion of new investment that have said they're pledged to build manufacturing plants, to build assembly lines. And so, yes, they're already doing it. Toyota's announced 3 new plants. We have incredible opportunity to have more manufacturing brought to this country. So yes, tariffs.
That's just one example. The rest of the goods are still going to be more expensive.
Again, NVIDIA just announced a $500 billion.
So then why did their stock just plummet?
Okay, because
I lost $4,000 investing in NVIDIA stock.
Well, that was your decision.
That's my bad, yeah, because
your
I
agency.
put faith into the economic system that you guys
also,
imposed.
to be honest, so I hate to put you on the spot.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you know what NVIDIA's price-to-earning ratio was? Hyperinflated. A seasoned investor would never actually buy a 23-to-1 price-to-earning ratio.
I actually sat through. I still made money. Don't get me wrong.
You still made money.
I picked up $16,000 and I dropped down to $12,000. But regardless,
the point being is that the market was hyperinflated.
It was hyperinflated.
Yes.
But regardless, it wasn't just NVIDIA. Let's talk about the other 500 companies. It was all red. That was a 5% loss.
Yes. Again, to go back to this, the economy is more than a stock market. I'll close with this.
Okay, but that's what the consumers see it as.
Okay. The people voted for tariffs. We believe that it's going to be a net positive and a net benefit. We are going through a period of turbulence, and when we come out of this, we're going to have an incredibly attractive tax environment, and more companies want to do business here. Really quick last thought.
Okay, last point. So obviously, you think that tariffs are the backbone of this economic policy, correct? So we're using that
partially
as leverage for trade, correct?
Correct. Yes.
So what are we actually, negotiating for? Is it keeping the United States dollar as the global reserve currency?
Partially that. Also the ability to export LNG to the rest of the world.
Okay, so
that Texas becomes the new Saudi Arabia.
But that's not gonna happen. Wait. We have different formulations of oil. There's a reason why we aren't supplying the majority of oil.
Asia wants
West
West Texas crude really bad. Asia wants West Texas crude more than they can put into words.
Right, but California can't use West Texas crude.
Yes,
they have to use Russian oil. There's a reason why they had $10 a gallon, bro.
Again, man, I'm not going to keep going.
I'm sorry,
because
go
of a
ahead.
refining issue that they've made on themselves.
Yeah, for
the
sure.
point being is this. China wants West Texas crude. Long story short, the economy is going to get better. Trump was elected to get it better. Trust the process. Thank you so much.
Let's see.
In closing, guys, thank you so much. Gig 'em. What a great event. Keep on fighting for freedom, guys. Thank you so much.
Benny's parents, thanks for coming.
Hiya.
So, Benny has really blossomed this term.
You're telling me? He outgrew his bike. We sold it on eBay.
Oh, that's not quite what I meant.
It's free to sell on there.
Free to sell?
Easy too. Sold Benny's bike, your guitar, my jacket.
You sold my guitar?
Shall we talk about Benny?
When it's this easy to sell for free, you can't help but say when it's eBay. Things people love. T's and C's apply. Excludes vehicles.
Folks, let me tell you about my good friend Todd Nettleton from The Voice of the Martyrs. For over 2 decades, Todd has risked his life to bring attention to the persecution of Christians around the world. Now he's written a powerful book called Faith is Forbidden, detailing his travels and experiences. As a special gift to my listeners, you can get a free copy of this incredible book by simply clicking the link in the description below or call 844-464-3043. How we doing, A&M? That's a big crowd. Woo. I'll tell you what, I don't have to say much here, but can we all agree we got to saw them off? Can we all agree on that today? Much bigger crowd than we would have got it. I'm told it's TU. I'm told that's what we must call it, right? All right, we're going to have some fun today. Laura Trump is here. Say hello.
What's up, everybody?
Is anybody in this crowd excited that Donald J. Trump is the 47th president of the United States? Did anybody in this crowd vote for Donald Trump? And here's the real question. He's toyed with it, but would anybody here like to see Donald Trump a third term in the White House? Okay. You guys are about to have the best time. We got some fans over here. I can hear it. You guys, thank you for coming out. Thank you for caring. Charlie's got the answers, so I know y'all are going to bring the questions. Thank you guys for letting me throw some hats today. Thank you.
I got to take this mic off. All right, everybody, you know how it works. Go to the front of the line. We're going to have some fun. And then also we have an evening event as well. Priority goes to, of course, students and locals, and we'll get to everybody else as well. God bless you guys, and God bless Texas A&M. Let's get started.
Hi, Charlie. My name's Ramsey. I'm a super big fan, huge supporter, love your work. I wanted to ask, you have a beautiful family, you kind of prioritize God and everything. I want to know how you keep that front of your mind while going on tour, staying so busy, keeping health, wellness, God, family, number one.
Well, the most important thing, we're going to talk about a lot of political stuff, a lot about with Trump. The most important thing we can all do is give our lives to Jesus Christ, because Christ is King and Christ is Lord. The most important thing. We are all sinners. We all fall short of the glory of God. And the most important thing, everybody, is we must understand that because of our sinful nature, we need a Savior. Wow, they're booing Jesus already. They're booing Jesus. We should pray for those people that boo for Jesus, because we're all sinners, everybody. And in this broken world where so many people are plagued by depression and suicide and self-harm and anxiety, Jesus is the answer as we are going through all of these times. And Jesus saved my life, and I hope he will save yours as well. And a relationship with Jesus Christ is a lot different than a religion. I happen to be very religious because I have a relationship with Christ Jesus. Christianity is different than any other religion. Every other religion, you try to get closer to God. God came close to us when he sent his son to live a perfect life and die for us. So I always put Jesus first, and I encourage everyone to do the same. God bless you. Thank you so much.
Howdy, Charlie. My name's Colton Craig. Thank you for coming out. What is your favorite thing about Texas A&M or tradition? And do you think the Aggies are going to sweep UT in Austin this weekend?
Oh, is there a baseball game?
Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah, I don't pay attention to college baseball. I will say, though, I hope you guys beat them in football this fall.
Yes, sir.
The rivalry is back, right?
Yes, sir.
If I'm not mistaken.
Mm-hmm.
Finally. What was it, dead for like 10 years?
Something like that.
Who won the last one before was it UT or, I think it was really close, right?
UT walked it off.
It was a very controversial game, if I remember. What's my favorite thing about Texas A&M? Well, you guys aren't as liberal as UT, so that helps.
Yes, sir.
I said as liberal, right? There's still some libs, right?
Sir.
But no, it's a great school, and I have to say, Texas A&M faculty administration have been great to work with. They've been phenomenal. And secondly, and I think really importantly, I love the Corps cadets. I love the respect towards the military, and I met one of the Yell leaders. That's a goofy thing you guys do, but it's fun. I love A&M, and I think there's some things that could be improved, but overall, it's a good example of how college should be.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Charlie.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. And if you disagree, we'll find you guys will work your way up. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Peyton. I'm a huge fan. I don't know if you heard what happened a couple weeks ago here on campus regarding the annual drag queen show they have. And it's a student-ran group they call themselves Draggy Land, and they have like a, yeah. Anyway, the board of A&M and the president said that they couldn't have the event because it was demeaning to women and vulgar and against our core values. And then like a trans group of liberals, they went down to a judge in Houston and they said that it was no more demeaning than a beauty pageant. So then they ended up having the show. And I just wanted to hear your thoughts on that.
I don't know all the details around it. I mean, the only reason I'm torn is that everyone here is an adult, so, I mean, I'm not huge about prohibiting speech. I do think, though, that minors should not be allowed to go to drag queens. That number one, I think it's child abuse and grooming of children. But, look, I don't know the details of what this group would want to do, but you know you're losing if you're on a political side that is fighting for illegal alien gang members and drag story hour and drag queens on college campuses. Yeah. So I don't know all the details around it. But what else were the elements surrounding the case?
Well, I don't know much. I saw them protesting here at the quad, and they were like, I don't know, they were just like awful, saying awful things, wearing awful things, and then they ended up like selling their tickets for free because no one wanted to go.
Go figure. No one wants to watch that stuff.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So now, do you say gig 'em or howdy or both? Which one is it? Both. So gig 'em. All right, there you go. Yes, sir.
Hey, Charlie. My name is Robert. How are you doing today? Oh, okay. So I'd like to address the elephant in the room, if that's okay with you. So, are you familiar with the court case in the movie Ted 2? So basically, Ted wanted to adopt a child but wasn't a person in the court of law. And so my question to you is, do you think Ted deserved these civil rights, considering he was conscious and had like beliefs and values of himself, even though he wasn't human?
Probably not. You got to inform me though. So Ted is the teddy bear, right?
Yeah, Ted is the teddy bear, and he wanted to adopt a kid with Tammy Lynn, but he wasn't a human in the court of law. So, but I mean a person in the court of law. Everyone knows he's not a human. But I just feel like he did deserve civil rights. That's how it ended. He ended up appealing the decision, and he got the civil rights. But I just feel like he deserved those civil rights because he's conscious, he has his values, and he's able to feel, and he's affected by what he's voting on.
But he's not a human.
But when have we ever had someone that's not human be conscious?
I mean, well, by conscious or self-aware. I mean, those are two different.
He's both.
Yeah, I don't know the biochemistry of Ted in Ted 2, but you have to
he
tell
was
me more.
a teddy bear from Hasbro Gaming.
Oh, and who magically came to life.
Yeah.
So, got it.
So
I'll have to look more into the
okay,
situation.
but for now, your answer's no.
Yeah, I think human beings should only be able to adopt human beings. Yeah.
That's respectable. Could you sign my hat?
Happily, yes. Thank you. Thank you, man. Thank you. All right, who's up?
Howdy, my name is Ella, and I know you don't believe in college, but my question will just prove your point further. I've been in a lot of classes where I've been asked to write from a perspective I don't necessarily agree with. For example, writing about how the built environment creates burdens specifically for women and gender minorities, or having to assess what level of racism I am after watching a DEI training YouTube video. I'm concerned that if I challenge these ideas or offer a different viewpoint, I'll be graded unfairly. What advice do you have to students who feel pressured to conform to progressive ideologies in the classroom to protect their GPA?
Yeah, let me ask, how many of you guys feel as if you were to take a conservative position, you would be graded downward in your class? Look around. I don't know, maybe A&M needs got to get some work to do. Geez, that's not good. I personally, look, there is something to be said about writing about an opinion that you don't agree with. It actually pushes your intellectual abilities. But to have it make it your own, or if you get downgraded when you say to the teacher, hey, I'd much prefer, let's say it's abortion, I'd much rather write pro-life than pro-choice, then I would not be able to personally do that. I don't think you should ever attribute something to your own name that you don't believe in. Even if you get downgraded, I think that lying is way worse than getting a bad grade, because it actually impacts your soul and your character and it deteriorates who you are. It's not going to matter 10 years from now, all the grades you get in college. It will matter the type of person that you are. It will matter the decisions that you make, and every decision that you make ends up being an embodiment of who you are as a person. So,
Thank you. Yes,
hope that helps.
Can you sign my hat?
Yes, thank you.
Hi, Charlie. So my question was, do you think that it's okay for a government to send someone to a jail for the rest of their lives without charging or convicting them of a crime?
Well, it depends if they're an American citizen.
So, no, pursuant to the language of the Constitution, it does not depend on if they're an American
Well, so there's
citizen.
3 ways to deport somebody in America. What are those 3 ways?
I know are you talking about under the Alien Enemies
Well,
Act?
there's Alien Enemies Act, expedited release, or traditional discharging with due process. So which one did Kilmar Abrego Garcia fall under, and why?
Well, I'm just asking, just for the first question, do you think it's okay for a government to send someone for a jail to the rest of their lives?
It depends who the someone is, right? So if the someone is a foreign illegal MS-13 gang member from an occupying force sent by a foreign government, then so be it.
That's not true, Charlie.
In fact, actually, let's look at his tattoos. What do his tattoos say? What do you think? That looks like MS-13, doesn't it?
Those
marijuana, smiley face,
So-
1-3.
So those
Not to mention, actually, I have the documents here because I figured that this was going to come up. In fact, I knew
Okay.
this was going to come up.
Yeah.
You see how angry the left gets about illegal MS-13 gang members? If only they fought for American citizens that hard. If only they fought for Americans that hard. In fact, I have all the stats here. In 2019, he petitioned to the court that he cannot be sent back to El Salvador because another gang might hurt him.
And was he granted the withholding of removal order that
However,
prevented
what
him
the
from
court
being...
said is that you could be deported at any time for any reason. You could be scooped up without due process. You know the court said this? The only country you're not allowed to be sent back to, ironically, was El Salvador. Now, so hilariously...
And that's what
hilariously,
the government did.
1 second. That was under the traditional deportation, not under the AEA, the Alien Enemies Act. Hilariously, if we would have sent him to the Congo or sent him to Gitmo, there's nothing that ever would have been the issue.
But that's
let's
not what you
talk
did.
let's talk about the specifics of Kilmar Abrego Garcia. He's a wife-beating MS-13 member that was documented in multiple instances of wearing MS-13 gang paraphernalia
The fact of the matter...
and has MS-13 tattoos. And now is back. Let's just be clear. He's back in the country he was raised in. Is he a U.S. passport holder?
Charlie, this has been litigated by the Maryland District Court, the Fourth Circuit, and just real quick, let me finish with this. If you believe him to be an MS-13 member, I agree with all of you guys. If there's someone that's an MS-13 member that's dangerous and violent, get them to a hearing, which is what our Constitution requires, and have the judge decide on it.
They did, but
the
that's
judge
the
is who
point.
has final say in that.
The judge
so
said,
why are you autocratically...
You got your facts on. The judge said he could be deported at any time without any more due process. The only country you can't be sent back to is El Salvador. So I will grant you.
But that's
maybe we should not have sent him to that specific country. However, though, that's the country he's from.
But okay, so regardless of, I didn't even bring up the Garcia case
but
initially.
Obviously, you're heavily implying it.
There's 300 people in which the data says 75% of them have no U.S. criminal records, and yet they were still.
Oh, they should all go home. If you are an illegal alien in America, you should be sent back to your country of origin.
Standards. At William Hill Vegas, they matter. That's why Bonus Drop Boost is free to play. Drop a disc to start building your Friday boost. William Hill, Vegas as it should be.
Every single one of them should be deported back to their country.
With the proper due process that the 14th Amendment requires, right?
It depends.
How is it?
If Alien Enemies Act, expedited. So you got to tell me now, because you came up here with a contention.
Yeah.
What is the expedited removal process? Because the Supreme Court in 2019 ruled on what is called expedited removal. Do you know about this?
The Supreme Court just ruled 9-0.
No, they put a stay on the Alien Enemies Act. In June, they will author whether or not it's still constitutional. The Alien Enemies Act has been around since 1798. It was used 3 times prior. However, to the expedited release, the Supreme Court said, you do not need to give due process to an illegal alien that is within 100 miles of the southern border or has been here less than 14 days. The Supreme Court said that. You do not have to give due process.
Okay,
so therefore...
First of all, that wasn't Abrego Garcia, and that wasn't many people.
However, yes, so he fell under the Alien Enemies Act. For the other individuals, they can and will get due process until the court rules differently.
Okay, so then, question on the Alien Removals Act. It's technically supposed to be a wartime act, but the justification is that Tren de Aragua has infiltrated the Venezuelan government to make it...
It's not an accusation. It's by their own admission and by intelligence agencies outside of our own country that have said this.
So 4 days ago, the U.S. intelligence assessment found no coordination between TDA and Venezuelan government. That was drawing from all of our U.S. 18 intelligence agencies. So if that's not true, that TDA is not in coordination with the Venezuelan government...
This case was MS-13. But again, so there's other...
I'm talking about anybody that was deported without a hearing, which is what Supreme Court precedent, all the way back to 1903,
You're misrepresenting it. Garcia did have years of hearings. The judge scheduled him for deportation.
In which he
the judge warned him. He said, at any time, Mr. Garcia, you could be scooped up in the middle of the night. You should read the charging documents from the court. The judge said, at any time, you could be scooped up. And he said, I'm going to stay here anyway. The judge warned him, you are not safe to stay here.
Well, okay, but back to this, back to the 300 people that did not have due process that were deported under the Alien Enemies Act. If it's not true that the TDA is in coordination with the Venezuelan government, then why is that still happening?
Again, I challenge that information significantly.
4 days ago, U.S.
Okay, I'll take a look at that, and if
18.
so, I'll reconsider my position.
But and then back to the initial question. So you do think it's okay, in some cases, for the government to send people to a prison, not just deport them back to their country, for the rest of their lives with no due process?
But again, we didn't send them back to a prison. We sent them to El Salvador, and El Salvador put them in a prison.
Which would make us...
We don't control the government El Salvador.
And if they put them in a prison without any process,
decision.
and we sold them to that prison, are we not complicit in that?
Well, hold on. Time out. Let's just make sure we get our morals straight. How did these people end up in our country? They broke
Illegally.
into our home. If you
Illegally.
break into our home,
Okay, and
we're
yeah.
going to discharge you.
And this is
you
good-
break into America, don't play the victim if you're sent back to your country of
And
origin.
this is where-
You did not come here with permission. You did not come here with warrant.
Yeah.
You did not come here with invitation. You came here and broke in. You are a line cutter. Not you, but they are a line cutter. You actually waited nicely in line, of which I wish the illegals would do. And
So-
should not all of a sudden act as if they're a victim. You come into America illegally, you're going to win certain prizes, one of which, if you are part of an enemy gang,
But
that
that
at
wasn't,
the time...
that has
would-
nothing to do with what I asked you. I'm just
no,
saying.
it's actually everything to do with the action.
It-
I'm saying...
I agree with you that if they're
As a
illegal,
standard
they can
rule-
be subject to deportation proceedings, which in 1903, this is precedent that goes all the way back in the Supreme Court, and they said
not
that
with expedited release or the Alien Enemies
But
Act.
if
That's what was used, though.
our own intelligence agencies are saying now that
I
TDA
got it.
has
I've
no
already-
coordination.
and what was my answer to that?
Huh?
I had not seen that, and
Okay.
I'll look at it. If so, I'll reconsider my position. So
And-
we're going to keep on relitigating that.
Okay.
So at the time, that was considered to be like operationally true.
Mhm.
And again, I will take a look at that, and if it's true, I'll reconsider my position. Can I say it
yes,
again?
but then just going to the most recent 9-0 Supreme Court case, they said
They
that
state it. They did not say that. They
Hold
put
hold
a pause on
I'm
it
not-
to
I haven't said
reconsider
what
it.
I thought they said yet. I'm saying that towards the end, they said that to remove anybody, they have to have an opportunity to be heard and notice of hearing. That's what.
Not for expedited release. Not if you're within 14 days or 100 miles of the southern border.
But
So-
there was. Are you claiming that everybody that was?
No, I'm
In
not.
that
I'm saying
300?
those 300 were under the Alien Enemies Act. So again, we're going to keep on going in circles. At the time, that was before the Supreme Court ruled.
Okay, so just
Correct?
to get it clear,
You agree with that?
You,
I mean,
you believe that the executive branch can put an allegation on somebody and then, without proving things to any third party, deport you to a foreign prison for the rest of your life.
If you're an illegal alien,
How
you are part of...
How would you prove you're
First
not
of
an illegal
all,
alien?
this was the most documented deportation effort ever. We know who these people were. We knew their names.
Yeah, because they're all
Many
about
of
to
them
be held
prior
in
had
criminal
court dates.
contempt by the people that uphold the law in this country.
Many of them were already convicted of crimes, including Abrego
75% of them were not convicted of crimes.
Again,
not
but
300.
they
that we
already
should-
had affiliation. So if you're asking me, do I think it's okay
According to who,
Are you
though?
asking me, is it okay for the U.S. government to scoop up illegal aliens and send them home? Yes. Next question.
Okay.
Yes.
But can you prove that they're? How do you prove you're not illegal?
Show me your passport. What's your name?
A lot
Oh,
of the people's
You're
that,
not in the
Okay,
system.
So people
Go
that
home.
Were, people that were detained
You're
in
not
Chicago,
in the system.
People
Go home.
detained in Chicago, U.S. citizens that have been detained because of this.
Were they sent back to El Salvador?
No, but they were held
Okay,
in prison
so-
for 2 days based on immigration grounds,
Okay,
and they're
and
U.S.
then-
citizens.
Okay, then
It's
what's
because y'all aren't
what's the
respecting
issue?
due process.
No,
All I'm
again,
saying
we're
is,
continually going in circles
Okay.
on this. But I will say for
Okay.
the 14th time, if you are an illegal alien in America, don't be shocked if you get swept up and deported back to your country of
Okay,
origin.
yeah.
Biden's presidency is over. A new presidency is here.
well, I'll just say that's authoritarian rhetoric, in my opinion, and anybody waving an American flag supporting that does not
No,
support
in
the
fact,
core
it's the
values
opposite.
of our country.
Do you know what it is? It is patriotism to say
Absolutely
American citizens come before foreign gang members.
It's spitting and
Not
chewing
hard
out the
to
Constitution.
understand.
And that's why every single court in this land, the Supreme Court, the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals, the Maryland Court, Judge Boasberg, is holding the government that you support in contempt for violating
Well,
the
they actually have
Constitution.
not held them in contempt.
They're starting to start
well,
those
they
proceedings,
haven't. So
Charlie.
you have
That's
to
a technicality.
They have not held them in contempt.
They're starting those processes.
But disagreement between the branches is nothing new. It is normal.
It's violation
Well,
of
hold
the
on.
Supreme Court
So,
orders.
Joe Biden violated the Supreme Court.
Cool. I'm
no,
not talking
hold on.
about
No. When it came to the student loan cancellation thing, should he have done that? No. And they're not actually ignoring the Supreme Court. They're not. There's a hold on the Alien Enemies Act. We will see what the Supreme Court decides this summer. Again, it is one of 3 legal ways to remove people from the United States of America, as per our courts have decided.
Okay. And then
But let's just go back to another rule and repeat it for the now 17th time.
Yeah.
If you are here illegally, we are going to return you to your country of
Without
origin.
due process or any type of evidence to prove you're
Again,
actually illegal.
the Supreme. We're going to keep on going in circles.
I don't know what you're referring to as far as that, but I did have one final question.
Again,
I'm about to go to
expedited
class.
release does not require due process.
My name is Tresa, and I was wondering, because all humans are endowed with unalienable rights, why deny illegal immigrants due process?
No, that's a good question. That only pertains. So the promise of the idea of unalienable rights is first and foremost to American citizens, not to. We do not enforce the natural rights contract of every citizen around the world. But secondly, to the point earlier, there are some circumstances where illegal aliens do get due process, and some where they do not.
Well, the government is there to protect rights, so shouldn't the court decide the question about status?
Again, they have. So for expedited release, the court has ruled that you do not need extensive due process rights. Alien Enemies Act is under contention. Other issues, yes, due process is given.
I also had another question. Do you think that unenumerated federal function departments, agencies, and properties should be closed down and those powers returned to the states and the people, therefore?
Yeah, the more we can return to the states, the better.
Okay. I'm Republican, and I really thank you for all that you do.
Thank you.
Educate college students. So.
God bless you. Thank you.
Months, we moved here, and Charlie and Erica welcomed us into their family. While enduring our various tragedies, my daughter Grace would ask me at least once a day, "Why would God do this to us, Mom?" My honest and only answer was, someday we will look at each other and instantly know why all of this had to happen. And it will be for something far greater than we can ever imagine. In my first conversation with Grace after Charlie's death, Grace said to me through tears over the phone, "Mom, this is the answer to my question. This is our why. Now we can be there for Erica and Gigi and Mac the way they were there for us." Looking back today, it's so clear to me that Grace was right. I know for certain that my late husband, Mike, Charlie, and God were guiding us here for this very moment in time. It was always written. Erica, Grace and I will support you and your babies the way you and Charlie were there for us in our darkest days. Charlie, we will miss your words of wisdom, your high-pitched laugh, it was kind of awkward, and the way your voice would always soften when you spoke to Erica and your children. And I promise, we're gonna make TPUSA so big that it reaches you in heaven. Everything Charlie prayed for in his life, a restoration of faith, a rebirth of patriotism, is coming to fruition in his death. And right now, he is beaming at us from heaven. The fact that we pulled this off in 7 days is a miracle that only Charlie Kirk can deliver, by the way. So in Charlie's words, let's get to work, everybody. We have a country to save.